The Rise of America 1620. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 551: The Cardinal's Proposal. The Song Empire had already brought up the Joan of Arc incident in France, a source of headaches for the Church. Furthermore, the Holy Roman Empire's new legions were now somewhat hesitant to attack the Americans. This infuriated Carlos. Damn, were the Americans really that formidable? He was completely skeptical. Inform the Holy Roman Empire that if their newly formed legions don't attack France, we will cut off their material and financial aid. Carlos had struck a blow to the Holy Roman Empire. Yes, while the Vatican lacked armed forces, they did have money. And unlike wealthy merchants, they enjoyed great prestige and many unscrupulous followers. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about exposing their wealth and attracting attention from other nations. Those who dared to rob the Church's wealth hadn't appeared yet. They weren't the Jews. Carlos's words were recorded by a small attendant behind him, who prepared to dispatch someone to the Holy Roman Empire immediately after the meeting. The Vatican was close to the capital of the Roman Empire, so there was no need to rush. This problem is easy to solve. I'm worried that what the Americans are saying will soon spread to Europe. When that happens, how will we respond? Carlos wasn't at all nervous about the Holy Roman Empire. He knew that as long as he offered them material and financial aid, they would definitely comply. The reason was simple: the Holy Roman Empire's economy was already in ruins, and food was running low. Without the Church's support, unrest would inevitably break out. Life would be very difficult for those higher-ranking officials. When people are hungry, they lose their humanity. If a riot broke out, they might even lose their lives. If the Church incited them, well, it wasn't impossible. Therefore, the Holy Roman Empire would undoubtedly send troops to urge the legions to launch an attack on the Americans upon hearing his words. Carlos was extremely confident of this. Therefore, he put all his energy into how to deal with the troubles that would arise in the future. Yes, America threw out Joan of Arc as an excuse to attack the Church. The things that the Church had done in the past could not withstand any criticism. When the time comes, after remembering what happened to this girl hundreds of years ago, how will the people of Europe view the Church? This is not the most troublesome thing for Carlos. What makes him most uneasy is that the other party has also brought up some things behind the confession, pointing directly to the weaknesses of the Church. Moreover, these are not rumors at all. In the secret archives of the Church, there are some records about Joan of Arc and the secret intelligence collected by the confession, as well as the warrants of former popes. If these things were to be spread out, it is obvious that the reputation of the Church will be ruined. At this moment, a man in a long, red robe, sitting to Carlos's left, spoke up. It's simple. Hundreds of years have passed since the death of Joan of Arc. We can blame the Church leaders of the time, saying they were the most corrupt. After centuries of hard work, our Church is no longer so corrupt. It had to be said that this fat man was quick-witted, and his proposed solution was quite feasible. The Church leaders of that era were already dead anyway. There was no problem with them bearing some blame now. Besides, they had indeed betrayed Joan of Arc for their own selfish interests and the good of the Church. No one had wronged them on that score. Therefore, there was no problem in pinning this on them. Carlos heard this, looked at the satisfied expression on the portly cardinal's face, and nodded in relief. Very good, your proposal is excellent and highly feasible. This way we can convince those ignorant believers, and will also create a good public impression. Carlos then asked, so, what should we do about the Americans' claim that we're using confessions to gather secrets and intelligence? This was the most thorny issue, so, when Carlos asked for a solution, everyone fell silent. They're spreading rumors. We just need to say they're spreading rumors. At this moment, a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. The speaker was a man who had recently joined the Vatican's upper echelons, rising from a regional bishop to Vatican cardinal. He was in his early 50s, neither fat nor thin, with a typical European appearance, nothing special. Oh, why do you say that? Are we just going to ignore these rumors? Carlos asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, according to common sense, The church should speak out to clarify such rumors. If they didn't, wouldn't it be like the Americans were saying everything was true? This would be extremely detrimental to the church. Therefore, Carlos was perplexed by this man's suggestion that they simply insist the Americans were spreading rumors and ignore everything else. He had to get to the bottom of it. He knew the man wasn't just making such a random statement, he had his reasons. As Carlos finished speaking, the cardinals in the room stared at the man with gleaming eyes, waiting to hear his response. In fact, they were also deeply curious about what he would say. Facing the numerous gazes, the man showed no sign of pressure or nervousness. He glanced around, smiled, and then slowly began, "We insist it's a rumor, so it must be a rumor. Why should we explain rumors and lies?" He spoke to the crowd with a confident air. Everyone in the room was silent, listening intently. People are strange sometimes. The more you explain, the less they believe. But when you ignore them and don't explain, they become only half believing and half doubting, the man said, explaining his own understanding. They all came from a background of deception, some even reaching high positions in the church. This meant they had reached a certain level of deception, and therefore, they all had some understanding of the mindsets of some believers in the public. Some even understood it more thoroughly. So, when the man expressed his thoughts, many in the room nodded silently in agreement. Even Carlos's eyes lit up, evidently reflecting on something. In this era, there was certainly no such thing as psychological research. However, as those in the church, they must have conducted research in this area. As for what it was called, that was unknown. After all, they relied on deceiving the public and believers for a living, so they had to understand the human heart and mindset. Only in this way could they spread their so-called faith. In short, we must tell the believers that America is an extremely evil land. The people there are barbaric, bloody, and cruel, and they don't believe in God. They worship some kind of demon and devil, so they must slander our God. The man spoke with increasing excitement. However, everyone began to understand a little. His point was, it turned out, a two-way exchange. If you accuse me, I'll accuse you back. Well, that's a good idea. The church is still quite influential in Europe. As long as the church says so, the believers will definitely believe it. Then, no matter what rumors spread from America, the believers will not believe them. After all, America is a land of demons. Carlos smiled with satisfaction. Before the cardinal finished speaking, he continued, the rumor hasn't spread to the European continent yet, so we still have the chance to eliminate it. We must prevent the believers from being seduced by this heresy and from straying from God. So we must seize the time and immediately send people to spread the word that Europe is the birthplace of demons. With excitement, the man even pumped his fist. At the same time, we must ask God for an oracle. I believe God will definitely tell us to tell the believers that Satan has appeared in America, right? After saying this, the cardinal looked at Carlos with a calm expression. However, the faint smile on his lips betrayed his current pride. This problem that had caused everyone a headache, but in just a short time, he had come up with a solution. It was indeed enough for him to be proud of himself. Carlos stared at the man with white eyes, stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Not bad, a very good idea. This way we don't have to worry about anything. These are just Satan's temptations. As believers and lambs of God, how can we believe the words of a demon descended from hell? Carlos looked at the other man with a look of great admiration. I remember you. Your name is Orfeel. You're a cardinal who entered the Vatican 6 months ago. Compared to his old men, you're the youngest. Carlos's praise made Orfeel feel a little proud, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he bowed humbly. What Pope Carlos had said to Orfeel was true. Of all the cardinals present today, Orfeel was indeed the youngest. Pope Carlos, for example, was already in his 80s. The other cardinals were in their 60s and 70s. So, at 50, Orfeel could truly be considered young. It's hard to imagine that in the 17th century, when living conditions were worse than in later times, such high-ranking church figures could live so long. After all, on the European continent, the average lifespan didn't exceed 50. This also shows that the church was quite well off. However, the church was supported by ordinary Europeans from the lower classes. For the glory of God, Orfeel responded with a humble bow. Carlos nodded slightly, pleased with Orfeel's humility. Then, Pope Carlos gave the order, you all heard, we will do as Orfeel said. Now we must announce to all Europe that Satan has descended. so that all believers will know this news." As Carlos finished speaking, everyone stood up and chanted in unison, "Glory to the Lord." Then, the cardinals left the meeting, determined to put the decision made at once into action. "Orfeo, stay," Carlos called out to Orfeo as he was about to leave. "What is it, Your Majesty?" Being stopped by Pope Carlos, Orfeo felt a little puzzled. He didn't understand why he was still around if everything had already been resolved. He was just a small-time cardinal, after all. In the Vatican, where seniority reigns supreme, he'd better keep his head down. If everyone hadn't come up with a solution this time, he wouldn't have spoken out. After all, he was part of the church, so he couldn't stand by and watch the church falter. This was personally in his best interest. Intrigue abounded within the Vatican, and he believed it was crucial to avoid the spotlight before gaining sufficient seniority. After his proposal was accepted by Pope Carlos, while many had expressed their admiration, he also saw wariness and jealousy in many eyes. Now that Carlos had left him alone, wouldn't that only make those people resent him even more? But faced with Carlos's plea to stay, Ofer had to stop. He respectfully walked to Carlos's side and stood there, looking very humble. Carlos smiled and said to Ofer, "Your suggestion just now is very good, but have you thought about it? What if European believers believe that Satan has been reincarnated and has appeared in the Americas? Will they strongly demand that we form a new crusade and launch a war to invade America?" Carlos expressed his concerns. "Yes, the people of Europe are still relatively innocent now. Since the Church knows that Satan has come to the world, this thing is almost certain. The people of Europe are very afraid of the ruler of hell. In order to protect themselves from being harmed by demons and devils, they may really cause such a trend. And when that happens, how should the Church deal with it? You know, Europe is in chaos now. The Spanish Empire, the military force that the Church relied on, has been defeated. The military forces of the Habsburg principalities are caught up in the war between Portugal, France and Protestantism. If the people of Europe really make such a request. Sigh. Novel Network. Chapter 552 Satan in America. Have you heard? What's going on? God has sent an oracle to the Pope, saying that Satan, the demon from hell, has descended upon this world with his legions of infernal forces. I've heard about that, too. Is our world about to end? That's not entirely true. Since God has already told the Pope, the Church will surely follow God's will and fight against Satan and his demonic forces. Yes, that's true. I don't know what Satan and his followers look like. Do they really have bat wings? God knows what they look like, but the priests of the Church say that Satan and his followers have descended in faraway America and won't be coming to Europe for the time being. However, the demons of hell are very skilled at deceiving people, so the Church is worried about rumors spreading from America. Yes, the demons are experts at this, so we need to be more vigilant. In the European countryside near the Vatican, farmers are chatting about this. With the Pope's orders, the Vatican cardinals quickly spread the rumor. Due to time and geographical constraints, this rumor is currently limited to the Vatican. However, those within the Vatican believe that over time, it will inevitably spread throughout Europe. By then, even if rumors from the Americas were to reach Europe, they would have no impact on the Church. After all, the Europeans, already deceived by the Church, would simply dismiss it as a diabolical rumor slandering God and would never believe it. It's true that Europeans are quite easily deceived. This is largely thanks to the Church's foolish tactics, which suppressed European intellectual liberation and made the people of Europe so foolish. Of course, as the Church's influence gradually declined, coupled with scientific thought in the Renaissance, European minds gradually liberated, ultimately achieving significant scientific achievements. It's unclear whether this was due to the long period of suppression by the Church. By countering rumors with rumors, the Church finally felt relieved. However, it also bore a grudge against the Song Empire in the distant Americas. The Song Empire's enviable wealth in the Americas, in particular, made the Church salivate. Fortunately, Pope Carlos remained calm, unlike the greedy cardinals, who were fixated solely on the wealth and gold of America. He also recognized the formidable military might of America. If the Church wanted to plunder the wealth of America and extend its reach into the Americas, the Song Empire would undoubtedly face a hurdle. Judging from the Song Empire's attitude toward the Church, they had no favorable impression of it. Therefore, if the Church sought to expand its presence on the American shores, it would inevitably require military action. Ultimately, only war could resolve all problems. and the mighty Song Empire would likely require the full force of Europe's military might to defeat them. Therefore, Carlos was forced to suppress the cardinals, forcing them to be patient. They simply didn't have the energy or strength to retaliate against the Song Empire. The events on the European continent were already a major headache for them. Now, they had to resolve the troubles there. Only if their enemies on the European continent were defeated could they achieve their goals. Then, the Church might mobilize the vassal states, devastated by the war, to set their sights on the rich American continent. Just like the Middle Ages, the Crusades claimed to be for God, but everyone understood they were simply after Arab gold and spices. God was just a title, a figurehead. No one took it seriously. Now, it seems that once matters on the European continent are resolved, they can easily recreate the medieval Crusades. Moreover, the wealth of the Americas far exceeds that of the Arab world. Furthermore, the Arab world's land is barren, with little potential for fertile farmland. But the Americas are a completely different situation. The Church is aware of matters on the American continent and has a relatively good understanding of the environment there. The American continent is vast, sparsely populated, and extremely fertile. With a little cultivation, the land there would be absolutely prime farmland. Furthermore, the Americas could accommodate many Europeans, thereby tackling the problem of bankrupts and refugees in Europe. Indeed, the activities of these bankrupts and refugees were a complete waste for the Church. Only by giving them something to do could the Church exploit its deceived lambs. But these were matters for the future. Their current focus was on dealing with Portugal, France, and the Protestant coalition. Without resolving these issues, the Church couldn't focus on the Americas. However, before turning their attention to the Americas, they could use the American troops on France's southeastern border as a training exercise. They could also vent their anger on them. Carlos's idea was simple: since France couldn't retaliate against the Americas, he could retaliate against the American volunteers who were confronting the Holy Roman Empire. He could also gain a better understanding of the American strength. Although he had heard of their power, Carlos was actually quite skeptical. In his view, no matter how powerful they were still human. Could they truly be demons from hell? Ugh, that was clearly impossible. God was a lie, a fabrication created by those who founded the Church, not to mention the devil of hell and Satan. Moreover, in all his years as Pope, he had never seen a vision of God. Every time he claimed a vision, it was simply for his own benefit and that of the Church. Furthermore, the Vatican's secret archives revealed the Church to be the world's largest fraudulent organization. Therefore, Carlos believed that as long as the other party was human, there was nothing to fear. However, he didn't know that, while they were human, they were genetically engineered using modern science and technology. Furthermore, their leader, the ruler of the Song Empire, possessed powerful hacks. Under these circumstances, the Song Empire was not as easy to tamper with as he had assumed. Dividing line, the priests and pastors of the Church, receiving instructions from the Vatican, began spreading the news of Satan's arrival throughout their respective regions. The European public was relatively ignorant, so they believed the priests and pastors' words. Moreover, the Pope had spoken. Besides, the Pope also received a warning from God. As time passed, rumors of Satan's arrival in the Americas intensified and spread far and wide. Eventually, they even reached the Song Empire's concessions in Portugal and France. When the consuls in the concessions received this rumor from intelligence agents, they immediately gnashed their teeth in hatred of the Church. Meanwhile, news of the Church in the Americas slowly spread to Europe as merchants returned. Unfortunately, because the Church had prepared in advance and spread the rumor of Satan's arrival, Europeans were less interested in the news from the Americas. Merchants returning to Europe from the Americas were met with concerned messages from their relatives and friends. Some even expressed their wish that their loved ones no longer do business with the Americans. Meanwhile, priests and ministers from the Church frequently visited the merchants returning to Europe. Their purpose was simple: to warn them not to spread the news from the Americas back in Europe. The merchants, of course, dutifully complied with the Church's warnings and threats. After all, the Church was still very powerful on the European continent. If they refused, the Inquisition would descend upon them, bringing untold suffering and torture. Fortunately, the Church wasn't foolish. They knew it was impossible to stop the merchants from continuing to trade in the Americas, and if they did, who would the Church be able to exploit in the future? Therefore, the Church simply warned the merchants not to speak carelessly, which brought relief to the merchants. Of course, Since the great evil Satan had descended upon the Americas, it must have been the demonic stronghold. And precisely because it was the demonic stronghold, it must have been a place of profound depravity. To prevent God's lambs from being lost in the demonic stronghold and bewitched by the demons, the merchants were instructed to pay large sums of money from the church for exorcism items, holy water, and indulgences. Strictly speaking, this was a disguised way for the church to plunder the merchants' wealth. Regarding this, the merchants dared not to speak out, and had to put on a smiling face in front of the priests and pastors. Unlike ordinary people on the European continent, the sea merchants had much smarter vision and thinking. They didn't believe what the church said about the reincarnation of Satan, because it was just nonsense in their eyes. And how could it be such a coincidence that the church members who were rioting in America were killed, and the church said that Satan had reincarnated? In this time period, it was really too much of a coincidence. Smart people don't need to say some things, in fact, they understand it in their hearts. However, the sea merchants had no way to deal with it. Fortunately, the church did not stop them from continuing to trade with America, which is also a good thing. So, spend more money if you want. Anyway, the profit of trading with America is huge, isn't it? To be continued. Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553. Damn, we are not Bergman. It's not like the church's leaders haven't considered stopping merchants from trading with the Americas. However, when one of them proposed this, Pope Carlos immediately rejected it, without even hearing the proposer's explanation. Carlos considered such a proposal the product of a moron. Today's merchants are far superior to those fools. The material resources and wealth of European nations, including the church, are guaranteed by the merchants engaged in maritime trade. If merchants are prohibited from trading with the Americas, how can the church maintain their luxurious lifestyle? After all, trade with the Americas is currently the most profitable business. Moreover, American goods, such as shampoo and shower gel, as well as daily necessities like refined salt, sugar, and milk tea, are extremely popular in the church. If trade is stopped, they will no longer be able to use those products, right? Having become accustomed to these American goods, Carlos would never agree to return to his old ways. Furthermore, the church fully understood the minds of merchants of this era. For the sake of money, they would even draw their knives and fight God. If the church blocked their path to wealth, these merchants would resent the church. Furthermore, these merchants had money, ships, and men. This would simply force them to surrender to the American Song Empire, a foolish and idiotic act that Carlos would never do. Therefore, he rejected this proposal. The merchants were completely unaware of this. They were simply happy that the church hadn't stopped them from continuing their trade. They didn't care about the underlying issues. As long as they could continue to trade and make money, everything else was of no concern to them. Indeed, nothing mattered. Thus, while the church claimed that Satan had descended upon the Americas, claiming that America was a paradise and headquarters for demons, it did nothing to stop merchants from crossing the Atlantic and continuing their trade with the American continent. Furthermore, the church continued to sell these merchants exorcism items, holy water, and indulgences. The pretext and justification for selling indulgences was also ridiculous. Trading with the American continent deepened sin because the people there were demons. Therefore, every trade transaction required the purchase of an indulgence to atone for the sin of trading with the devil. The church made a fortune from this. Although the merchants complained bitterly about this, they also acquiesced. After all, their families were in the Americas. However, because of the church's actions, many merchants considered bringing their families to America. However, due to the church's rumors, the families of these merchants were terrified when they heard about the trip to America. In their eyes, America was a dark world burning with fire, and the people there all had horns on their heads and bat wings behind their backs. Maybe they would even spit green flames when they opened their mouths. Therefore, although somewhat disappointed, the merchants still planned to slowly enlighten their families and strive to leave Europe in the future. These people had finally come to understand the church. As the Song Empire's public trial of those priests and pastors said, the church was not a servant of God. Would a servant of God care so much about money? God does not need money. What a bunch of liars. Many merchants would vent their anger by uttering a curse or two in their hearts while purchasing indulgences. Trade between the two continents continued, but the situation seemed strange. The concession relayed all the happenings there via the American warships traveling between the two regions, placing them on Zhang Tai's desk. As for how Zhang Tai would handle this matter, that was his biggest concern. Of course, the high-ranking officials in Portugal and France had also spread the church's rumor. However, the rumor didn't have a significant impact on either country. After all, they already disliked the church, so they didn't take it seriously. Nevertheless, they did send troops into some villages and arrest the church members who spread the rumor. The nobles might not believe it, but the common people in both countries were different. They were simple-minded and easily credulous. If they believed the church's rumors, it would seriously affect cooperation with the American Song Empire. Therefore, Portugal and France had to make an effort to eliminate the rumor-mongers who had infiltrated the country. However, the church's rumors did have a modest impact on the people of Portugal and France, and over time, the situation gradually worsened. Intelligence personnel in the concessions, sensing the deteriorating situation, immediately reported this information back to the American continent. 2 months later, this information was compiled into a document and placed before Zhang Tai. Of course, Zhang Tai's lips curled up in a sneer when he saw the intelligence from the European concessions. This is simply too much? Do they think such rumors can influence us? How naive. Furthermore, the lower classes in Portugal and France, influenced by these rumors, began to experience minor unrest. Those with Chinese ancestry in the concessions were occasionally attacked by fanatical believers. While there were few casualties, the situation was not good. While the French leadership disliked the church, the lower classes were a different story. Even among the French grassroots, there were still some fanatical believers. After all, the church had dominated Europe for 1,000 years, with believers spread throughout the continent. This was what Zhao Hongyu and his team found most frustrating. Fortunately, the high-ranking officials of Portugal and France have been suppressing the situation, so nothing major has happened yet. However, if this situation is allowed to continue, the future situation will not be very optimistic. Zhang Tai gently put down the documents in his hand and fell into deep thought. The G religion has begun to develop, and Jenny has joined the G religion. With this girl's joining, the G religion has grown rapidly. At the same time, the G religion has established its own religious inquisition. Yes, the G religion's religious inquisition. However, the G religion's inquisition is completely different from the church inquisitions on the European continent. The church inquisitions on the European continent target the lower classes, arbitrarily accusing women of witches or merchants of blasphemy to satisfy their own perverted desires and ulterior motives. The G religion's inquisition is different. It was established specifically to deal with false gods. Members of the G religion's inquisition are all fanatics. They undergo training and learn various killing techniques and combat abilities. This was to deal with the future influx of church priests and pastors into the Americas. Although the riots had been suppressed last year, Zhang Tai wasn't foolish enough to assume the church would completely cease its activities and stop sending personnel. The wealth of the Americas held a fatal allure for the money-hungry church. Therefore, they would never give up. Now that such rumors had surfaced again in Europe, was it time to mobilize the Zhao sect? Zhang Tai began to ponder this question. The Zhao sect had been established only recently and lacked a strong foundation. Despite its rapid growth, its number of followers was still small compared to the church. Across the entire Americas, there were only a little over 20,000 Zhao followers, all of whom had gone through numerous trials before finally joining. Because Zhang Tai's original intention was to prefer a lack of support to a lack of talent, the steadfastness of these believers' faith was unquestionable. Their quality was far superior to that of the church members in Europe. Of course, thanks to the artifact's power, the Europeans living in the Americas gradually changed their mindsets, beginning to believe in Europe's false gods. There's a saying that goes, a lie told 10,000 times becomes the truth, and there's some truth to that. In short, given the broader environment in America, it's inevitable that people's mindsets will be affected. When the plan was first formulated, Zhao Hongyu, Zhang Tai, and Wang Shan had considered this possibility and made early arrangements. After careful consideration, Zhang Tai finally made a decision. The Americas must retaliate against the European church's rumors and absolutely must not allow the church to succeed. Furthermore, the church's rumors had already affected the lower classes of Portugal and France, something the Song Empire could not tolerate. If these lower classes were shaken, it would put the empire's European plans in jeopardy. It would also make it easy for the church's military group to defeat Portugal and France. If that were the case, wouldn't all the empire's previous plans be wasted? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely no chance of this happening. Absolutely no chance. The church. Humph. With our technology beyond our time, I don't believe we can't defeat you, Zhang Tai sneered and muttered to himself for a while before making up his mind. The empire needed to send a group of GGO's fanatics back to Europe to enter Portugal and France to confront the church's members. They also needed to be equipped with some artifacts to aid them in their efforts. Furthermore, this would be a perfect opportunity for the GGO to enter mainland Europe and fight the church there. This way, the church's focus would be diverted to Europe. By then, the church wouldn't have the energy to spy on the Song Empire in America, would it? Hey. Let's have a try and see whose methods are more powerful. Zhang Tai stood up and walked out from behind his desk. Come on, get the car ready. I'm heading to the outskirts of the city, to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 554, Prepare to dispatch the GGO tribunal. The rumors circulated by the church in Europe had Zhang Tai a bit infuriated. Although the rumors didn't name anyone, the so-called Satan and demons were actually referring to Zhao Hongyu and his own people. Damn, if the tiger doesn't show its might, they really think we're sick cats. Satan? Just a birdman with black wings, how can he be compared to us? Even if he is, we're still like the bull demon king. Furthermore, with the church's actions, trade between Europe and the Americas might begin to decline, and even Zhao Hongyu's painstakingly developed prisoner plan might be abandoned. And as the rumors spread, the concessions in Portugal, France, and Cairo, Egypt, might also be significantly affected. Consequently, the empire would suffer losses. It was just a small rumor. But the destructive power hidden behind it was not insignificant. Fortunately, Zhang Tai had already come up with a solution, to immediately mobilize the GGO to land in Europe and confront the church. Don't you have a rumor? Okay, then I'll use the artifact to strike you down. You're just talking, but we can produce footage. This thing is truly incredible. Once this killer weapon is deployed, I doubt your church will have the strength to fight back. Along the way, Zhang Tai kept pondering this matter. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him. Add to that Jenny, and his plan to confront the European church should be a non-issue. As for Jenny's loyalty, Zhang Tai didn't have to worry about it now. The geneticists, created using the remaining genes of Jenny's parents, had earned Jenny's complete trust. In Jenny's eyes, they were her resurrected parents. It's just that, because their souls were still incomplete, they couldn't remember some of their past. Zhang Tai was actually quite surprised by this. He was shocked that there were still some genes deep within the geneticists. After all, those two geneticists, a man and a woman, were simply created using genetic samples from Jenny's deceased parents. It wasn't like they were suffering from amnesia or something like that. But the male and female geneticists kept telling Jenny that they looked very familiar, but they just couldn't remember what happened before. This, in turn, resonated with Wang Shan's words about souls still being in the underworld. Jenny, therefore, believed it without a doubt. Jenny cherished her parents' resurrected bodies dearly. She had truly worked hard to ensure their souls were restored. Zhang Tai could tell that even gods were less important to Jenny than her parents. For her parents, this girl would do anything. In other words, as long as they controlled the male and female geneticists, there would be no need to worry about Jenny. Furthermore, Jenny had suffered deception and betrayal at the hands of the church, and she harbored a deep hatred for the church. Therefore, Jenny would undoubtedly be willing to lead the team back to Europe to confront the church. She had always sought revenge for the betrayal suffered by her parents and herself. After leaving Manhattan, the carriage carrying Zhang Tai followed a straight cement path to the edge of a forest on the northern outskirts of the city. Not far from the dense forest lay a very secret camp. That was the headquarters of the GGO sect. Within this dense forest, houses in ancient Viking style stood tall. These buildings blended seamlessly into the surroundings, and if one wasn't familiar with the area, even passing through the forest wouldn't notice anything. Along the streets of this Viking-style complex were marble and white marble sculptures. These sculptures were all commissioned from the virtual world. There were pandas wearing conical hats and carrying large guandao from World of Warcraft, the goddess Rose, whose upper body was a voluptuous woman and lower body was a spider, green-skinned orc warriors, and even transformers, representing the highest achievement of alchemy. Well, these were the deities worshipped by the Zhao sect. Shenma dwarves, elves, goblins, all appeared here one by one. In short, the number of subordinate deities beneath the main deity is quite large. Furthermore, each of these deities has its own distinct role, governing various elements and professions. This number is even greater than the number of Olympian gods in Europe. Of course, the most important is the statue of the main deity, Zhao Hongyu. Whether it was Zhang Tai's prank or something else, the image of a later great figure became the design of Zhao Hongyu's statue. Zhang Tai's carriage slowly entered the Zhao community, where followers in white, black, or red robes began to appear on the streets. The wide cuffs of these followers' robes were embroidered with 3 crescent moons in gold thread, reminiscent of the Umbrella Corporation's mercenary group logo. When ordering these statues and costumes in the virtual world, Chen Zhenbang, the Guardian, actually thought Zhao Hongyu and his companions had switched careers to playing operating systems. Indeed, thanks to the virtual world, just like Zhao Hongyu's real world, there was this new thing called operating systems. Therefore, Zhang Tai's custom-made sculptures and costumes didn't cause much of a stir. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to explain it to Chen Zhenbang. Besides these OS-style sculptures and costumes, Zhang Tai also brought back some bizarre, sharp weapons. He brought back double-edged axes, wind and cloud swords, and wolf fang hammers, weapons that had appeared at anime conventions. Unlike the weapons in anime conventions, these weapons were actually capable of killing. Their sharp blades, striking designs, and postmodern styling immediately captured the attention of the believers. Especially since later generations' metallurgical technology was far superior to that of this era, these weapons became legendary. Well, it was claimed that they were all gifts from the gods. Therefore, nearly every fanatical believer living here carried one of these weapons. Zhang Tai stopped his carriage in front of a statue of Doraemon and stepped out. It's worth noting that, thanks to Zhang Tai and his team's tinkering, Doraemon has become a child god representing innocence and loveliness. Besides that, even the god of fighting and slaughter, the man with 7 scars on his chest, appeared here, complete with his own sculpture. Bidao, master of killing. Nandao, representing war and courage. Well, Kenshiro and Nandao from the manga Fist of the North Star were brought here. However, their deities weren't high-ranking, being low-ranking deities. Even so, they attracted a few followers interested in this profession. When Zhang Tai stepped off the carriage, a figure dressed like the protagonist from the later generation game Assassin's Creed appeared and greeted Zhang Tai respectfully. Seeing this figure, dressed in a white robe, a hood, 2 leather belts, a scimitar dagger hanging from his waist, and a long sword at his back, Zhang Tai felt a surge of pride. Damn, I've mastered anime up to its fullest. Those guys from later generations don't have my skills. The latest chapter of 7 Swords conquers the world. Zhang Tai recognized his identity from his attire. The members of the Inquisition in the Zhao sect. It's undeniable that the Zhao followers' attire is far more stylish than that of the European churches. The Inquisition members' attire is particularly striking. Think about it, if it's a carbon copy of the protagonist's outfit from the later generated game Assassin's Creed. How could it not look good? If such attire were still despised by these 17th century scoundrels, it would be truly unjust. Consider what the members of the Inquisition in the European churches looked like back then. Their attire was practically no different from that of beggars. The neat, beautiful, and handsome Zhao Inquisition is a world apart. When it comes to religious philosophy, everyone, including Zhao Hongyu, believes that packaging is crucial. Precisely because of this philosophy, the attire of the Zhao zealots and the Inquisition members is custom-made and created in the virtual world. Both the style and the material are unique in this era. Only zealots who have passed the test are allowed to wear such attire. Ordinary believers, however, don't enjoy these benefits. This is a kind of rank system, like playing a game. For example, the man before Zhang Tai is currently a commoner. In other words, he has no rank. According to the rules of the Inquisition, only after killing a certain number of enemies for the true god will a rank mark appear on his clothing and his status within the organization rise. Correspondingly, in addition to his status rise, his material resources will also significantly change. Religious faith alone isn't enough. Zhao Hongyu and his team also provide these people with a material foundation. Just like playing a game, they'll constantly experience the thrill of leveling up, becoming addicted. Your Excellency, Administrator, what brings you here today? The Inquisition member was on duty, so he had to ask in a businesslike manner. Zhang Tai nodded. There's a problem on the European continent, so I came to talk to Jenny. I might need to use you soon. The people in the church are getting too extreme, Zhang Tai stated his purpose. Upon hearing that the Inquisition might be called upon, the man standing before Zhang Tai lowered his head, but a glint of excitement shone in his eyes. Yes, those who could enter the Inquisition were all extremely fanatical. They'd had enough of their current, mediocre existence. However, due to the rules above, they were forced to remain like this. In reality, they had long wanted to go to Europe and show those charlatans who claimed to be gods a lesson. Among these fanatical followers of the Zhao, most were Indians and Europeans, not a single Chinese-born, heavenly sword god existed. This was likely because Indians and Europeans of this era had been more exposed to gods and faith, making them more receptive than those with Chinese genetics. The most fanatical among them were those European believers who had originally believed in God but ultimately switched to the Zhao. These Europeans had all been oppressed by the church in Europe, even torn apart by their families. Yet, they had never complained, believing their suffering to be a test from God. They even felt that their current suffering was the result of some fault of their own. But after arriving in America, encountering the Zhao, or Shamjiao, and witnessing the images they presented to them, their worldview completely collapsed. It turned out to be a hoax, a deception dating back 1,000 years. There was no God, no so-called Lord. The members of the church were nothing but liars, driven solely by greed and plunder. Under the guise of God, they oppressed the common people. They prevented them from learning and becoming intelligent, simply to perpetuate this ignorance and exploitation for generations to come. Hatred. Consequently, these people harbored an intense hatred for the church. Their hearts burned with vengeance, eager to return to Europe and destroy the church to avenge their families, children, and wives. The Zhao exploited this vulnerability, recruiting numerous zealots and subjecting them to daily brainwashing. With the addition of Jenny, they recruited even more extreme members from among these individuals and formed the Inquisition. This gave the Zhao a nascent strength to challenge the church. It seems that the religious belief plan Wang Shan proposed to His Highness was indeed a clear plan. Zhang Tai thought to himself as he looked at the young man before him. Led the way. I need to speak with your chief judge right away. Without further ado, the young man from the court respectfully turned and led the way. The court was located behind the temple of Doraemon, the god of children, so it didn't take long for Zhang Tai to reach the gate. After nodding to the young man, Zhang Tai spoke a few words to the guards guarding the door, who quickly went in to report. 3 minutes later, the guards trotted out and led Zhang Tai inside. After arriving at Jenny's office, the first thing Zhang Tai said to Jenny was, "You have work to do. The European Church slandered our main god, and the Inquisition must teach them a lesson." Jenny was writing a training plan. Upon hearing this, she raised her head and looked at Zhang Tai seriously and asked, "How many people do we need to go to Europe, and who is our target?" Zhang Tai did not answer her question. Instead, he looked at her deeply and said, "This time, I plan to set aside 3 places for body resurrection and reward them to those members of the Inquisition who have made outstanding contributions. This is the biggest reward I can give before I recover my divine power." Jenny stared at Zhang Tai with wide eyes in shock. She could feel the extent of Zhang Tai's anger from this reward. Chapter 555, Dark Clouds. Zhang Tai offered a generous reward, 3 resurrections. Jenny could imagine how excited his subordinates would be if they were told of such a reward. Most of them had lost family members. Now presented with such an opportunity, how could they not seize it and risk their lives? This alone clearly showed that the church had truly irritated Zhang Tai. It was unknown how these frauds who had created false gods had managed to irritate the still struggling true god to such an extent. Jenny silently mourned for the frauds, for she could imagine they would face a disastrous end. In front of the true god, the false gods were powerless. "What do you want me to do?" Jenny asked respectfully. Zhang Tai sat on the sofa in Jenny's office and said to her with a stern face, "You are traveling to Europe with the artifacts. We have several concessions there and have agreements with Portugal and France, so you will live in them." Jenny asked curiously, "My lord, why do we have to live in the concessions? Aren't you sending us to Europe to assassinate those blasphemers?" Jenny was a little confused. Zhang Tai shook his head. "There are so many people in the church, can you kill them all? Even if you kill a few high-ranking officials, they will still select others to become the new leaders. The foundation of the church is the millions of depressed believers across Europe who have been deceived by them. We must strike the church at its root and let the believers see their true colors. Only in this way can we make those scammers in the church realize their power and make them afraid and terrified. Zhang Tai raised his right hand and waved it, speaking loudly. I don't believe in using the artifact to expose the true face of the church. Those European believers won't believe what they've witnessed unless the church can provide evidence to refute it. Alice, a liar is a liar, and they can't refute it. Jenny understood Zhang Tai's plan. It wasn't about assassinating anyone, but rather returning to Europe with the artifact to spread the Zhao faith and expose the true face of the church so that European believers would know exactly what the church is. As Zhang Tai had said, assassinating a few high-ranking church officials wouldn't have much impact on the church's rule. After all, they could simply select a few priests from the various dioceses to replace the deceased. After all, priests were plentiful across Europe. However, using the artifact to expose the church's true face would be a huge threat to the church. It would shake the very foundation of the church's rule and its ability to fool the people. That was the real killer. Even Jenny had to admit that the images within the artifact had a truly powerful impact on people's minds. Faced with these artifacts, the church had no power to resist. Therefore, Jenny believed that once they reached Europe, they could easily recruit a group of believers and undermine the church's prestige. At this time, Zhang Tai's voice rang out again, don't hide your identities when you go to Europe. You are believers of the true God. You don't have to be like the priests and pastors of the church, spreading your faith in secret, like rats and insects in the sewers. Jenny deeply agreed with Zhang Tai's description. She despised the actions of the priests and pastors who had rioted last year. Believers of a false god were just believers of a false god, even their methods were so despicable. This was Jenny's assessment. However, because our divine power has not yet recovered, I cannot use it to protect you for the time being. For your safety, I can only let you live in the concession, and the military there will provide you with protection. So, that was Zhang Tai's consideration. Having them live in the concession after Jenny and her group left for Europe was for their own safety. This was far superior to the church. The church didn't care about the safety of people like them. They prioritized success on every mission, and didn't care how many people died. But things were different in America. While they were both issuing missions, they prioritized the safety of their believers. Comparing them, Jenny immediately understood the true nature of the American Zhao and the European Church of God. We've eliminated many of the church's false missionaries, and they'll undoubtedly harbor resentment. Therefore, I have to consider your safety. If you travel to Europe, the church will undoubtedly seek opportunities to harm you. Therefore, for the time being, living in the concession will keep you safe. It will also help you spread the faith to the Portuguese and French people within the concession, and uncover the church's true nature as a fraud. Once you have a few believers, it will be easier to leave the concession. Zhang Tai gradually unpacked his thoughts to Jenny. The clever Jenny understood Zhang Tai's intentions with a quick second's consideration, so she nodded in agreement. Zhang Tai's instructions were, after all, for their safety. Jenny was no stranger to discerning good from evil. In reality, their departure, blatantly under the banner of the Zhao, would undoubtedly prove extremely dangerous. This is because the church is extremely exclusive, embracing and promoting uniqueness. If such a foreign Zhao were to arrive in Europe, the church would undoubtedly strike hard. Therefore, initially residing within the concession would ensure their safety. If the church members attempted to threaten them, they would first need to rely on the concession's military protection. Furthermore, to prevent the destruction of the sacred artifact, setting up their location within the concession was a necessary measure. In short, operating within the concession would greatly enhance safety, guaranteeing the safety of Jenny and the others and making it more difficult for the church to sabotage them. This presented a single disadvantage for Jenny and the others' activities on the European continent. Of course, Zhang Tai's considerations were also driven by the thorny situation in Portugal and France. He had no choice but to deploy Jenny and the others there to quickly mitigate the impact of the church rumors and help stabilize the situation in both countries. If the situation in Portugal and France couldn't be stabilized, then if unrest among the lower classes in Portugal and France threatened to disrupt the war against the church's military forces, leading to their defeat, things would be disastrous. The Song Empire didn't want to stand by and watch the church's military clique defeat Portugal and France. For the Song Empire, continued chaos in Europe was in its best interests. Therefore, The empire needed Portugal and France to maintain their opposition to the church's military clique and maintain civil stability. The more chaotic Europe, the greater the benefit to the empire. Furthermore, the empire would have ample time to develop domestically and seize other European colonies. All of this took time. Therefore, Europe had to remain in chaos, distracting European powers from focusing on colonies. If the European war dragged on for a few years, the empire would be able to develop. By then, even if the war on the European continent was over, they would look back and find that the colonies they had established during the early age of exploration had all changed hands. Outside of Europe and the Mediterranean, they would no longer be able to achieve anything. This was Zhao Hongao and Zhang Tai's plan. But now, the church's rumor has had a significant impact on Portugal and France. It's also causing unrest among the lower classes of both countries, a highly dangerous situation. After all, the very foundation of war is soldiers, recruited entirely from the people. If the people panic, how can military morale be stable? Unstable military morale can lead to many unexpected events. Portugal and France are holding on now because they have a steady stream of loans and supplies from the Americas, otherwise, their soldiers would have mutinied. Even so, the empire must carefully consider the situation and make a decisive decision. Portugal and France cannot afford to lose. They absolutely cannot be defeated by the church's military clique. The reason is simple: if Portugal and France are defeated, and the church's military clique seizes their territory, their power will be greatly enhanced. Restore the Spanish Empire, that's just a nice-sounding statement. If Portugal and France were truly defeated, they would surely forget all about it. How could they possibly give up their occupied territory again? Obviously, this was unlikely. By then, the territories of Portugal, France, and Spain would undoubtedly become new territories for the Church and the Habsburg states. Having occupied such a vast territory, they only needed to rest for a period before turning back to attack the Protestant coalition, which would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Furthermore, if they defeated the Protestant coalition, it could be said that all of Europe would be under the control of the Habsburgs and the Church. They would then unite all of Europe's military might to attack the Americas, which would also be a problem for the Americas. Therefore, Zhang Tai absolutely would not allow Portugal and France to be defeated. Such a situation could not be allowed to occur. After listening to Zhang Tai's words, Jenny nodded. Okay, I'll get ready and select some personnel. Zhang Tai then instructed Jenny on some precautions and how she should operate within the concession. He also gave her a list of intelligence personnel in the concession, hoping to gain intelligence support from them. The rumors created by the church were spreading throughout Europe. The Americas were not willing to be outdone and were preparing to strike back. The skies of the European continent were covered with layers of dense haze. Chapter 556 Leaving San Francisco. As dark clouds gathered over Europe and the Americas plotted counterattacks, Zhao Hongao, near the west coast of the continent, had completed his mission to the Kuk tribe and returned to camp. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Shen and his men had already established their temporary camp. With that, Zhao Hongao was about to embark on his journey eastward. That day, Zhao Hongao had made his preparations, leaving the Marines with Wang Shen and heading east with only 800 guards. On the coast, he and Wang Shen had a final conversation. The Kuk tribe has already agreed. They're willing to exchange furs and gold for various supplies. Of course, I think they prefer gold, as it's just stone to them. After his visit to the Kuk tribe, Zhao Hongao had a better understanding of the tribe, and we need to build good relations with the Kuk tribe. We'll need them in many areas in the future. Think about the Mohegan tribe. We could integrate the Kuk tribe into our ranks. We need population, and Indians would be fine. I've learned from them that there are nearly 1 million Indians in this area. Wang Shen nodded at Zhao Honggao's reminder. Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do. Zhao Honggao was certainly confident in Wang Shen. After all, Wang Shen was his closest confidant. If the Indians can be assimilated, that would be great. After all, if Ming Dynasty immigrants arrive here and form cliques, it wouldn't be good for us. Zhao Honggao took a long-term view. Upon hearing this, Wang Shen took Zhao Honggao's concerns to heart. Okay, I'll spare you the nagging. You need to speed up construction. I estimate you'll be welcoming a large influx of immigrants by the beginning of next spring. I don't want your construction to be finished by the time the immigrants arrive. Wang Shen once again promised to expedite construction and build enough housing to accommodate them before they arrive. Let's use this year to have the genetically engineered soldiers cultivate the land. That way, when the immigrants arrive, they can start farming right away, and we'll have a shorter harvest time, right?" Wang Shan nodded repeatedly in agreement. The little girl, Anais, had already arrived on shore in a small boat and settled into a makeshift wooden house. Zhao Hongyu playfully winked at Wang Shan. "Be nice to her. She's still young. Don't be too aggressive at night." Wang Shan's face flushed red at Zhao Hongyu's teasing, and his movements became a little timid. "Your Highness. Your Highness, what are you talking about?" Just kidding." Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and patted Wang Shan on the shoulder. "Then I'll leave. Everything here is in your hands." With that, Zhao Hongyu jumped onto the boat and began to sail towards the flagship in the distance. "Ans is so young. How could I be such a scumbag? It's just a kiss at most. I won't do anything too extreme." Wang Shan stood on the shore, muttering to himself as he watched the boat go by. Yes, Emma is older than Annie's, but Zhao Hongyu hasn't touched her in 2 years. Given his example, is Wang Shan really that insolent? Therefore, even though he and Annie's have established a relationship and are now about to start living together, there are some things Wang Shan won't do that are too extreme. The reason is simple. Annie's is too young. Even if Annie's is willing, Wang Shan won't do it in good conscience. Because the damage to the girl's body would be too great. Wang Shan couldn't bear to let her suffer serious harm for his own fleeting pleasure. Of course, with Zhao Hongyu's example before him, his subordinates had to learn from him, right? The lower-class citizens in Manhattan could do such things, but those at the top couldn't be so cruel. "Honey, what are you standing there for? Come back quickly, I've made dinner." Just as Wang Shan watched the boat sail away, a crisp voice came from behind him. He turned and saw Anais waving at him from the doorway of the cabin. The girl was wearing a black lace dress, black leather shoes, and her long golden hair flowed down, looking adorable. "Oh, here you are." Wang Shan saw Anais, a subtle smile of happiness spreading across his face, and he walked towards the cabin. "Today's dinner is toast and sauerkraut and sausage stew." Anais stood at the doorway and loudly announced the dinner. Wang Shan's expression shifted, but he still managed a smile as he approached Anais. The resting genets around him all smiled knowingly at Anais's call. They all knew Anais's cooking was truly terrible. Hey, the toast must be burnt black, and the sauerkraut and sausage stew. With this thought in mind, Wang Shan entered the cabin, followed by Anais, who followed him inside and closed the door. What is this? Burnt rocks? Honey, this is heartwarming toast. So, don't you like Anais? I do. If you like me, then eat it. Ouch, my teeth. Honey, eat slowly. I know I'm a good cook, but you don't have to be so happy you cry. The genets outside looked puzzled. Perhaps this was also happiness? Who knows? The only person involved, Wang Shan, could tell. But the question was, what would Wang Shan say? Only God knew. Regardless, the happiness that always graced Wang Shan's face was undeniable. Perhaps Wang Shan considered this happiness. Anais, aside from her meager cooking skills, was actually quite good in every other way. Well, of course, aside from her obsession with showing off her culinary skills, she was actually a truly good girl. First, let Wang Shan observe a moment of silence. Because the rest of his life would be a hellish experience, subjected to Anais's devilish cooking. Ugh. It didn't take long before waves of nausea, like vomiting, began to emanate from the cabin. The genetics outside scattered with strange expressions, and soon the shore fell silent. Aside from the relentless crash of waves on the beach and the hum of the sea breeze, only the sound of ugh echoed. 72 warships began hoisting their sails. 20 of them had already detached from the fleet and were heading southwest. These 20 ships had a different destination, the still undiscovered Australia. According to Zhao Hongyu and Wang Shan's plan, these 20 ships were to reach Australia and establish 20 fortresses there. At that time, it could be declared that Australia belonged to the Empire. Although Australia couldn't be developed at that time, it was still possible to declare sovereignty first. As for the supply of materials to Australia, Wang Shan in San Francisco could figure it out. After all, for an empire with a warship equipped with an engine, this wouldn't be difficult. On the Sea King, Zhao Hongyu was already sitting on the upper deck of the stern loft. The dusk breeze was blowing. Emma and Sarah sat around Zhao Hongyu. Emma asked curiously, "Wang Shan and Anais have stayed. I feel so sorry for Wang Shan. I shudder at the thought of Anais's horrible cooking skills." "Sarah, standing nearby, heard Emma mention Anais's cooking skills and a look of fear crossed her face. It was clear that both women, one big and one small, knew the horror of Anais's cooking. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said, "This is Wang Shan's fate. Let's not worry about him. Maybe he even enjoys it." "It's all fate." Despite his words, Sarah and Emma looked as if they were gloating. "But why is Anais's cooking so terrible? You've never told me about it before." Zhao Hongyu had also tasted Anais's terrifying cooking skills, and every thought of it left a lingering fear. So, he turned to Sarah and asked. Sarah gave a wry smile and said, "I didn't know her cooking was so terrible. After all, I've never had her cooking before. I guess Anais is learning to cook so she can show off to the man she loves, Wang Shan." Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and patted his chest. "Luckily, you two don't have such terrible cooking skills, otherwise I'd be screwed." Emma wouldn't be like that. Emma grills delicious meats, and she even makes delicious grilled mushrooms. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Emma quickly said that her cooking skills were excellent and definitely not as terrible as Anais's. After all, for an Indian girl, her cooking skills were crucial to her marriage. If word got out more about her poor cooking skills, she would be laughed at by the other Indians. Emma didn't want to be laughed at, so she had to point it out. Seeing Emma's earnest expression, Zhao Hongyu nodded repeatedly. Yes, Emma's cooking is excellent. She's not at all as terrible as Anais. I know that." After receiving Zhao Hongyu's acknowledgement, Emma finally smiled. "You know, Emma really cares about being a good wife." Sarah looked at Emma's childish reaction and simply smiled dotingly. Then she walked over and sat next to her, putting her arm around her shoulders. "Dear, how long will it take us to reach the east?" Sarah asked. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 557, Osaka Inland Sea's Cry for Help. Traveling from San Francisco to the east, at the speed of sailing ships of the era, would take at least 3 months. The Pacific voyage was quite long. However, Zhao Hongyu's warship was equipped with propellers and engines, so it certainly wouldn't take that long. Therefore, it would only take a month to reach the east from San Francisco. "A month, my personal estimate," Zhao Hongyu replied, roughly estimating when Sarah asked him. "This is my first time traveling from the Pacific to the east, so I can't give you a detailed number." Sarah nodded silently after hearing this. "Is the east really a golden country as described in the travelogue?" Sarah asked again. "A golden country? Bullshit. This is complete bullshit." Zhao Hongyu grumbled inwardly, but then he thought seriously and replied to Sarah, "That's unrealistic. The East is richer than Europe, but it's not as teeming with gold and spices as described in travelogues. Those descriptions are a bit exaggerated. Don't take them at face value." Sarah, of course, believed Zhao Hongyu's words, because he was her little man. "Oh, so that's how it is," Sarah said, a little disappointed. However, she had never seen what the East was really like, so she still had some hope. Zhao Hongyu, noticing Sarah's disappointment, said, "Of course, don't be so disappointed. The East is actually cleaner than Europe, and there are many cities with populations over 1 million. And before we reach the East, we have to visit a country that's indeed rich in gold and silver. It's not wrong to call it the land of gold or silver." The country Zhao Hongyu was referring to was Japan. With its vast gold and silver deposits, Japan had no shortage of gold and silver. It was precisely because of Japan's presence that the mainland's gold and silver shortages were greatly alleviated. Especially during the late Ming Dynasty, the gold and silver the Ming Dynasty received from Japan accounted for nearly 70% of its domestic production, demonstrating the sheer abundance of gold and silver in Japan. During this era, not only Japan, but also Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese merchant ships, the world's gold and silver were converging towards the Ming Dynasty. By the early Qing Dynasty, it could be said that all the world's gold and silver was flowing eastward. This was a truly terrifying phenomenon. Logically, with so much gold and silver in the East should have been a powerful nation, but in reality, this was not the case. The political system in the East was completely different from that in Europe. The Ming Dynasty's powerful literati, seeking to monopolize trade, deceived their superiors and subordinates, allowing all the gold and silver to flow into their own pockets. The influx of gold and silver into the East did not benefit the ancient empire at all. Instead, the imperial court was desperately short of money, even forcing them to issue military pay. Another unfortunate aspect of the Orientals was that, after earning gold and silver, they were quick to spend it. Their greatest passion was to hoard it or bury it underground. As a result, the gold and silver that flowed into the Ming dynasty practically remained largely uncirculated. Without the proper circulation of gold and silver, their function was lost. Furthermore, wealth was concentrated in the hands of a few, exacerbating the Ming dynasty's financial constraints. With a small minority controlling 90% of the wealth, ordinary people were unable to reap the benefits of commerce and were even further impoverished. In reality, the Ming dynasty's downfall was largely the fault of the scholar officials. However, since history was written by these scholars, they naturally avoided recording this event, and thus the Zhou family bore the brunt of the Ming dynasty's fall. However, this was not the case. The truth was that the greed of Ming officials and scholars led to the collapse of the vast empire. Without them, the rise of the Great Qing and its invasion of the Central Plains would have been impossible. Furthermore, officials and merchants of this era even colluded with the Great Qing to profit, selling anything they dared not. After the Great Qing gained control of the Central Plains, the imperial merchants it bestowed upon them were former Ming officials and merchants. It was precisely their betrayal of the Ming dynasty's interests that gave the Great Qing the capital to spy on the world. Even ironware, which the imperial court had banned, was freely available to officials at court and border commanders. Clearly, these Ming officials were not as upright as depicted in history books. Resisting his wandering thoughts, Zhao Hongyu fixed his gaze on Sarah. Even if I tell you so much now, you won't understand. You need to see it for yourself to truly understand the realities of the East. Zhao Hongyu felt a pang of dejection as he considered the situation within the Ming dynasty at this time. I've gotten a little information from Master Wang and the others. It seems the Ming dynasty has been in turmoil in recent years. Floods and droughts have occurred every year for the past 5 years, and as a result, many people have become bankrupt. Zhao Hongyu pondered for a moment and decided to tell Sarah about it beforehand, to prevent her from being overwhelmed by disappointment after finally seeing the real Ming dynasty. Of course, that also depended on where Zhao Hongyu was taking her. If they were to places like Nanning, Yangzhou, or Beijing, Sarah would definitely not be disappointed. These places were known for their extravagance and wealth, home to many wealthy people. In such cities, Sarah would definitely experience the true meaning of extravagance and lavish spending. Therefore, these places would definitely not disappoint her. Unless Zhao Hongyu was deliberately taking Sarah to cities filled with disaster victims and bankrupts fleeing famine. Emma wasn't particularly interested. She thought the East was likely similar to Europe, and the cities might even be filled with stench and disgusting. Therefore, her main purpose was to see the new environment and its surroundings, broaden her horizons. The young girl's purpose was completely different from Sarah's. It's getting late, let's have dinner. Emma glanced around, seemingly quite chatty. Seeing Zhao Hongyu and Sarah's endless chatter, she interrupted them. Zhao Hongyu glanced at the sky and saw that the sun had already set below the sea level. Stars were already appearing in the sky. Gurgle. Just then, Zhao Hongyu's stomach rumbled. Oh, yes, it's getting late. Let's finish dinner. After dinner, I'll tell you a story about a fat man called the Interstellar Farmer. Before arriving in San Francisco, Zhao Hongyu had been telling them stories, mostly about the future. During their stay in San Francisco, Zhao Hongyu had been staying ashore, so he hadn't told Emma and Sarah stories in a few days. Upon hearing that Zhao Hongyu was going to tell them a new story, Emma cheered with joy. Sarah was still a little unaccustomed to Zhao Hongyu's style of telling stories, but that didn't stop her from finding them quite entertaining. Besides, long sea voyages were full of conversation, and thanks to Zhao Hongyu's stories, Emma and Sarah finally had something to keep them occupied. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how she'd spend her days chatting at sea. Dividing line. In the Osaka Inland Sea, Japan, fisherman Noguchi Zazo was fishing about 3 nautical miles from shore. God, please help me. If we don't catch any fish today, we'll starve. Noguchi Zazo was having a rough day. They'd been out fishing since this morning and hadn't caught any fish. If he didn't catch anything today, he'd definitely starve. Noguchi Zazo wore a tattered, Japanese-style men's blouse with sleeves, but he didn't wear pants. Instead, he covered his private parts with a crotch-covered trouser, a typical Japanese fisherman's attire. Noguchi's skin was very dark, evidently the result of years of fishing at sea and the intense sunlight. Noguchi Zazo's fishing boat wasn't large, just a small sampan. But it was his most valuable asset. As a fisherman, Iguchi Zazo considered his life quite good. At least, better than those humble farmers. While he toiled, he could still eat fish and some seafood. But the farmers couldn't quite get by. Most of the food they produced had to be given to their masters, and the little that remained barely filled their stomachs. And as for meat, he couldn't even think of it. Therefore, Iguchi Zazo always considered himself extremely fortunate to be a fisherman. Now that the world was at peace and the Tokugawa shogunate had been established, the chaotic era of war was over. He was truly grateful to live in this era, rather than the warring states period of decades ago. Iguchi sighed as he gathered his nets. The nets were empty, leaving him with deep disappointment. He had no idea what had happened today. He hadn't seen a single fish since this morning. Had his luck run out? A bitter taste welled up in Iguchi's stomach. Just then, Iguchi Zazo suddenly noticed a small black speck on the distant horizon. He raised his right hand, placed it on his forehead, and examined it carefully. Could it be a pirate? Iguchi felt a little uneasy. While the Tokugawa family had finally taken control of Japan, with their rise to power, many frustrated or defeated samurai and daimyo fled to the Ming dynasty or became pirates. These individuals became the main force in the pirate organizations fighting between Ming and Japan. The Ming dynasty's vast coastline was frequently attacked by pirates, and Japan was no exception. Things were better in the past, as pirates had some discipline. However, in recent years, the two major pirate leaders, Zhang Ziling and Li Xiong, had been vying for supremacy at sea, and the conflict inevitably spread to Japan. Zhang Ziling's fleet would periodically invade Japan, because Japan was Li Xiong's territory. Not to be outdone, Li Xiong would periodically attack Taiwan, Macau, and other territories, causing Zhang Ziling considerable pain. Consequently, the Ming people and Japanese fishermen living along the coast had become accustomed to this. In short, they knew that if they encountered pirates, they would simply flee. It was a seagoing vessel. But judging by its outline, this vessel didn't look like the type pirates would operate. As a fisherman making a living at sea, Iguchi Zazen had seen many seagoing vessels. He had seen Ming dynasty naval warships, Japanese pirate ironclads, and even Dutch, Spanish, and Portuguese warships. But the warship he observed this time seemed larger than anything he had ever seen, and its speed was also very high. In such a precarious situation, Iguchi Zazen decided to return to shore as quickly as possible. It was the only way to save his life. Regardless of the opposing faction, he could no longer fish here. But, perhaps it was some kind of heavenly prank. The once clear sky suddenly became overcast, and a torrential downpour began to fall. The weather changed faster than a child. Along with the torrential downpour came gusts of howling wind. This put Iguchi Zazo in a difficult position. His boat, just a small dinghy, was in dire straits in such conditions. Especially in the pouring rain, visibility was extremely low. Under the gloomy sky and the looming dark clouds, Iguchi Zazo climbed down from his small fishing boat, which was swaying precariously with the waves. Now, Iguchi Zazo had no energy to pay attention to the warships approaching in the distance. His only concern was to stay in the boat and save his life. After all, they were at sea. If the boat capsized, there was no chance of survival. Therefore, at this moment, Iguchi Zazo didn't notice the strange warships appearing behind him, rapidly approaching. Had he seen them, he would have been horrified. The speed of these warships was completely beyond his comprehension. Furthermore, the sea was thick with dark clouds, and the wind was completely wrong. A normal warship couldn't possibly sail this way in such a wind, because it was a headwind. Unfortunately, Iguchi Zazo didn't see any of this. Whoosh! A gust of wind roared up again, bringing with it a high wave. Iguchi Zazo, who had been praying to the gods for protection, was suddenly engulfed in a huge cloud, and even his fishing boat was exposed. Help! When Iguchi Zazo emerged from the water, he found that his small fishing boat had been carried away by the waves. Just then, a huge warship passed right by where Iguchi Zazo was floating. Iguchi Zazo didn't care anymore and shouted at the top of his lungs. It seems like someone is shouting for help. A Jin man who was checking the cables on the deck vaguely heard Iguchi Zazo's cry for help and turned to ask his companions if they heard it. Chapter 550 A Jin People's Onlookers. After nearly 2 months of sailing across the Pacific, Zhao Hongyu and his 52 warships finally arrived in Japan, a country to the east. Originally, Zhao Hongyu had 72 warships under his command when he departed Manhattan. However, after arriving in San Francisco and leaving Wangshan there to build a city to welcome immigrants, Zhao Hongyu allocated 20 warships to search for an Australia. This reduced his fleet to 52 ships. Even so, it was still a significant number. Land sighted ahead, the fleet sailed steadily across the sea when a sailor on the mast observation tower shouted loudly. His cry caused a stir among the people. Indeed, life at sea was truly unbearable. Although their lives were better than those of their European contemporaries, they still longed for the comforts of land. After all, life on board was much more difficult than on land. Furthermore, due to the cramped space and limited supplies, the living conditions were harsh. Europeans of the same era, on long-distance voyages, would typically begin to consume spoiled drinking water and rotting food mid-voyage. Furthermore, they had to endure filthy ship cabins and the potential for scurvy. But Zhao Hongyu was different. He possessed extraordinary tools that prevented him from enduring the same miserable conditions at sea as his European contemporaries. To prevent scurvy, Zhao Hongyu would occasionally distribute fresh fruit to everyone. He also provided effervescent tablets rich in vitamin B, which everyone could soak in water to replenish essential nutrients. The drinking water was all clean mineral water, and the food was incredibly fresh. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu's fleet's voyages would be completely free of the same challenges faced by Europeans. However, there was a certainty of a fight. Zhao Hongyu, Emma, and Sarah, who were in the captain's cabin, had also heard the commotion on deck. So, Zhao Hongyu led them out. "What's going on? Why are you making such a fuss?" Zhao Hongyu, emerging from the ship, saw the excited smiles on the faces of the genetically modified sailors and, bewildered, pulled one over and asked, "Your Highness, we've spotted land ahead," the genetically modified sailor replied with a respectful bow upon seeing Zhao Hongyu. "Oh, land ahead? That's great news. It means we've reached the east." Zhao Hongyu smiled upon hearing the genetically modified sailor's words. Actually, Zhao Hongyu was getting a little bored on the ship. At that moment, the sailor, who had been keeping watch on the mast, shouted at the top of his voice, "Attention everyone! Dark clouds are appearing ahead. It could be a typhoon. Everyone, check the ropes and other items on board immediately and be prepared." As the sailor finished his words, everyone rushed to the deck to look ahead. As the lookout had predicted, a dark, swirling cloud appeared at the end of the once clear blue sky and quickly swept over. The conditions at sea can be truly unpredictable. One moment, the sky was clear and blue, the next, a violent storm could erupt. There will be strong winds and heavy rain. Let's go in. We're expecting rough seas. Zhao Hongyu, having already sailed 2 long-distance voyages, was no stranger to the sea. So, when he saw the dark clouds rolling in from the distant horizon, he wasn't overly shocked. Instead, he calmly invited Sarah and Emma into the captain's cabin. Soon, dark clouds enveloped the entire sky, darkening it. Soon, amidst a growing wind, large raindrops began to fall with a clattering sound. The downpour was so intense that visibility was extremely low. Consequently, the fleet was forced to slow down, slowly heading towards the land they could see. "Help!" Suddenly, a cry for help rang out. On the swaying deck, the genetic soldiers were busy checking the cables and sails. The 2 genetic sailors closest to the deck railing heard it most clearly. To be honest, in such a violent storm, a shout wouldn't necessarily be heard clearly. However, Iguchi Zazo, caught in the sea and in a precarious situation, had shouted with all his might to stay alive. He was simply trying to save his own skin. When their lives are threatened, people often unleash their full potential. This was exactly what happened to Iguchi Zazo now. "Look! Someone's fallen overboard over there." 2 genetically modified sailors leaned over the railing, surveying the low-visibility sea. Soon, they spotted Iguchi Zazo floating on the surface. Perhaps it was his fate, as the genetically modified sailors pulled the unfortunate creature from the sea. However, Iguchi Zazo's face was pale, his lips were ashen, and he was shaking like he was having the fits. It was clear he was terrified after falling into the water. It was understandable, as Iguchi Zazo truly believed he was drowning. The boat capsized, and he fell into the sea. Common sense would have proven he would not survive. After all, they were still 2 or 3 miles from the coast, making it impossible for him to swim back. Furthermore, the wind and waves were so strong, and there was a violent storm. The Sea King swayed constantly, rising and falling with the waves. Waves crashed against the ship, splashing seawater onto the deck. Hearing that a drowning person had been rescued, the geneticists gathered. Honestly, everyone wanted to see who had the misfortune to fall into the sea, and also to learn something about the rescued person, and to determine their current location. A Japanese? As the geneticists gathered, they immediately saw through Eguchi Zazo's identity. A long-sleeved Japanese-style tunic with a white loincloth underneath, typical Japanese attire. Many of the geneticists' eyes flashed with a fierce gleam, as well as contempt and disdain. Even the two genetically engineered sailors who had rescued Eguchi Zazo were now filled with anguish. Shit. It's Japanese. If they'd known it was a Japanese, they wouldn't have rescued him. But now they'd saved him, were they really going to throw him back in? Zhao Hongayu's geneticists had all been subjected to the radical brainwashing of Wang Shen and his men. It was fair to say they were essentially angry young men. They held little regard for Europeans or Japanese. They had no regard for Ming officials, nor for the Qing dynasty itself. Therefore, Eguchi Zazo felt a tinge of resentment. Trembling, he surveyed his rescuers. Their attire didn't seem like Ming people, but rather resembled southern barbarians, though their attire was even more flamboyant. Furthermore, they couldn't be from Southeast Asia, as they were all built tall and strong, unlike the smaller, skinnier people of Southeast Asia. Although Eguchi Zazo was a fisherman, he lived in Osaka, Japan's largest foreign port at the time. He would occasionally go to Osaka to sell his sea fish, and thus he had met many foreigners. Therefore, Eguchi Zazo knew something about the foreigners who went to Japan. However, the people who saved him today were completely different from the foreigners he knew. You might say they were not famous people, but judging from their spirits, they had the pride of the people of the Ming dynasty, which could not be imitated. As an Osaka native, he really understood this. Of the foreigners who traveled to Japan, the Southeast Asians looked wretched, while the southern barbarians were nice people, but they seemed very insecure. Only the people of the Ming dynasty could radiate the spirit of the Celestial Empire in their bones. This little Japanese with bow legs is looking at us with his green eyes. When Eguchi Zazo looked at the genetic sailors, the genetic sailors were also looking at Eguchi Zazo. Honestly, Eguchi Zazo's appearance was rather ungainly, and coupled with the unique cultural atmosphere of the island nation, he possessed a certain sleazy air. If one had to describe Eguchi Zazo's likeness, it would be that he resembled a rat. A rat's most distinctive features are its round eyes and pointed mouth. This guy is so stupid, truly an uncivilized Japanese. The geneticists began to criticize Eguchi Zazo. Many Japanese of this era interacted with the Ming people, and thus could speak fluent Ming dialect. Speaking Ming dialect was fashionable and popular in Japan, signifying status and position. Unfortunately, Eguchi Zazo couldn't speak it, as he was just a lowly fisherman. So, as the geneticists chattered and criticized him, Eguchi Zazo could only stare blankly, unresponsive. After a long moment, Eguchi Zazo realized the error of his ways. If it weren't for these people, whose nation was unclear, who rescued him, he would have perished at sea. His own death wouldn't be a big deal, but what about his sister-in-law? She'd starve. A sister-in-law was a term for the poor in Japan during this era. Men without money would marry their younger sisters. Of course, given that this era might be a different time and space, and the butterfly effect, it's no surprise that the Japanese are even more despicable. Thinking of this, Eguchi Zazo quickly knelt on the deck, bowed respectfully, and began to babble in Japanese. "Thank you all for saving me." Eguchi Zazo is deeply grateful. Unfortunately, the genetic people couldn't understand his words. After all, they weren't as powerful as their own prince, who possessed language skills. So, seeing Eguchi Zazo kneel on the deck and speak so eloquently, the genetic sailors all exchanged glances. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 559, Nanny. How could this happen? In the end, the geneticist sailors decided to bring Eguchi Zazo to Zhao Hongyu. After all, their highness possessed a language plugin, so by bringing Eguchi Zazo to his presence, wouldn't that allow them to communicate? As for how his highness would deal with this guy, that was his highness's problem. So, the geneticists finally hurriedly lifted Eguchi Zazo up, and the bosun came to Zhao Hongyu's captain's room and opened the door. "Your Highness, we rescued a Japanese at sea." Zhao Hongyu, who was in the captain's room, feeling the sea shaking, was stunned when he heard the bosun shout from outside. A Japanese, rescued at sea, how could that be possible? Bring him in." With this thought in mind, Zhao Hongyu spoke. At this moment, Sarah and Emma were sitting beside Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu had no intention of letting them leave. Instead, he ordered the Japanese to be brought in. Then, turning to Emma and Sarah, he said, "I think the country ahead of us is Japan. The sailors just said they rescued a Japanese. You might want to see them first." Emma was very interested in seeing people outside her tribe. Sarah, on the other hand, was also very interested in the people of Eastern countries. So, when Zhao Hongyu finished speaking, Emma and Sarah nodded, straightened their clothes, and sat there demurely, waiting for the sailors to bring in the so-called Japanese to see them. Soon, Iguchi Zazo was carried into the captain's room by the Jin people, accompanied by a dozen or so unfriendly guards. Puff! Is that a rat? Zhao Hongyu almost burst out laughing when he saw Iguchi Zazo's appearance. He looked so much like a rat. Even Emma and Sarah, upon seeing Iguchi Zazo, stared wide-eyed, as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Iguchi Zazo, fell overboard during a storm. I was rescued by your crew. I am truly grateful. Iguchi Zazo knelt respectfully, his hands placed before his forehead, resting on the floor. Earlier, when Iguchi Zazo was carried in by the Genetarians, he had been struck by the opulence of the captain's cabin. Then, upon seeing the sturdy guards filing in, he suddenly thought, could it be that the one who rescued me was a noble or a lord? Therefore, thinking of these people, Iguchi Zazo became even more respectful. He didn't even dare to look at Zhao Hongyu, or at Sarah and Emma beside him. Indeed, looking directly at the nobles was a sign of great courtesy, but also a sign of contempt and defiance. If a daimyo were to observe someone reacting in this way, he would immediately have his samurai dispatch the individual. Even children in Japan knew this rule. Therefore, following this rule, Iguchi Zazo remained obedient, not daring to do anything beyond the pale. Iguchi Zazo? After hearing Iguchi Zazo's surname, Zhao Hongyu's face lit up with a slightly lewd smile, though he hid it well, unnoticed by Sarah and Emma. Zhao Hongyu smiled and told the surrounding geneticist guards, "I've heard the origins of Japanese surnames are quite interesting. Because this country suffered frequent wars and many people died, there were more boys than girls. To encourage childbirth, the country's leaders enacted a rule." This sarcastic joke Zhao Hongyu made was actually quite common in later generations. The geneticists, whose virtual world resembled the one Zhao Hongyu had traveled to, were naturally well aware of the joke. So, when Zhao Hongyu told this sarcastic joke, the guards' lips curled up, and their eyes, as they looked at Iguchi Zazo, who was still prostrating respectfully on the ground, were tinged with a hint of amusement. "So, I think the name Jinkao Zao-sen makes sense to me. This guy's mother had sex with men 3 times at the well, giving birth to him. Or maybe he's the 3rd child his mother had while having sex at the well." Zhao Hongyu's explanation, based on a theory, made the geneticists laugh inwardly. However, they had to maintain a calm demeanor, which was truly painful for them to endure. Emma and Sarah had studied Mandarin in Manhattan, so they understood a bit. However, while they did understand, they struggled with many of the meanings. This wasn't surprising, given the vast and profound nature of Chinese. Therefore, for people like Emma and Sarah, who had only studied Chinese for a little over a year, being able to understand a bit was considered a good thing. In Manhattan, the widespread use of Mandarin had become a trend and a fashion. For Europeans living in Manhattan, if they wanted to truly integrate into the Song Empire, they had to learn the local language. Only by learning the language could they better communicate with the locals. Therefore, many geneticists took advantage of this trend and opened Mandarin classes. Even Professor Liu, far away in Ontario, had his boss open a Mandarin school called New Oriental Language Learning Base and even applied for name registration. Fortunately, this was the 17th century, so Professor Liu didn't have to worry about any trouble. But perhaps this old man had learned from Wang Shen and the others, or perhaps it was simply a matter of time, but he'd also developed a taste for copycats. This meant that the Song Empire not only had Langxiang Technical School but also New Oriental, which was a bit amusing. Emma and Sarah's language teacher was dispatched by New Oriental. To that end, a large banner proclaimed Royal Chartered Language Teachers School hung in front of the New Oriental School in Ontario. What were you saying? We don't quite understand. But judging by the guards, it seemed funny. Emma was young, and she didn't have the same composure as Sarah. So, she asked, Oh, I'll tell you about it when no one is around. Now is not the time. Zhao Hongai raised his hand and gently twisted Emma's cheek. He was in a good mood. A genuine Japanese was kneeling before him. This psychological sense of superiority naturally rose in Zhao Hongai's heart. Damn, although the Japanese in later generations seemed very polite, they looked down on others and their bones. Now I am facing your ancestors, and your ancestors are kneeling before me. Zhao Hongai felt relieved when he thought of this. Although he was not an angry young man, since he had come to this era, he had to live up to God's arrangement. The island nation of Japan would bring great trauma to the Chinese nation in the future. If he did not make good use of God's kindness, even he would not forgive himself. And Japan at this time was still a country of silk. There was no way to compare with Japan after the Meiji Restoration. Therefore, it was still very easy for Zhao Hongai to deal with the Japanese. After collecting his thoughts, Zhao Hongai started talking to Eguchi Zazo in fluent Japanese. Eguchi Zazo? Damn, maybe it was really him. He was having sex with other men by the well, and there were 3 of us left at once. It can be seen that if this is true, then Eguchi's mother must have a special liking for having sex by the well. With such malicious thoughts in his mind, Zhao Hongai said to Eguchi, "Oh, how did you fall into the sea? In such weather, I think any normal person would not go out to sea. Are you a pirate?" At the end of his words, Zhao Hongai's tone became a little cold. In fact, Zhao Hongai just wanted to scare Eguchi Zazo. But Eguchi Zazo was so scared that he immediately trembled all over. Please understand, I'm definitely not a pirate. I'm a fisherman from a fishing village outside Osaka Castle. I fell into the water because the weather changed so quickly, and I couldn't get back home in time, Eguchi Zazo kept explaining, but he never dared to look up. Zhao Hongai, filled with mischievous amusement, smiled playfully. This was too much of a shock. He'd just said a few words, and he was shaking with fear. Aren't the Japanese supposed to have the samurai spirit, the spirit of Bushido, and to be fearless? Actually, Zhao Hongai was mistaken. Bushido was a concept coined after the Meiji Restoration, intended to brainwash the Japanese people into devoting themselves to imperial power. At that time, there was no such thing as Bushido. However, in 17th century Japan, the samurai class held a belief in loyalty. Therefore, samurai were fearless and courageous. But Eguchi Zazo wasn't a samurai, he was just a small fisherman outside Osaka Castle. So, how could he possibly compare to those samurai? For this reason, it's only natural to be a little timid. Although Zhao Hongai possessed a vast amount of information about later generations, it only covered the general trends. He couldn't possibly know the details of this era. So, Osaka, Japan, is just ahead. Zhao Hongai's eyes lit up at the information revealed in Eguchi Zazo's explanation. Haha, Japan, it really is Japan. And one of Japan's most prosperous cities, Osaka. Zhao Hongai's heart surged with excitement. Is the Tokugawa family in power in Japan now? Zhao Hongai asked tentatively, recalling some historical knowledge in his mind. The Tokugawa family? No, the Tokugawa family was destroyed more than a decade ago. The Ishida family is in power now. Eguchi Zazo's words made Zhao Hongai's eyelids twitch. What the hell? How could this be? To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560 Ishida Mitsunari's Shogunate. Zhao Hongai was shocked by the information he heard from Eguchi Zazo. He felt as if history was slipping beyond his comprehension. It made him panic, even a bit bewildered. Historically, in 1622, the Tokugawa family should have seized power in Japan and established the shogunate, a position that would endure until the fall of the shogunate over 200 years later. But now, the Japanese fisherman before him was telling him that the Ishida shogunate was now in power. Who is this Ishida? From where did he appear? Zhao Hongai knew nothing about this. Furthermore, the current history left him feeling somewhat disoriented. You said the current shogun is the Ishida family, Zhao Hongai, worried he might have misheard, reluctantly asked again. Eguchi Zazo gave a respectful hi, then replied, yes, the Ishida shogunate, How could that be possible? The Ishida shogunate. Holy crap! The Ishida shogunate was so far removed from the Tokugawa shogunate. If history really did deviate like this, then I'd be in for a real treat. Zhao Hongyu chuckled bitterly inwardly. If things were already this bad in Japan, wouldn't the situation in the Ming dynasty be even worse? Zhao Hongyu was truly unsure. But then he thought again. It seemed there was no need to panic. After all, he still had a vast base in the Americas to back him up. So, even if history deviated, he probably wouldn't need to panic too much. With this thought, Zhao Hongyu's flustered thoughts slowly calmed. Really, what was there to panic about? Even if history was altered, so what? Whether it was the Tokugawa or Ishida shogunate, as long as he had the power, he wouldn't have to fear them. And even if history deviated in the Ming dynasty, with enough silver, he could bribe those officials and achieve his ultimate goal of reaching the Ming dynasty. After figuring this out, Zhao Hongyu felt a little more at ease. His demeanor returned to normal. Zhao Hongyu suddenly remembered that Ishida's name sounded familiar. He vaguely remembered a surname from Japan's Warring States period. However, Zhao Hongyu couldn't recall who it was. After all, Zhao Hongyu didn't remember every historical event, nor was he a seasoned scholar of Japanese history. Therefore, he only felt a sense of familiarity. So, is there a Tokugawa family in Japan? Zhao Hongyu asked gravely. Unfortunately, no matter how serious his expression, Eguchi Zazo, kneeling obediently on the ground, couldn't see it, as his forehead was still pressed against the floor. Hearing this, Eguchi Zazo honestly replied, yes, the Tokugawa family was a prominent clan, renowned for decades during the Warring States period. They were also one of the 5 great clans of the Toyotomi clan. Oh, right, that made the connection. Zhao Hongyu thought to himself after hearing Eguchi Zazo's words. Eguchi Zazo had no idea what Zhao Hongyu was thinking. He continued respectfully, since Shogun Toyotomi's death, his remaining forces have split into 2 factions, each vying for the throne of the Toyotomi clan. The most powerful of these were Ishida Mitsunari and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Zhao Hongyu listened to Eguchi Zazo's account, which, at least up to this point, seemed to align with history. The 2 sides engaged in the Battle of Sekigahara, amassing over 100,000 troops. Well, up to this point, he remained true to history. But what Eguchi said next went completely beyond the bounds of history. Ultimately, Ishida Mitsunari emerged victorious. Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces were defeated, and even Tokugawa Ieyasu was beheaded. Thus, the Ishida clan established the shogunate, ushering in the era of the shogun. By this time, all classes in Japan had grown weary of war. The Ishida shogunate ended a century of conflict. It was the universal hope. Ishida Mitsunari, oh, I remember now. Historically, Ishida Mitsunari was supposed to have been defeated by Tokugawa Ieyasu, but now, Ishida Mitsunari had emerged victorious. Damn it, history had played a rather wicked trick. However, whether it was the Ishida or Tokugawa shogunate, it seemed to make little difference. It was simply a change of family, but Japan had begun the era of the shogunate, as history had shown. If there was a real difference, it was probably that Ishida Mitsunari was less radical, and his governing policies were more moderate, while Tokugawa Ieyasu represented the more radical militarist faction. Regardless, under the guidance of the Ishida shogunate, all sectors of Japan were slowly beginning to live a life without war. Furthermore, unlike in history, the territories of the defeated Tokugawa Ieyasu's forces were completely confiscated. Ultimately, they became the domains of the Ishida family and their allies. Zhao Hongyu was truly bewildered, but he had already made up his mind. No matter who ruled Japan, he would wreak havoc. Neither Tokugawa nor Ishida could stop Zhao Hongyu from plotting evil. Thinking of this, Zhao Hongyu glanced at Eguchi Zazo, who was kneeling obediently. We came to Japan from the far end of the ocean. We only heard about the situation here from the southern barbarians, so we don't know much about Japan yet, Zhao Hongyu said pretentiously. So, I'm going to hire you as our guide while we're in Japan. What do you think? I'd like to repay you for saving my life. Eguchi Zazo still didn't know who Zhao Hongyu and his group belonged to, and he'd been saved by them. Now that they wanted him to be their guide, he didn't dare refuse. He feared they might throw him back into the sea if he refused. Although he remained kneeling on the ground, he could feel the pressure building around him. It was so overwhelming that he felt almost suffocated. He suspected this pressure was caused by malicious intent, so he absolutely couldn't provoke them and give them an excuse to kill him. Iguchi Zhao's will to survive was immense. According to what I heard from the southern barbarians, I'll give you 30 koku of grain or silver per month as a salary. How about that? Huff. Huff. What Zhao Hongyu didn't expect was that after he stated this condition, the previously quiet Iguchi Zhao suddenly began breathing heavily, lying there panting heavily, like a toad. What's going on? Is he practicing toad kung fu? Zhao Hongyu wondered, somewhat puzzled. But Zhao Hongyu had no idea. Iguchi's reaction was entirely due to the 30 koku monthly salary he had offered. You have to know, although history has deviated and the original Tokugawa shogunate was replaced by the Ishida shogunate, the lives of the lower classes in Japan during this era were still as difficult as they had been in history. In those days, for ordinary people and farmers, 2 meals a day was common. And every meal wasn't necessarily rice, it often consisted of vegetable dumplings, topped with 2 thin slices of white radish, and a bowl of soup, devoid of any saltiness. Therefore, starvation was commonplace in Japan during this era. Without the vegetable dumplings, who knows how many people would have starved to death. Even fishermen like Iguchi Zhao didn't always have access to fish, and fishing was also extremely dangerous. On a similar note, if he hadn't encountered Zhao Hongyu and his men, Iguchi Zhao would have perished at sea. And what did a salary of 30 koku, literally, shoku, mean? The Japanese weights and measures of the time were the same as those of the Ming dynasty. 1 koku, literally, shoku, weighed 160 jin, liters, so 30 koku, liters, was over 4,000 jin, liters, of grain. And Iguchi Zhao heard clearly that the young voice told him he could ask for either grain or silver. In short, a monthly salary of 30 koku, liters, to hire him. That's 30 koku. Some samurai under the daimyo's command rarely received such a salary in a single month. Even the village chief of their fishing village lived on rice dumplings and radish soup. What's the matter? Do you think it's too little? If so, I'll find someone else. Seeing Iguchi Zhao panting and not responding, Zhao Hongyu assumed he was dissatisfied with his salary. He curled his lips in disdain, intending to find someone else when he landed. But before Zhao Hongyu could finish, Iguchi Zhao no longer cared about the rules. He quickly raised his head and spoke in a sincere and flustered voice, I'm willing. I'm willing, ugh. When Iguchi Zhao looked up and saw a teenager sitting across from him, he was visibly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and continued to rest his forehead on the ground. Oh, if you're willing, that's great. I think we're almost at the port. You're all soaked. Go change your clothes and get something to eat. I'll be able to use you plenty of times once we reach shore. Zhao Hongyu waved his hand, telling the genetic guards to take Iguchi Zhao away. Before leaving, Iguchi Zhao kowtowed 3 times in gratitude to Zhao Hongyu. Bang, bang, bang. After Iguchi Zhao left, Zhao Hongyu's face lit up with amusement. Damn, a salary of 30 koku, basically, a mid-level samurai's salary. And now, it's being given to such a rat-like guy. I hope he can live up to his expectations. I need a local leader back in Japan. It turned out that Zhao Hongyu had deliberately offered Iguchi such a high salary in order to train an agent in Japan. In reality, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Whether Iguchi Zhao could achieve what Zhao Hongyu hoped for remained to be seen. Emma and Sarah had no idea what Zhao Hongyu was thinking. However, they didn't care. Wow, that guy just now really looked like a rat, Emma said, patting her chest repeatedly. She glared adorably, looking up at Zhao Hongyu. And when I saw him like that, I just wanted to give him a beating. Emma was outspoken, unconcealed. She spoke her mind freely, unburdening Zhao Hongyu of everything she felt. Zhao Hongyu, upon hearing this, showed no sign of blame. It was perfectly normal for a Japanese person to have such thoughts. Well, you can't do that now. Once he truly joins my team and becomes my agent, then you can do it. And when you beat him up, he'll be really happy, Zhao Hongyu said, grinning. Do you want to train this person as an agent? Sarah asked curiously after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words. Zhao Hongyu nodded. A look of confusion and bewilderment crossed Sarah's face. She couldn't understand why someone she'd just met would be so eager to become her agent. Even if they were looking for an agent in this country, why not choose someone with higher status, someone they'd known for a longer time, and someone they knew well? Sarah couldn't understand. Little did she know that Zhao Hongyu's idea was completely impulsive. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu was a lazy person and didn't want to waste too much time in Japan. He was currently concentrating his energy on the Ming dynasty. Besides, whether Iguchi Zazo had the ability was still unclear. Zhao Hongayu's remark was merely a casual one. If Iguchi Zazo wasn't the right material, Zhao Hongai would have passed on him. After all, Japan was so big, he could easily find anyone. Iguchi Zazo caught Zhao Hongayu's attention primarily because of his rather corrupt appearance. In Zhao Hongayu's view, corrupt individuals generally have no moral compass and will do anything for the sake of profit. Therefore, if Zhao Hongai wanted to harm Japan, he had to find someone with no moral compass and no ulterior motives. Of course, this would require no harm to his own interests. The only viable target would be Japan. However, Zhao Hongai couldn't explain these things to Sarah immediately. So, when Sarah asked about this, Zhao Hongai had to explain, "Yes, I have this and that plan, but whether I'll ultimately choose this guy is uncertain. To be precise, he's only a temporary candidate, not yet my official agent." As they spoke, the fleet slowly approached the port of Osaka. Meanwhile, the dark clouds outside rolled into the distance. The weather cleared once again. As Zhao Hongayu's fleet approached the coast, several Japanese on the shore exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a sea monster?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please read here. Chapter 561. This is a thick thigh. Although Japan boasted about its ironclad ships throughout history, making them seem impressive, in reality, they were merely inferior double-decked warships armed with 12 cannons. Simply by inserting a few pieces of iron plating on the outer sides, the Japanese were smugly complacent. You have to understand that in the historical waters between Ming and Japan, ironclad ships were not the primary means of piracy. If ironclad ships were truly as impressive as the Japanese boasted, wouldn't the pirates have used them instead of Ming warships? Clearly, Japanese ironclad ships weren't as impressive as they claimed. Ultimately, ironclad ships weren't the mainstream warships. Imagine, in the future, when American warships arrived in Japan, the famous ironclad ship would have been produced. The Japanese never imagined that warships could be built so large. In their limited understanding, they had never imagined that warships could be built so large, equipped with so many cannons. Although they had never seen a salvo of cannons, they knew they were impressive just by looking at them. Oh my God, are these divine warships emerging from the Tianjin Plateau? My heart was pounding when I saw them. Oh, yeah, I'm shaking right now too. I'm so scared. Where are they from? They don't look like Nanman or Taming people. Hey, Nanman, do you know where these warships came from? Standing among several Japanese, the Nanman, dressed in European clothing, shook his head. I don't know. I haven't been back to Europe in a long time. The blonde, blue-eyed Nanman, who was being questioned, also looked bewildered. At this time, Osaka was crowded with foreigners. From the Ming dynasty, Korea, pirates, and Europeans, Nanmans, they all stood at the harbor, craning their necks to watch the slowly approaching warships, muttering to themselves. Honestly, no one here could recognize the origin of these warships. However, this was not surprising. Zhao Hongayu appeared in America and founded the Song Empire. The empire's victory over the British and the conquest of the Caribbean, among other battles, all took place between 1620 and 1622. Given the relatively inadequate communication technology of the time, it's no surprise that people in the East were unaware of news from Europe and America. Rather, due to the increased travel between America and Europe and the greater number of trade vessels, Europeans had become familiar with the Song Empire. Only in the East was the Song Empire known at all. Atop the warship's main mast, a bright red 5-element flag fluttered, rustling in the sea breeze. Over 50 warships, forming a staircase formation, approached the harbor, creating a strong sense of oppression among the residents. Iguchi Zazo had changed his clothes by this time, no longer looking like a soaked rat. A neatly fitted men's kimono gave him a certain air of authority. However, his unassuming appearance made him resemble a rat in a kimono, significantly diminishing his image. Damn. This kimono was obtained from the virtual world, and it's quite expensive. A full 400,000 yen, which converts to over 30,000 RMB. This guy is probably hoping to become a suitable agent of shame, as I envision. Otherwise, killing him would be a loss, Zhao Hongayu thought to himself as he glanced at Iguchi Zazen. Iguchi Zazen stood respectfully beside Zhao Hongayu, his heart agitated. He had no idea what was going on in the mind of the young man he considered his master. He was currently contemplating how to demonstrate his loyalty and truly become his retainer. Eguchi Zazen was no fool. Although he was a fisherman, he was the most intelligent man in the village. It was simply because he was born at the wrong time that he couldn't improve his status and secure a better life. But now, an opportunity presented itself. If he didn't seize it, he would be a complete idiot. Look at this new outfit, the material, and the rich white rice and shredded pork he had just eaten. This was something he'd never enjoy in his entire life as a fisherman. It was something only daimyo and samurai lords could enjoy. These strangers who had saved him all looked incredibly powerful. And this young man, it seemed, was their leader. Perhaps he was a noble from some foreign country. If he could cling to his influence, perhaps he could escape his lowly fate. Besides, he was currently employed temporarily, earning a salary of 30 koku a month. However, he would eventually leave Japan. Wouldn't he be reduced to his former self? No. He couldn't let that happen. He had to change his fate and become a samurai lord. After eating his hearty meal of rice, Eguchi Zazo suddenly set a goal for himself, to rack his brains and find a way to become this stranger's retainer. Subconsciously, Eguchi Zazo suspected that Zhao Hongai was a foreign noble. And a high-ranking noble at that. Indeed, if he weren't a noble, how could he possibly have so many formidable warships at once? It's a symbol of power. And when they spoke, the young man had mentioned that these warships were his personal fleet. What a concept. Over 50 private warships, with over 10,000 sailors. Holy crap. That's a giant thigh. Osaka is just ahead, young master, Eguchi Zazo gave a slight warning as he saw the warship slowly approaching Osaka harbor. Why isn't there even a pilot ship? Zhao Hongyu slowed down, waiting for the guide ship to arrive. But after waiting for a long time, no pilot ship appeared, so he frowned and asked, "What's a pilot ship?" Eguchi Zazo had already entered the role, immediately taking on the role of guide. Judging by his reaction, Zhao Hongyu guessed that Osaka might not have a pilot ship at that moment. So, he shook his head and didn't explain. "It looks like there's no berth left at the port. Our warships can't dock," Zhao Hongyu and Eguchi Zazo whispered from the deck, gazing at the bustling harbor. From where Zhao Hongyu stood, he could even clearly see the crowd of people standing on the dock, gazing towards him. They were clearly very interested in their fleet. At this moment, Master Wang and Liu Dabi left the cabin and joined Zhao Hongyu. Upon hearing they had arrived in Osaka, they couldn't wait any longer. Osaka meant they were very close to the Ming dynasty. Furthermore, in Japan, they could easily contact their former pirates and receive assistance. Of course, since Master Wang and Liu Dabi were already registered as Zhaosong citizens, they had no other plans. They simply contacted their former companions to discuss their current plans, a matter of finalizing their partnership. Furthermore, they needed to use their pirate connections to retrieve their families. At the same time, they were now subjects of the Zhaosong dynasty and understood Zhao Hongyu's intention to come to the east. He was emigrating to San Francisco, so they felt they could help the young prince and make a good impression on him. After they came out, Master Wang and Liu Dabi saw Jinkao standing obediently beside Zhao Hongyu. Japanese? Liu Dabi and Master Wang were puzzled. When did the Japanese appear on the ship? To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 562, Master Wang's Plan. Master Wang and Liu Dabi came up behind Zhao Hongyu and saw Eguchi Zazo standing beside him, his face respectful and fawning, characteristic of Japanese people. Because Eguchi Zazo had been rescued aboard some time ago, Master Wang and Liu Dabi, who had been staying in the cabin, had no idea he was even there. "Master, why is there a Japanese man with His Highness?" Liu Dabi whispered to Master Wang. Master Wang shook his head, indicating he wasn't entirely sure. "I'm not entirely sure either. I didn't know there were any Japanese on the ship these days." Sensing someone behind him, Zhao Hongyu turned around and smiled slightly when he saw Master Wang and Liu Dabi. "Master, Liu, you're both out. Greetings, His Highness. Osaka port is just ahead." Master Wang and Liu Dabi quickly saluted, cupping their fists and bowing to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu nodded. "That's right," Eguchi Zazo said. "Osaka is just ahead. It looks like we're very close to the Ming dynasty. However, we've been at sea for 2 months, and I think the sailors need some rest. So I plan to stay in Osaka for a while, so everyone can relax and unwind, Wang Fuzi and Liu Daba nodded in agreement. They were both seasoned seafarers, and they knew what Zhao Hongyu said was true. Spending too much time at sea is extremely damaging to one's spirit and health. Therefore, after a period of sailing, it's always necessary to find land to recuperate. Otherwise, the sailor's health will deteriorate. However, Zhao Hongyu's warship was well stocked. Food, drink, and various vitamin supplements were plentiful. Therefore, there was no need to worry about food and drink on Zhao Hongyu's ship. However, even so, the mental strain of 2 months at sea did take its toll. "Your Highness, who is this?" Liu Dabi glanced at Iguchi's Aozan and asked inquiringly. Master Wang and Liu Dabi were no strangers to the Japanese, as they were present in their pirate ranks. Just like the Koreans, there were also the southern barbarians, and the Japanese near the Ming dynasty were even more numerous. Therefore, Master Wang and Liu Dabi weren't overly surprised, but they weren't entirely sure who Iguchi's Aozan was. "Oh, come, let me introduce you. This is Iguchi's Aozan. I just rescued him at sea." Zhao Hongyu then explained how he had rescued Iguchi's Aozan and his plan to have Iguchi's Aozan act as his agent in Japan. He explained to Master Wang and Liu Dabi how he had rescued him and how he planned to have Iguchi's Aozan act as his agent in Japan. Agent? Master Wang and Liu Dabi exchanged a glance. They felt that having Iguchi's Aozan as an agent wasn't a very reliable option. A fisherman, it's unclear if he can handle being an agent. You know, to be an agent, you need to have influence in the local area. Otherwise, how could he possibly handle so many problems? Then, Master Wang spoke, a stream of fluent Japanese gushing out of him. Li Shuang's pirate group included quite a few Japanese, so it wasn't surprising that Master Wang spoke Japanese. Even Liu Dabi could speak Japanese. Behave well when you work for our prince. Don't have any undue ambitions, or we won't let you go. You were just a fisherman, and our prince has given you this opportunity. You must cherish it. Master Wang's words were a mixture of force and softness, warning Iguchi Zazo. We were all Li Xiang's subordinates, so you're probably familiar with the name. So don't think we can't do anything to you just because you're Japanese, Liu Dabi added from behind. If you don't do your best, you know what will happen to you. After hearing what Master Wang and Liu Dabi said, Iguchi Zazen immediately bowed repeatedly to them. I will do my best and will never let you down, young master. I just don't know what your highness you two are referring to. Although Iguchi Zazen had already guessed something, he still wanted to confirm it. Honestly, Master Wang and Liu Dabi's constant reference to your highness had really stirred him. Although Iguchi Zazen was a fisherman, his father had been a samurai, so he had learned some culture as a child. However, his father's early death had left his family in decline. Ultimately, he himself became a fisherman. He had originally thought that this would be his life, that his descendants would be fishermen. But unexpectedly, an opportunity for a change suddenly presented itself. Of course, he knew who the term Your Highness was used to address. Unlike the daimyo, only members of the imperial family were worthy of such a title. Iguchi Zazen, a fisherman descended from a half-baked samurai, was certainly aware of this. He could never have imagined that the young man beside him was actually a member of a foreign royal family. The thought stirred within him. If he worked hard and earned favor, becoming a retainer wouldn't be difficult. And judging by their fleet and the quality of their soldiers, they seemed quite powerful. However, he was currently only a temporary hire, and becoming a retainer was a long journey. Of course, the most important thing at the moment was to confirm whether the other party was as he suspected. Crown Prince Zhao Hongyu, future ruler of the American Song Empire, don't you know who you are beside? Master Wang said with a proud expression, gazing at the increasingly humbled Iguchi Zazen. Wow! America was there. Iguchi Zazen didn't quite understand or grasp it. But the identity of the Crown Prince of the Song Empire stirred Iguchi Zazen's heart. Zhao Hongyu, watching from the sidelines, found it amusing to see Master Wang's arrogant expression facing Iguchi Zazo, while Iguchi Zazo grovelled in submission. It was clear that the Japanese of this era were truly powerless before the Great Master. Moreover, when the Great Master met the people of neighboring nations, he unconsciously projected a sense of the ancient celestial empire's grandeur. He sighed deeply. When had this mentality of attending court in the celestial empire been extinguished? Instead, it was replaced by a servile attitude towards foreigners. This mentality persisted even in later generations. Perhaps it began after the fall of the Ming dynasty. Speaking of which, the Qing dynasty had a lot of credit for this. I truly didn't realize your highness was so noble. Please forgive me if I was inappropriate. Iguchi Zazo knelt on the ground, immediately performing another profound genuflection. Zhao Hongai waved his hand. Get up. It's not your fault. Then, turning to Master Wang and Liu Dabi, he said, Iguchi Zazo is only my guide right now. Whether he can become my agent requires careful consideration. I'm also worried he's not the right person, so I'm not convinced he'll be the only one. But I'm not very familiar with Japan, so I need a guide. Zhao Hongaiyu understood why Master Wang and Liu Dabi had spoken so harshly to Iguchi Zazo. So, he briefly explained the situation to them. Phew. Master Wang and Liu Dabi exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of relief in the other's eyes. Perhaps there was still hope for Li Xiong. They had been following Zhao Hongaiyu for 2 months, and after spending time together, they had already gained a general understanding of the Song Empire. Furthermore, through the accounts of the geneticists, they had formed a mental picture of the empire's might. Its strength was undeniable. Serving as an agent for the Song Empire would undoubtedly be a huge advantage for Li Xiong. At the very least, with the Song Empire's help, dealing with Zhang's healing would be much easier. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi discussed the matter. After all, they were once Li Xiong's subordinates, and even though they had now broken away, they still had to repay him a favor. This would also appear to be benevolent. Finally, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi considered that with Li Xiong's assistance, the Song Empire would be able to gain a foothold in Japan. After all, Li Xiong controlled Japan's international shipping routes and trade, making her a veritable maritime hegemon. At least, that was the current situation. Therefore, Li Xiong would have considerable influence in Japan. If the empire wanted to migrate from the Ming dynasty, it would inevitably have to go through Li Xiong. With Li Xiong's help, this would be much easier. After all, Li Xiong had unclear connections with certain Ming officials. This would also be a significant advantage for the Song Empire. Therefore, Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabi both hoped to have Li Xiong serve as their agent. Moreover, doing so would also be beneficial for Master Wang and Liu Dabi. Because Li Xiong had gained support, those who contributed would definitely be greatly rewarded. Li Xiong was always generous, and by then they would be able to live comfortably in America. However, when they heard that the Japanese man Iguchi Zazo was favored by His Highness and was going to be chosen as an agent, they both became discouraged. However, when Zhao Hongaiyu finally said that it was just a consideration and that he would have to test him, the two of them became interested again. As long as the prince did not make a final decision, Master Wang's plan actually still had a glimmer of hope. When Zhao Hongaiyu spoke with Master Wang and Liu Dabi, he used Mandarin. Therefore, Iguchi Zazo could not understand what they were saying at all. At this time, the bosun ran over and said loudly to Zhao Hongaiyu, Your Highness, there is a warship at the harbor, heading towards us. Zhao Hongaiyu smiled and said to the bosun nonchalantly, It may be coming to contact us, so don't worry too much. Our flag has never been seen by the other party, so it is normal for them to come and talk to us. To be continued. Novel Network. Chapter 563, Not Allowed to Enter the Port? As they were talking, a Japanese-style ship, a junkie warship you could call a battleship, approached. This ship was half the size of the Sea Monarch. It was a dwarf in front of the Sea Monarch, akin to a modern-day Japanese dwarf. Standing on the deck, Master Wang, Liu Dabi, Zhao Hongaiyu, and even the genetically engineered sailors, all gazed at the approaching ship with amusement. As the ship drew closer, Zhao Hongaiyu could clearly see the shocked expressions on the Japanese idiots' faces. Damn it! If this ship doesn't shock you, I'm done with this, Zhao Hongaiyu thought with a tinge of intense mischief. Wow! How can this ship be so huge? I've never seen a ship this big before. Really? Is this even a human ship? My god, if we were to fight a warship like this, we wouldn't be able to win. Forget it, it's absolutely impossible. I'd run away. Look, are those artillery pieces, Amaterasu? How could there be so many cannons? Hiss. Stop talking. Come over here. Just as the soldiers, dressed in foot-guru attire, wearing conical hats and holding bamboo spears, gathered together to discuss, a military officer in armor emerged from the cabin and shouted at the foot-guru. Seeing the officer, the foot-guru dispersed. The officer stood on the deck, gazing at the sea behemoth before them. It's unknown what the officer was thinking, but his expression wasn't particularly pleasant. But come to think of it, the Sea Monarch was far ahead of its time. It was a warship that wouldn't appear until over 100 years later. Even though it was constructed of wood, the densely packed gun ports and towering hull didn't betray its formidable combat power. Engaging a three-decker warship like this at sea would be an absolute nightmare. Because the Sea Monarch, besides being a British design from over a century later, was also made of exceptionally fine wood. This wood's strength allowed it to withstand direct impact, greatly enhancing the ship's defenses. Furthermore, the hull was sheathed in iron to protect it from artillery penetration. Even more crucial were the propellers and engines beneath the ship, a truly groundbreaking achievement. These significantly improved the Sea Monarch's speed and maneuverability. Therefore, the Sea Monarch was a truly exceptional warship of its time. However, due to the lengthy construction time required, the Song Empire currently lacked many vessels of its type. However, with shipyards already springing up in America, it's likely that warships like the Sea Monarch will become increasingly numerous over time. Zhao Hongaiu's voyage to the east was accompanied by two other three-deck battleships, both of which were Manhattan-made. Of course, in addition to battleships, the Dutch double-deck warships, a modified, quadruped version, also boasted impressive firepower. With the increased number of guns and increased speed, this ship is quite formidable. It's just that the Empire's development is so recent that its impact isn't immediately apparent. With just 5 or 6 years of development, the Empire will undoubtedly be able to compete with the Europeans at sea. The general and his foot soldiers boarded the Sea King. The genetic sailor brought a sofa over for Zhao Hongaiu to sit on. Wang Fuzi and Liu Dabur stood behind Zhao Hongaiu, naturally considering themselves his subordinates. Iguchi Zazen, eager to show off, approached them. "Sir, this is the Crown Prince of the Song Empire in America. He was originally bound for the Ming Dynasty, but is passing through our country and wishes to disembark for a rest." Zhao Hongaiu had already explained his origins and intended destination to Iguchi Zazen. Therefore, upon approaching the general-dressed figure, Iguchi Zazen explained Zhao Hongaiu's identity and purpose. "America? The Song Empire." The general was visibly stunned after hearing Iguchi Zazen's words. He didn't know where the Americas were. He knew the Song Empire, but it seemed to him that it had collapsed hundreds of years ago. Could it be a country with the same name? The general felt his brain wasn't working. Actually, in Japan, because they paid close attention to the mainland, they were well aware of what was happening there. Therefore, even as a general, he was familiar with the term Song. However, he couldn't figure out whether this Crown Prince of the Song Empire from America was the same Song he remembered. "I am Kobayashi Koichi, the Osaka Port Guardian." Greetings to the Crown Prince. Although he was deeply puzzled, the general still approached, politely bowed, and announced his name. Zhao Hongaiu remained silent. With his high status, he didn't need to speak to such a low-ranking samurai. It would be ungentlemanly and even embarrassing. So, the matter was handed over to Iguchi Zazen. "Sir, we need berths at the port. If there aren't enough, we'd like to go ashore by boat. Please issue a certificate allowing us to go ashore." Iguchi Zazen had now assumed a role. He was Zhao Hongaiu's guide, his subordinate in Japan. Therefore, he was the one who had to do all this. "Excuse me, but the Crown Prince's fleet has caused some panic among the people on shore. Therefore, I can't offer berths. I hope you can forgive me." Zhao Hongaiu's expression immediately hardened upon hearing this statement from the general, Kobayashi Koichi. "What do you mean? My fleet doesn't have berths. And my fleet has caused panic among those at the port?" This was sheer nonsense. At this moment, Liu Dabur suddenly spoke. "What nonsense? Those people on the shore are cowards. We're not trying to scare them. We just want to get ashore. We don't have any bad intentions. If we did, do you think you could withstand us?" Liu Dabur's words were quite polite. After all, he was a pirate. But he was telling the truth. If Zhao Hongaiu truly had bad intentions, Osaka would have been engulfed in flames long ago. "Samurai-sama, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to start a war between our two countries?" Iguchi Zazen threatened, using the power of the powerful to bully others. "Remember, the young man before you is the Crown Prince of a nation." Good. Hearing Iguchi Zazen's words, using the power of the powerful to bully others, and then using the power of the powerful to bully others, he had some sense. Zhao Hongaiu glanced at him with satisfaction. Kobayashi Koichi was also in a dilemma. Deep down, he didn't want to see such a thing happen. However, The magistrate on the shore repeatedly told him not to let the fleet enter the port, so what could he do? Damn old man Takuchi, I really don't know what he was thinking. This fleet is obviously very sharp and not to be messed with, but this old man asked him to spread such a message. Could it be that his brain has burned out because of having too many women? Kobayashi Koichi made malicious guesses. However, there was one thing he had to solve urgently, and that was not to let these people get angry. I'm sorry. The magistrate on the shore ordered me to do this. As a samurai, I can only convey his words according to his orders. Kobayashi Koichi knelt on the ground and said in a heavy voice. Who is this magistrate? Why does he not let my fleet enter the port? Zhao Hongyu finally couldn't help but speak. Without waiting for Kobayashi Koichi to reply, Eguchi Zazen explained to Zhao Hongyu. The magistrate of the Osaka port commercial town is a cowardly and greedy fellow. He's probably trying to get some money from you, the crown prince, so he's sending this samurai to embarrass you. Eguchi Zazo, who lived in a fishing village near Osaka, was very familiar with this magistrate. Every time he caught fish and came to the city to sell them, he'd be taxed by the magistrate's men. The taxes were exorbitant, and if he didn't pay, he'd be beaten. So, how could Eguchi Zazo not know this? After all, he'd been beaten before. Oh, it's unbelievable that such an official existed here. It's truly bizarre. Ordinary officials wouldn't even entertain such thoughts if they saw their fleet. But this magistrate, completely terrified, sent a samurai to embarrass him. Isn't that bizarre? This guy wants money. Zhao Hongyu glanced around with a half-smile. Master Wang was an old pirate who frequently visited Japan. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the situation here. He leaned over and whispered to Zhao Hongyu, the magistrate of the Osaka port commercial town is named Takuchi Jin. He was originally a clerk in a small shop, but his daughter married Ishida Mitsunari's son, Ishida Hiroshi, and as a result, this guy rose to prominence. In Ming terms, he's a relative by marriage. After Ishida Mitsunari's death, Ishida Hiroshi became the shogun. So, this guy, relying on Ishida Hiroshi being his son-in-law and his daughter being favored, is running rampant here. After listening to Master Wang's explanation, Zhao Hongyu completely understood. So, this is a relative by marriage, relying on his status as a local tyrant to bully outsiders. This Takuchi Jin is indeed, as Eguchi said, greedy for money and lustful. He'll take advantage of anyone who comes to Osaka. Even our former boss, Li Xiang, would occasionally give him money. Zhao Hongyu heard this and raised his right hand to stroke his chin. Li Xiang is Li Xiang. He's giving this guy money because Japan is his base. He needs this place, so he can't afford to offend Takuchi. Zhao Hongyu then pointed at his nose. But do you think I'm the same? Master Wang thought for a moment and said to Zhao Hongyu, no, we're just passing through. But I still have to say, Your Highness, a powerful dragon won't overthrow a local snake. Just give him some money, just like giving a beggar some food. Honestly, Master Wang's advice to Zhao Hongyu was for his own good. This mindset is deeply ingrained in the Chinese people. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon won't overthrow a local snake, and Takuchi is the local snake in Japan. Besides, he's also a relative by marriage. If Takuchi were offended, wouldn't it be impossible to move forward in Japan? Furthermore, Takuchi's daughter was favored by the second shogun, Ishida Hiroshi. If Takuchi truly angered him, he could potentially spread rumors about him through his daughter, which would be a very troublesome matter. In Japan, the Ishida family was the current shogun, wasn't it? So, considering this, Master Wang felt it was appropriate to offer some money to Takuchi. Zhao Hongyu sneered, if we can talk it over nicely, I'm not going to give it to you. It's just that doing it this way doesn't sit well with me. And I have a habit of making anyone who makes me unhappy for a moment unhappy for the rest of their lives. Master Wang gasped at Zhao Hongyu's words. They were truly terrifying. A lifetime of unhappiness, what could possibly cause someone to be like this? It would be truly tragic for someone to be treated this way. Just imagine how miserable such a life would be. After saying this, Zhao Hongyu raised his hand and said, go back and tell that Takuchi Bujio to prepare a berth for me immediately. If he doesn't agree to my request within an hourglass, I don't mind bombarding Osaka. At Zhao Hongyu's words, Kobayashi Koichi, Eguchi Zazo, even Master Wang and Liu Dabur, all stared in amazement. What? Bombarding Osaka? Just for such a small matter? That was unbelievable. In fact, in their eyes, Firing bombs over such a matter was completely unreasonable. But Zhao Hongyu saw it differently. You know, he had always had a low opinion of Japan. Even without the Takuchi incident, Zhao Hongyu would have found an excuse to stir up trouble. In short, having arrived in this era, he wouldn't feel comfortable without taking action against Japan. This wasn't out of meanness or frivolity, but rather a very purposeful move. Back in Manhattan, Professor Liu, Song Hu, Wang Shan, and Zhang Tai had already made a series of proposals regarding Zhao Hongyu's arrival in Japan. They proposed turning Japan into a vassal state. However, Japan is also a country. No matter how big or small, you can't make the other party a vassal state just by talking. Therefore, the use of showing off military force has become the ultimate means. The Japanese must be made to see how powerful we are, so that they will honestly surrender. The reason is simple: the Japanese are mean. Now that there is such an opportunity, how could Zhao Hongyu not seize it? This is simply like someone giving you a pillow right when you are sleepy. With shock, after staring at Zhao Hongyu for a while as if he were a madman, Kobayashi Koichi hurried away. Looking at Kobayashi Koichi's departing back, Zhao Hongyu sneered, "Send flag signals, tell each warship to prepare an hourglass time, and then listen to orders to fire at the port of Osaka." Novel Network. Chapter 564, Bombarding Osaka? Impossible. Your Highness, isn't this a bit excessive? Master Wang asked nervously after Zhao Hongyu ordered Takuchi, the magistrate of the Osaka port commercial town, to fire his artillery if he didn't respond after the hourglass counted. Compared to Master Wang, Liu Dabi seemed quite excited. Right. We should show these Japanese how powerful we are. If we don't show them a little strength, they won't know that the Horse King has 3 eyes. As long as you defeat them, they'll be polite to you, Liu Dabi muttered excitedly, but his words were quite pertinent. The Japanese are considered servile, a fact that has become universally acknowledged in later generations. Liu Dabi's understanding of this made Zhao Hongyu look up to him. In fact, Liu Dabi was able to have such an understanding because there were quite a few Japanese in the pirate den. When those Japanese first arrived, they were arrogant and looked down on everyone. However, if you beat them up enough to convince them, they'll immediately become servile and submissive upon seeing you. Liu Dabi had seen and understood the personalities of these Japanese people. Therefore, unlike Master Wang, Liu Dabi believed that the Crown Prince's approach was perfectly suited to his own liking. Come to think of it, that idiotic Takuchi Jin, relying on his father-in-law, the shogun, to run rampant in Japan, was one thing, but demanding even from foreigners was a bit inappropriate. It would be fine for an ordinary person. After all, a powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake. But for Zhao Hongyu, it was a problem. Zhao Hongyu had over 50 warships, and he could fight without worrying about logistics. If there were casualties, he could quietly replenish them from the virtual space-time. With the current fleet of Japanese warships, it was impossible for them to destroy Zhao Hongyu's warships. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had every confidence in bombarding Osaka. He could even lead his fleet around Japan and bombard it if he chose. After all, Zhao Hongyu's warships far surpassed the Japanese in terms of gunfire, range, and even defense. The so-called ironclads that the Japanese were so proud of were, in Zhao Hongyu's eyes, mere ships armed with 12 cannons, nothing to fear. Despite the 12 cannons, the Japanese naval tactics were actually quite absurd. Unlike the Europeans, who had already engaged in artillery battles, they would rarely resort to boarding unless absolutely necessary. Boarding was brutal, with casualties exceeding 2/3 of the sailors in a single engagement. Such losses were unacceptable to anyone. After all, experienced sailors were invaluable to any European nation. It was precisely because of these experienced sailors that Europe could traverse the seas and travel across the globe. However, the Japanese were different. While their ships had artillery, it was essentially a mere decoration. The Japanese still favored boarding combat, where 2 ships approached each other, with soldiers boarding the other and engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. In short, this tactic was completely impractical and increasingly out of touch with the times. Unlike the Europeans and Japanese, Zhao Hongyu, hailing from another time and space, was exposed to modern, advanced concepts. He strongly opposed boarding combat. Therefore, for him, artillery engagements were the norm in naval warfare. Furthermore, the American Empire's warships had long-range artillery, capable of inflicting significant damage without the enemy's artillery being able to fire. Furthermore, the Empire's warships were also fast, making it impossible for the enemy to draw their own ships within range. Therefore, no matter who engaged the Imperial fleet, they were certain to be outmatched. Under such circumstances, how could Zhao Hongai resort to such a ruthless tactic as a boarding battle? He was no idiot. Even if something unexpected happened, it would be extremely difficult for the enemy to engage the Imperial warships in boarding battle. The reason was simple: this very consideration was taken into account during the warship's construction. The Dutch warships, copied and modified from the original, were significantly taller, with a deck raised one level higher. This resulted in the Imperial warships being significantly taller than any other nation's modern-day ships. This height, however, should not be underestimated. It would render any enemy attempting to close in on the warships in close combat completely helpless. Zhao Hongai was fully aware of the Japanese's backward tactics. At the same time, he was also acutely aware of his own advantages. It was precisely because of this comparison between his own situation and Japan's that Zhao Hongai became so arrogant. Don't underestimate Japan. Japan possesses only a mere 50-odd warships. But after comprehensive consideration, Zhao Hongai concluded that Japan was nothing but a pile of shit, and he had no way to deal with it. But if he were to deal with Japan, he could bring it to the brink of death. Suddenly, Zhao Hongai gazed at the nearby Osaka port with a lecherous smile, uttering a phrase often seen in later Japanese action films. In Zhao Hongai's eyes, Osaka port today was like a naked young woman. While appearing righteous and inviolable, it was actually quite coquettish. If he pounced on her, this young woman would surely be crushed to the ground. Next, what? One-on-one, one-on-one. Even, Yamete? Hehe. Zhao Hongai's laughter continued, leaving Master Wang and Liu Dabur baffled. They wondered what the Crown Prince was thinking. Why was he laughing so obscenely? What the hell? Inside Izakaya on the shopping street inside Osaka port, Takuchi Jin, already in his 50s, was embracing two singing girls whose faces were smeared with white powder, resembling ghosts, and they were flirting with each other. It goes without saying, the Japanese aesthetic is truly fucked up. Why would you smear 3 pounds of flour on your face? The makeup looks like a ghost. Who would even want to flirt with such a woman? But the Japanese can do it, and they love it. Well, the Japanese are very powerful, in every way. Of course, it's not impossible that Japanese women smearing 3 pounds of flour on their faces might be to cover up their inherent ugliness. After all, there were no beautiful women in Japan at that time. With such an ugly face that would turn men off, how could they possibly make a living? So, a clever woman came up with this idea, using powder to make up her face. This way, men wouldn't be able to see the true face. In fact, much of the truth is hidden beneath the surface of history. With careful exploration, one can likely uncover the truth. Thus, this style of dress became popular in Japan, surprisingly maintaining its popularity even into later generations. Master Bujayo, Master Kobayashi has returned. A henchman dressed in Ronin attire, his head shaved but with a bun, entered. Oh, did those strangers give you money? Takuchi was half leaning on a singer, his other hand rubbing itself inside his clothes, perhaps playing with a mud ball. His left leg stretched straight, his foot resting under another singer's kimono. Judging from the singer's reaction, this guy's foot was definitely up to no good. Just as he finished speaking, Kobayashi Koichi walked in. Upon entering, he knelt on the ground, his expression utterly panicked. Master, those strangers said that if you don't prepare a berth within an hourglass time, they will bombard Osaka harbor. What? After kicking away the singer who is performing the ecstasy of suicidal. As the Ming saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Don't these people know that? But then Takuchi thought again, perhaps these strangers, like the southern barbarians, were still largely ignorant of Eastern affairs. Therefore, it wasn't necessarily that they didn't know the saying. Regardless, they were still outsiders. Did they know that in Japan, they needed to consider the locals' feelings? A real conflict wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for outsiders. Are these people all idiots? Takuchi thought bitterly. Xiaolin, you've been on those strangers' ships and met them. Do you think they were the same as the southern barbarians? In Takuchi's opinion, anyone who could say such a thing must be one of those uncivilized southern barbarians. Besides, the southern barbarians who arrived in Japan during the Warring States period had once threatened war with Japan. But after being dealt with by a Warring States daimyo and Ming pirates, the southern barbarians instantly became docile. Perhaps, Those guys who are clamoring to bombard Osaka this time are from the Nanmen area again. Chapter 565 How shameless. Zhao Hongyu and his men could indeed be considered to have come from the southern barbarians. But it could also be argued that they weren't. However, there was no need for them to explain this. To the Japanese, whether they were or not wasn't that important. What mattered was that Zhao Hongyu wanted an excuse to cause trouble for the Japanese. Thus, even without Takeuchi's excuse, Zhao Hongyu would have found another one to cause trouble for the Japanese. There was no doubt about it, sir. These strangers claim to be from the Song Empire in America, and among them is a crown prince. America? The Song Empire? I've never heard of them. I've heard of Puertoya, Zibayan, and Henan people, though. Many people in Japan know the names of European countries. However, Europeans look so utterly useless that the wealthy and handsome men of today's Eastern countries have absolutely no interest in them. But the question is, when will another America or Song Empire appear? Besides, didn't the Song Empire collapse hundreds of years ago? So where did this Song Empire come from? Although Takeuchi was once a small businessman, he still had some knowledge. Therefore, he had a good grasp of some historical knowledge. Furthermore, the Japanese, during this era, and even before the Meiji Restoration, actually admired mainland culture. Therefore, they were deeply concerned about events on the mainland. After the collapse of the Song Empire and the hundreds of thousands of casualties at Yashin, many Japanese princes and nobles wept bitterly, a testament to this. Puzzled by this, Takeuchi recollected his thoughts. Damn it! They actually look down on Japan so much? Do they think they can start a war with me with just a few warships? Ignore them, they wouldn't dare fire. If they don't pay, I won't give them berths, and I won't even let them enter the port. Convey my orders, have the port's coast guard prepare, and have the warships under their jurisdiction assemble. Takeuchi ignored Zhao Hongyu's warning. In his view, the enemy's mere 50-odd warships were nothing to be feared. If the enemy bombarded Osaka harbor, it would be tantamount to challenging all of Japan. Whoever did such a thing would be incredibly stupid. At that point, the entire Japanese military would be directed against these foreigners. It would be highly unrealistic for them to challenge the entire nation. It could be said that Takeuchi viewed the entire nation of Japan as his backing, so he felt confident. Of course, this was a valid idea. Furthermore, foreigners who came to Japan generally followed the rules. Adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more. Few caused trouble in Japan. As Takeuchi himself said, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. As an outsider, running wild in Japan would ultimately be of no benefit. After all, even if Zhao Hongyu considered Japan inferior, it was not something Europeans of this era could provoke. After all, this was the East. But what Takeuchi hadn't anticipated was that the strangers on the sea beyond Osaka harbor were a completely different entity from the Europeans. They had fewer concerns and possessed many advantages. After all, among them was a crown prince possessing a divinely powerful artifact. It was precisely because of that incredible cheat that the other party was so confident. All of this was beyond Takeuchi's imagination. Oh. Although Kobayashi Koichi felt he should persuade the general's father-in-law, knowing Takeuchi's character well, he held back. After all, Takeuchi was fuming, and saying something he disliked would surely end badly. Takeuchi was a ruthless person, ready to kill anyone at the slightest provocation. Killing a person was no different than killing an ant. Therefore, serving under such a person, it was best not to go against his will. Countless samurai had lost their heads because of well-intentioned warnings. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Kobayashi did not tell Takeuchi that these strangers were not as simple as the southern barbarians. Besides, even if Kobayashi Koichi had warned him, Takeuchi would have to listen. It wasn't the official road to the border TXT download. Takeuchi was furious right now, so he simply couldn't listen to any kind words of advice. Only after he vented his anger could he calm down again. It was hard to understand. He was just a small shop owner before, but why did this guy have such a big temper, and his behavior was even more like a general than a general? Many people couldn't understand it. However, for the sake of the second-generation shogun, Ishida Hiroshi, no one cared about it. Who made Takeuchi's daughter so favored? Because of this doting wife, Ishida Hiroshi killed many concubines just to show his favor for this girl. Tisk tisk tisk. With such a daughter and son-in-law, it was understandable that Takeuchi was a little arrogant. After giving the order, Kobayashi Koichi left the izakaya. After Kobayashi left, Takuchi stood up, puffing out his skinny chest and shouting. Ming merchants, southern barbarians, even the renowned pirate King Li Shuang dared not provoke me, yet these strangers dare to defy me. They're truly ungrateful. If I don't teach them a lesson, how will I ever maintain my dignity in Japan? The surrounding samurai bowed their heads in deference. Tang tang tang. Takuchi stepped onto the wooden floor of the izakaya and donned his wooden clogs. Let's go. Let's go to the harbor and see who these guys are. In truth, Takuchi had never seen Zhao Hongyu and his men's warships. He had only heard from his subordinates that a warship flying an unfamiliar flag was slowly approaching Osaka harbor, apparently intending to dock there. At that moment, the subordinate inquired whether they should be allowed entry. At that moment, Takuchi was enjoying himself with his singing friends and had no time to bother with such matters. Therefore, he casually told his subordinates that they could enter the harbor if they paid, but not if they didn't. As Takuchi's subordinate, his tone of voice certainly changed slightly during the summons. Finally, by the time he reached Zhao Hongyu, his words weren't quite so pleasant. However, the meaning remained the same. In short, if you want to dock at Osaka port, you'll have to pay me. This isn't a berthing fee, but a separate fee, a personal expense for Lord Takuchi. Whether it was merchants from the Ming dynasty, pirates from Southeast Asia, or even Europeans from as far away as Europe, these rules were strictly observed here. Those who broke the rules were left with nothing, their remains undiscovered. The pirates believed that any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem, and they needed a place to rest and get supplies, so they didn't care about Takuchi's extortion. After all, they could make a few runs at sea and get the money back. Therefore, the pirates didn't care about this all-around idler. The merchants from the Ming dynasty shared much the same view. Far from home, in a foreign land, the Europeans had to keep a low profile. Furthermore, since their discovery of the eastern continent, they had considered the use of force. However, after several battles, the Europeans were severely defeated by the Ming and Japanese, and thus became more docile. Even the pirates' expressions were often observed by these Europeans who ventured into the East. This shows how low the status of Europeans was in the East at that time. Unlike later generations, when foreigners were synonymous with masters, in the eyes of the Eastern world, Europeans were nothing more than country bumpkins and beggars. And no one took them seriously. Only countries like India, Siam, and South Vietnam were intimidated by the Europeans. Countries like the Ming and Japan were completely unafraid of the Europeans. Guerrilla was too far away, and Europeans couldn't even pass through the waters controlled by the Ming and Japanese, so they couldn't reach there. Therefore, the guerrilla people were not harmed by the Europeans. Therefore, Europeans in Japan had to pay Takuchi money and keep their peace. No matter how rubbish and incompetent Zhao Hongyu thought Japan was, in the eyes of others, it was actually quite powerful. Otherwise, the Ming dynasty wouldn't have launched a long history of resistance against the Japanese, which for a period of time left the Ming dynasty somewhat lost. The Japanese, having gained a certain understanding of their own military power, became arrogant. However, what they didn't know was that their perceived military power was nothing but rubbish in Zhao Hongyu's eyes. After all, Zhao Hongyu's vision was far beyond his time. Viewing Japan of this era through the eyes of later generations, Zhao Hongyu would have no regard for it. Furthermore, the technological level and firepower of Zhao Hongyu's warships were far ahead of their time. With such support, Zhao Hongyu had no fear of the Japanese. Takuchi, accompanied by a group of samurai and Ronin followers, arrived at the harbor docks in a menacing manner, causing chaos along the way. In the Ming dynasty, this guy would be a typical old dandy over 50 years old. Where is it? Where is it? Point it out to me. I want to see where this guy is from. How dare he say that he wants to bombard Osaka Castle? As Takuchi arrived at the port terminal, a small group of foot soldiers also trotted over from not far away. Looking at the large number of people around him, Takuchi was very proud. Sir, it's over there. At this time, a samurai subordinate pointed to the sea in the distance and said to Takuchi. Takuchi looked in the direction of the other party's finger, and his face turned pale in an instant. Novel Network. Is Chapter 566 a bit of an overreaction? What are those? Are they really warships? Following the direction of his subordinate's finger, Takuchi-jin finally spotted Zhao Hongyu's warships. 50 warships sat quietly on the sea. While their number might not seem large, they occupied a significant area of the ocean. Even from the harbor dock, Tokuchi could sense the sheer magnitude of those warships. At this moment, following Zhao Hongayu's orders, all 52 warships had turned sideways, their gun port shutters opened, revealing their guns. As soon as the time arrived, the captain of each warship would give the order to fire. The Imperial soldiers would carry out Zhao Hongayu's orders without hesitation. Tokuchi obtained a monocular from his subordinate. He had purchased it at a high price from the Dutch. It had indeed cost him a fortune. In his free time, Tokuchi would use the telescope from a high vantage point to secretly observe whether there were any beautiful women walking around the town, never using it directly. Fortunately, this time, the monocular was finally being used for the right purpose. Unfortunately, this time, instead of bringing joy to Tokuchi, it brought him fear and terror. Through the telescope, Tokuchi could clearly see the guns of Zhao Hongayu's warships being fired from their muzzles, while the sailors on deck stood at full alert. Tokuchi could also clearly see that these foreign warships were enormous and well-equipped. Compared to Japan's own warships, they were vastly superior, incomparable. Even Tokuchi, who knew little about warships, could tell that these warships were far superior to those of the Nanman. Although the Japanese and the Ming looked down on the Nanman, they were aware of the formidable nature of their warships. Just looking at these warships, quietly stationary at sea, revealed that they were far superior to the Nanman warships. How terrifying! If those cannons had actually fired and landed within the commercial town, they would have undoubtedly brought heavy casualties. Glancing furtively around, Tokuchi even spotted a nearby Nanman. When he saw the warship swing sideways to fire its cannons, his legs trembled. He kept muttering, "Why is this happening? Are they pirates? Are they attacking? Oh, God, I need to get out of here." If all those cannons were to fire, this place would be hell. With that, he and his companions fled in panic, desperately trying to find a way out. In his frenzy, he even fell to the ground. However, he quickly got up and continued running without looking back. Tokuchi knew the Nanman well. There were many Nanman in Osaka, and many of them would come here to trade. Therefore, Tokuchi had dealt with them numerous times and had even learned to speak fluent Nanman. Therefore, Tokuchi had heard the Nanman's mumblings. The southern barbarian's mumbling was so loud. Perhaps he'd forgotten to lower his voice in his panic. But Tokuchi heard it anyway. The southern barbarians were well versed in warships and maritime affairs, so their judgment was accurate. The southern barbarians' reaction showed that these warships were definitely not to be trifled with. A bitter taste filled Tokuchi's mouth now. He truly regretted it. While holding the telescope, he had counted the cannons on the warships at sea. The exposed side alone had a staggering 49 guns. Meanwhile, there were 52 warships at sea. Counting that, the cannons aimed at Osaka commercial town alone numbered over 2,000. Over 2,000 guns. My Amaterasu. Cold sweat broke out on Tokuchi's forehead. His mind was already imagining the scene of 2,000 guns firing simultaneously. He only imagined it briefly, and then his body began to tremble. No, absolutely not. This is Japan, not a place for strangers. How could they possibly be so bold? Suddenly, Tokuchi thought of this. Yes, Tokuchi had seen many people outside Japan, all travelers from distant homelands. Even if they dared to fire, they would still have to face Japanese retaliation. Furthermore, this is Japan. If a war really broke out, it would be very disadvantageous for these foreigners. The reason is simple: where would they get their artillery and supplies? Therefore, if these foreigners dared to fire, they would have to face this reality. Thinking of this, after the initial panic, Tokuchi slowly calmed down. He concluded that these foreigners were just bluffing and would definitely not dare to fire. Little did he know that this fleet was completely different from any foreign fleet he had seen. Because within this fleet, there was a man with an incredible cheat. With him, there was no need to worry about supplies. Even casualties were not a concern. It is precisely because of this that these strangers are the most confident compared to those southern barbarians and pirates. If the situation requires, they can even fight around Japan for a year. But can Japan do that? Obviously, Japan cannot. First of all, Japan's warships are inferior to those of the enemy, so there is no need to think about a naval battle. As for a land battle, what if the enemy doesn't fight you on land at all? If they are more despicable, they will go around your sea borders and attack your coastal cities, which will be enough to give the Japanese a headache. You know, the more developed cities in Japan now are all close to the coast. And Takuchi didn't know that the artillery range of Zhao Hongayu's warships was far beyond the range of artillery of this era, and could definitely hit the city. Therefore, Takuchi's judgment was completely wrong. Don't be afraid, they won't dare fire. If they do, it would be a declaration of war against Great Japan. Then, if the shogunate deploys its navy, these people will be helpless. Their warships may look impressive, but what about their supplies? Takuchi expressed his thoughts and judgment, which resonated with the men who had followed him to the dock. Kobayashi Koichi, who had been sent out to sea to announce Takuchi's demand for money to Zhao Hongayu, also shared his thoughts. Oh, what a fool. Why didn't I think of that? Those guys might look tough, but their lack of supplies is a huge problem. When I boarded their warship just now, they said they were going into port to rest and recuperate. They must need supplies, too. Provoking Japan when supplies are scarce is a very unwise decision. Perhaps, as Takuchi Bujio said, they were just bluffing. Kobayashi Koichi shared many other thoughts. None of them believed Zhao Hongai would actually order the artillery fire. Because, only a madman would do such a thing. But is Zhao Hongai a madman? Clearly, he isn't. Your Highness, are we really going to fire the cannon soon? Meanwhile, Master Wang, looking at the sands dripping from the hourglass with some concern, asked with a troubled expression. Of course, why not? If we don't show these Japanese how powerful we are, they'll actually think their boss, Zhao Hongayu, unlike Master Wang, was worried about everything. Instead, he was calm and relaxed, having the genetic sailors bring him a recliner, where he comfortably ate fruit. Master, your Highness is right. You have nothing to worry about. These Japanese are just as your Highness said. Only by defeating them can we show them who's boss. Liu Dabur, with a heartless look on his face, expressed his support for Zhao Hongayu's approach. Alice. Master Wang stamped his foot. Your Highness, have you considered this? No matter how powerful our Song warships are, they only number 52. But once you fire your cannons, you'll be facing a nation. Master Wang articulated his real concern. Yes, he wouldn't object to bombarding Japan, but the problem would be far more complex. Even with the formidable firepower of the fleet, it couldn't possibly take on a nation. Japan was small, to be sure, but it was still a nation. Furthermore, the unrest the Japanese had caused along the Ming coast proved that Japan wasn't a weakling to be bullied. Master, if I say you don't worry, you don't worry. I don't believe these Japanese wouldn't be afraid after firing over 2,000 cannons, Zhao Hongayu said to Master Wang with a grin. That's right, Liu Daba continued to echo heartlessly. I can't say more, but if you circle the coast of Japan and bombard them, I guarantee they'll kneel down and call me Grandpa. Zhao Hongayu looked like a scoundrel from the distant past, making Master Wang's beard twitch. My Highness, you know the number of artillery pieces. How could we allow you to circle the coast of Japan? Besides, we're so far from America. What would we do if the shells ran out? Master Wang's words were realistic, and his concerns were absolutely correct. Warships rely on their artillery, and artillery relies on its cannons. If they run out of cannons, a warship is no different from a fishing boat. It's like a hedgehog without its quills. It's easy to bully anyone who catches it. Master Wang's concerns were understandable. After all, he knew that His Highness, Zhao Hongayu, the Crown Prince, had a powerful cheat in his arsenal. It was a secret he would never know. Sarah and Emma also emerged from the cabin. They had also learned what was happening from the other geneticists. Is a war going to start? Emma asked, arriving at Zhao Hongayu's site and sitting on his lap. The young girl wasn't as polite as the Ming Dynasty girls. Even in front of Master Wang and the others, she acted very affectionate with Zhao Hongayu. Master Wang and Liu Daba hurriedly lowered their heads. Sarah, however, approached with the air of a noblewoman, smiled and waved, having the geneticists bring a chair before sitting down. She was older, but she couldn't act like Emma. It's not a war, it's about bombarding these monkeys, Zhao Hongai replied, raising his hand and scratching Emma's nose. Boom. Boom. We'll definitely win. I heard it's because someone's trying to embarrass us, right? Emma imitated the sound of a cannon firing twice, then looked at Zhao Hongayu and said. Zhao Hongayu nodded. Yes, he actually asked us to give him money, a large sum. He also said that if we didn't pay him, we wouldn't be given a berth. Emma tilted her head, revealing a lovely thoughtful expression. According to our Indian customs, we can declare war on unfriendly tribes. But we're so far away from home, won't it be troublesome if we start a war here? Little Emma also expressed her concerns. No, trust your husband, Zhao Hongyu said to Emma with a smile. Your Highness, please consider it, Master Wang once again offered advice, hoping that Zhao Hongyu would give up the idea of bombarding Osaka port. Unfortunately, Zhao Hongyu had already made up his mind, and some things were difficult to say to him. Therefore, Master Wang was destined to be disappointed. As soon as Master Wang finished speaking, Sarah spoke up, addressing Zhao Hongyu. It's just a case of running into a greedy guy. You're making a big fuss over such a small matter, aren't you? Zhao Hongyu's behavior truly did sound a bit like that of a naive, dandy young man. At least, Master Wang had already begun to believe that the Crown Prince was that type of person. But Sarah had been with Zhao Hongyu for over a year, so she had some understanding of him. In their daily interactions, Zhao Hongyu wasn't the type to make a big fuss or ignore reason. But this time, Sarah was baffled. She couldn't understand why her man would get so enraged and make such a big deal out of such a small matter, something that wasn't even a small matter. It was illogical and incomprehensible. Sarah had heard Master Wang's earlier words of advice and agreed with him. After all, they had left the American continent and arrived in this unfamiliar East. It can be said that they have nothing to rely on. If they really want to open fire, then this strange country will definitely have a reaction. And their side only has 52 warships. How can they possibly fight against a country making a fuss out of nothing? Hearing this, Zhao Hongyu felt depressed. There are some things that he really can't say, because he just wants to make a fuss out of nothing. Even if it's a wind, he will make waves 3 feet high. Well, in other words, it's easy to understand that he is looking for trouble. Novel Network. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Prelude to the Bombardment. Time ticked by, and the sand in the hourglass quickly dwindled. In about 5 or 6 minutes, it would be completely drained. At that point, the 52 warships would open fire, demonstrating Japan's might. Zhao Hongyu's actions were no exaggeration, they were all part of his plan. It was a plan he'd devised back in America, and it was specifically suggested by Professor Liu. Professor Liu's original suggestion was that Zhao Hongyu, upon arriving in Japan, should stir up trouble, unscrupulously finding any excuse to cause a major disturbance. Zhao Hongyu had to cheat, so he didn't have to worry about casualties. Therefore, even against a foreign power, he wouldn't be without a fighting force. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hongyu had agreed to Professor Liu's suggestion. Now, Zhao Hongyu was acting like a frivolous, reckless dandy, determined to show the unyielding Japanese a lesson. He had no regard for his own supplies, casualties, or the potential for a Japanese reaction. Master Wang and Sarah were perplexed. Why had this seemingly reasonable prince become so utterly rude after arriving in Japan? Of course, they couldn't understand. As Zhao Hongyu from another time and space, he already had no good feelings towards the Japanese. Furthermore, having arrived in this era, he possessed a powerful cheat. Therefore, if he didn't deal with the Japanese properly, he would be truly unworthy of his time travel. Besides, in this era, American international law lacked international conventions. Even if they launched a brutal war and resorted to despicable means, they wouldn't have to worry about anyone criticizing them. Aha, what a wonderful era. Honestly, aside from the fewer entertainment options and the lack of the extravagant lights and revelry of another time and space, Zhao Hongyu actually quite enjoyed this era. The lack of entertainment didn't matter, he could just go to bed at night. He already had 2 women. While one was too young to touch, he still had Sarah, the mature woman. What's more, he brought back so many female slaves from Egypt. If Sarah couldn't handle Zhao Hongyu alone, they could still fill in. Perhaps it was due to his time-traveling body, but besides growing younger, Zhao Hongyu had also slowly grown stronger in certain aspects. Now, Sarah alone couldn't handle Zhao Hongyu's torment. I don't know if this was a good thing. Your Highness, is the hourglass almost empty? At this moment, the geneticist who had assumed management of the Imperial Guards in Wang Shan's absence approached and reported the hourglass's status to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Hongyu, reclining on his recliner, maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Well, it seems that guy named Takuchi-jin isn't willing to give in. That's just as well. His refusal to give in gives us an excuse to deal with them, right?" Under Wang Shan's brainwashing, the geneticist Imperial Guards were, in fact, all filled with angry young men. Therefore, after hearing Zhao Hongayu's words, the dark-skinned, honest-looking genetic leader, no more than 18 or 19 years old, nodded and said, "Yes, apart from anything else, we can easily defeat the Japanese of this era. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will make them ecstasy, let the word spread. As soon as the sand in the hourglass runs out, fire without permission. My request is simple, destroy this commercial town immediately. Then we will begin our attack on Osaka Castle. Not far from the commercial town is Osaka Castle. Due to historical changes, the daimyo who originally resided in Osaka Castle has now disappeared into the long river of history. In his place, a man named Ishida Gadachi has taken his place. His name suggests that he is related to the shogun. According to the Japanese, the lord of Osaka Castle is a blood relative, of the Ishida family. It is precisely for this reason that Osaka Castle is so confident in allowing such a daimyo to garrison there. The shogun resided in what is now known as Edo, later Tokyo. Historically, Edo was the domain of the Tokugawa clan and the seat of the Edo shogunate. However, due to historical changes, the Tokugawa clan and his family were beheaded, and the Ishida family inherited his posthumous domain. Because Tokugawa had successfully developed Edo, Ishida Mitsunari brought it under his control. Like the Tokugawa clan in history, the Ishida family controlled a directly controlled territory centered in present-day Gyeonggi province, radiating outward into central Japan. The remaining daimyo were relegated to distant lands. Many prominent figures who should have appeared in history are now gone. Of course, not all do, a few remain. For example, the daimyo Mori still exists. However, the Mori clan's domain has shrunk significantly compared to historical records. This shows that the Ishida clan was even more ruthless than the Tokugawa clan. To be honest, the Japanese fortification skills are truly unsatisfactory. In another time and space, Zhao Hongyu had certainly visited Japan and toured its so-called scenic spots. Seeing Japan's castle towers and imperial palaces was nothing but disappointment. Those shabby places couldn't even compare to European castles. And that was thanks to modern technology, which had improved the surroundings. But modern architecture, on the other hand, is nothing but puny. Osaka Castle, standing 25 meters tall, resembled a towering beacon tower. A stone wall surrounded the castle, acting as a protective barrier. There were 3,000 soldiers stationed there, mostly foot soldiers, with no cavalry. After the Ishida family defeated the Tokugawa clan, became the shogun, and unified the country, there were no enemies left. Therefore, maintaining such a large military presence was no longer necessary. Within the territories of the daimyo, a small military presence was sufficient to maintain stability. Many daimyo were also tired of war, and maintaining soldiers cost a fortune. Instead of supporting them, they'd rather spend their money on their own comforts. Besides, this wasn't the warring states period anymore, the world was at peace, wasn't it? Zhao Hongyu had learned a lot about the current situation from Master Wang, Liu Dabi, Iguchi Zazo, and others. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu had a good idea of Japan's current situation. Given Japan's current military strength and technological advancement, he could easily capture Osaka Castle if he chose. It could even be said that capturing Osaka Castle would be effortless. He currently had 800 Imperial Guards genetically engineered warriors and 52 warships. While the sailors might not be able to easily disembark, he could still muster a force of several thousand men. After all, each of the 52 warships had over 300 genetically engineered sailors. That totaled over 10,000 sailors. It would be relatively easy to mobilize 2,000 to 3,000 men. After all, these men were all armed with flintlock rifles and bottle bombs. Furthermore, removing a few cannons from the ship wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, the army could be assembled quickly. Such a corps would be a disaster for the Japanese army, which was still using cold weapons. Furthermore, Zhao Hongyu and his men were no battlefield rookies. They had experienced wars with the British and the Iroquois in America. In the beginning, they had even made significant military achievements while integrating the area around Manhattan. Of course, many of these men were now sailors and soldiers on warships, so Zhao Hongyu was reluctant to temporarily mobilize them. However, Because he possessed a powerful cheat, if Zhao Honggai wanted more troops, he could easily get them. Before the Lunar New Year, Zhao Honggai spent all the money he'd accumulated in his virtual account over the past year. It was already mid-May, and a few months had passed, and his account had accrued a considerable amount of money. It was clear that Song Hu, Zhang Tai, and the other village heads who had been assigned to produce genetically modified people were doing quite well. As long as they were around, he didn't have to worry about running out of money. As long as he had money, he could breed genetically modified people. With genetically modified people, he had nothing to fear here. Of course, Zhao Honggai didn't want to rule Japan. He wanted to see it become a vassal state. Furthermore, if he bred too many genetically modified people, he wouldn't be able to use the money for anything else. After all, the investment in fake scientific research institutions was incredibly expensive. While it was possible to avoid it now, it would become absolutely necessary once his own development reached a bottleneck. It was Chen Zhenbang who was so ruthless, always raising prices and taking advantage of others. Zhao Honggai could hold out for a while, but as the things he needed became increasingly expensive, he wouldn't be able to sustain it. Therefore, producing the products himself was the only solution. Meanwhile, when Zhao Honggai mentioned that even Osaka Castle was a target, Master Wang was completely speechless. In his opinion, the young prince might have lost his mind. Even Sarah felt she couldn't understand the situation. To be continued. If you liked this work, please vote or subscribe. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please visit M to read. Chapter 568 How Dare You Fire? Because of his misjudgment of Zhao Honggai and his men, Takuchi Jin assumed these foreign strangers wouldn't dare bombard Osaka commercial town, and therefore, he didn't order the evacuation of the residents. Little did he know that these foreign strangers wouldn't act according to common sense. Even less so, he didn't realize that even without his presence, someone on the other side would have already started a riot in Japan. Therefore, no matter what, the bombardment wouldn't go as he predicted. Bluff, scare people? Takuchi Jin never imagined that the people he was facing didn't need such a thing. I don't believe they dare to fire. They're just a bunch of bluffers. Takuchi Jin stood at the dock, hands on his hips, watching the warships on the sea and shouting to his men. Remember this, everyone. These strangers harbor ill will against the Ishida shogunate. Spread my words. No Japanese port will provide aid to these people from now on. Takuchi Jin believed that if these people disobeyed him, they disobeyed the Ishida shogunate. After all, he was the father-in-law of the current shogun, Ishida Hiroshi. And his daughter was the shogun's most favored wife. That's right, he represented the shogunate. The shogunate's reputation depended on him. The more he thought about it, the more this made sense. His subordinates also felt that Takuchi was right. It seemed these foreigners were just bluffing, trying to intimidate. Their warships looked impressive, but would they really dare to fire? After all, no matter how powerful their warships were, they only had 52 of them. If they did, the situation would be completely different. That would be a challenge to the Ishida shogunate, and the shogunate would undoubtedly respond. To deal with such a provocation, the best remedy is to use force. Therefore, facing the military might of the shogunate, how could these foreigners possibly resist? After all, the shogunate represented the entire nation of Japan and even controlled half of Japan's military power. If these foreigners weren't fools, they would have surely considered this, right? Therefore, no one believed that the strange foreigners at sea would actually fire. However, Takuchi and his companions failed to notice a rather strange phenomenon. The numerous Nanman, southern barbarians, who had once occupied the streets of Osaka's commercial district had suddenly disappeared. At the same time, even some Ming Dynasty merchants had left the commercial district. It turned out that among the Nanman, southern barbarians, in Osaka was a Portuguese merchant. This merchant had been to Manhattan in America and traded with the city. Therefore, he was familiar with the wars between the Song Empire and the British, as well as the Iroquois War. He had even been there when the British gathered over 400 pirate ships to attack Manhattan early last year. He knew firsthand how powerful the military power of the enemy could be. Knowing the Song Empire's strength, he persuaded the Europeans in Osaka to leave this troubled area immediately. He solemnly assured them that the Song Empire would undoubtedly open fire. He knew the Song Empire all too well. The Song Empire was the archetypal nation that would beat you into submission if you don't show me respect. Relying on its immense military might, it would not tolerate humiliation. As he spoke to the Europeans, Some Ming merchants were present. After all, as he spoke, his European companions were discussing business matters with the Ming merchants. Under his persuasion, the Europeans, along with the Ming merchants, quickly left Osaka's commercial district and retreated to a barren mountain not far from it. Everyone, believe me, these Song Empire troops will definitely open fire. If we remain in Osaka's commercial district, we're doomed, the Portuguese knew. Even now, no one would believe him. It was just to be safe, so they followed him out. Therefore, he once again patted his chest and made a promise to everyone. Among these Ming Dynasty merchants, many had some doubts in their hearts. Because this guy kept saying that those strangers were from the Song Empire in America. The Ming Dynasty merchants didn't know where America was, but the Song Empire sounded a little familiar to them. As Ming Dynasty people, how could they not know about this Han Chinese state established after the Tang Dynasty? But, wasn't the Song Dynasty destroyed? How could such an empire still exist in the distant Americas? Fortunately, because of years of trade and constant contact with foreigners, these Ming Dynasty merchants in Osaka spoke fluent Japanese and Nanman dialects. Therefore, they understood the words of this Portuguese. It must be said that the ancient people had a truly powerful talent for languages. Sir, what is the origin of this American Song Empire you're talking about? Could you explain it briefly? We don't know where America is, we just want to know what this Song Empire is all about. Since everyone had already left the commercial town and was now relatively safe, why not take this opportunity to let this southern barbarian clear up their confusion? The questioner was an elderly man over 50, dressed in Ming Dynasty clothing and a four-piece uniform hat. Around him gathered a number of Ming Dynasty merchants of varying ages, their faces showing their keen interest. Seeing so many people looking at him, the Portuguese merchant nodded. Perhaps, taking this opportunity to build closer ties with these Ming people would be beneficial in the future. When the Song Empire opens fire, he'll be the one who saved them. According to the Eastern tradition, he'll be the oppressor. Anyway, since I have some free time now, I might as well explain the origins of the American Song Empire to them and help them find some peace. Normally, these Ming people were so proud that even trying to establish connections was a challenge. Now, with such a golden opportunity, how could he not seize it? Okay, I'll tell you about the origins of the Song Empire. This isn't news in the Americas. Any European merchant who's been there knows it well. The European merchant began, speaking in his strangely accented Ming dialect. The elderly merchant, the first to raise his doubts, was the capable steward of a prominent nobleman in the Ming capital. He had come to Japan merely to check his accounts. By chance, he'd stumbled upon a curious piece of overseas news. The origins of the American Song Empire actually have deep roots in the East, the Portuguese merchant said, drawing the Ming merchant's gazes wide. The citizens of the American Song Empire claim to be descendants of the Yanhong ethnic group, descendants of the Song dynasty that existed hundreds of years ago. Such a thing? What a strange thing. Did all those Song dynasty people die for their country at Yashin? Yes. Could there be any survivors? Everyone, be quiet and listen to what this foreigner has to say. The leading elder interrupted the chatter, hushing them all. Yet, he was also deeply shocked. Yashin, the Portuguese had excellent hearing and had heard everything the Ming merchants had just said. Among them was the word Yashin. Oh, Yashin? It seems those Song people said the same thing. Suddenly, the Ming merchants became attentive. It seems they say that after jumping into the sea at Yashin, many survived. But under the threat of the Tatars, they were forced to cross the ocean in search of a place to survive. Many ministers also survived, bringing with them a child with royal Song blood. And so, they endured untold hardships and arrived in America. This was truly a strange story. Immediately, a Ming merchant lowered his voice to his companions. Even more astonishing, these remnants of the Song dynasty had actually created such a vast nation. Even the warships on the sea were enough to tell the difference. Those aren't Tatars, they're Mongols, the leading elder corrected. As Ming people, they were undoubtedly well informed about the events of the Song dynasty. Yes, they're Mongols. Those Song people called them that, too. It's just that we Europeans are used to calling them Tatars. The Portuguese man nodded repeatedly, addressing the leading Ming elder. It's incredible. Heaven didn't destroy the Song dynasty's bloodline, allowing them to escape the Mongol slaughter and establish themselves in some place called America, even re-establishing a vast nation, the old man muttered to himself, looking up at the sky. At this moment, one of the merchants standing behind the old man asked, I wonder if the Song Empire was strong. In their view, the Song had been defeated by the Mongols, and the population on Yashan was small. In the end, there would not be many people who could escape to America. Therefore, it seems that the Song Empire was not that powerful. Hearing this, the Portuguese merchant replied, "As far as I know, they are very powerful. Last year, they defeated an Indian tribe of 200,000 people and took control of the Quebec region in the northeast of America. The area of that area is even larger than Japan. Moreover, last year they defeated a pirate fleet of 400 warships at sea. Those warships were warships like those of the Spanish in Haojing." As soon as the Portuguese merchant said this, everyone gasped. "My God, they are so powerful." Boom. At this moment, the warships on the sea in the distance suddenly opened fire. No way, they really dared to fire. This thought now emerged in everyone's mind, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote monthly. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to Term to read. Chapter 569, Takuchi Jin is completely dumbfounded. Finally, all the sand in the hourglass fell out. And at this time, Zhao Hongayu's patience had reached its limit. Damn it, shameless, fire. Because Zhao Hongyu had given the order in advance, the warships did not need Zhao Hongayu's order again. The captains of each warship immediately gave the order to fire after the sand in the hourglass fell. The scene of 52 warships and more than 2,000 artillery firing at the same time was spectacular. Boom boom boom. Flames spurted out of the muzzles of the artillery. With the help of huge gunpowder, the cannon was shot out of the barrel and flew towards the distant Osaka commercial town. My God, these lunatics really dared to fire. At this time, Takuchi Jin didn't know how to describe his mood. He didn't even know what he should do now. Run? Or immediately summon his men to fight back? Or ask for help? He had forgotten all about these things. He just stood there stupidly, staring at the cannon barrel spewing flames in the distance. These lunatics, that was the comment from Takuchi's men. "Sir, run." Kobayashi Koichi tugged on Takuchi's sleeve, dragging him toward the commercial town. Only then did his men react and swarm around him. Boom. Crash. A cannonball slammed into the nearby shop, shattering a massive hole in the roof. Takuchi was thankful Zhao Hongyu had used a solid cannonball, otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. Even so, over 2,000 solid cannonballs landed in Osaka commercial town. The damage they caused was not to be underestimated. Anyone unlucky enough to be hit directly by a solid cannonball would be utterly dead. Most of the time, it was the building that suffered the consequences. Cannonballs rained down from the sky, shattering buildings. Wood chips flew through the streets, and people were in chaos. Takuchi was now dumbfounded. How could I have been wrong? How could these foreigners actually see through the cannonballs? At this moment, Takuchi knew that things had gotten out of hand. After all, the fuse of this incident was still him. But the other party was too idiotic, seizing such an opportunity to make such a big deal. It was just a matter of money. Wasn't it really that serious? After Takuchi came to his senses, he really wanted to cry. He was now extremely uneasy. He was worried that if anyone knew that the cause of this incident was his greed, then even if his son-in-law was the shogun, he might not be able to protect himself. After all, because of his greed, he had caused such a big incident. Osaka was bombarded. This matter was definitely not a small matter. After the establishment of the Ishida shogunate, Japan had basically been peaceful. Stability was what the shogunate needed most. But now, a bombardment has occurred. It could mean war. This is what the Ishida shogun at least wants to see, especially since the enemy's origins are unknown. If not handled properly, the Ishida shogunate's ability to govern will be questioned. This will greatly undermine the legitimacy of the Ishida shogunate's rule over Japan. Even though the Tokugawa family and their allies were defeated and those who should be killed were executed, many still survived. Are they really willing to accept defeat? What a joke. If they were truly willing to fail, then the Ishida shogunate's shogun and his clan wouldn't be constantly assassinated by ninjas. Now that the Ishida shogunate has caused such a big trouble, it's obvious that Ishida Hiroi will have to step in and silence the world. Takuchi was filled with hatred. He hated these strange foreigners. How could they be so stupid? It was just a matter of money. Wouldn't it be enough to just give them money? But these idiots. Just for such a small matter, they launched a bombardment. What else could they do? The irony was that they'd given him a chance, yet he'd thought they were just trying to scare him, and now this was the outcome. Oh my god. Why am I so unlucky with him? Takuchi-jin thought bitterly as he was dragged away from the commercial town by Kobayashi Koichi. He stumbled along the way, looking nothing like the impressive figure he had been when he first arrived. He was terrified. This matter had a huge bearing on him. Even if his daughter was favored by Ishida Hiroshi, she wouldn't be able to help in this situation. He might even be slandered by others, potentially getting himself eliminated. Even his daughter might suffer the consequences. Oh my god. How could this be? The commercial town was under fire, and the people were running around in a panic. Wailing echoed through the air, accompanied by the sound of the bombardment. Nearby, the Europeans and Ming merchants, persuaded by the Portuguese merchant to flee early, stared with wide eyes at the warships bombarding the Osaka commercial district. How dare they do such a thing, the leading elder uttered. He considered such a move to be utterly audacious. The ensuing trouble would undoubtedly be immense. It was a slap in the face of the Japanese and the shogunate. If the shogunate remained inactive, its fearlessness would be completely shattered, and the very foundations of their rule would be shaken. These Song people from America would undoubtedly face the shogunate's wrath. Under such circumstances, their audacity to bombard Osaka was a testament to their sheer audacity. Even the word bold wouldn't be enough. They were simply foolhardy. What were they thinking, acting so recklessly and without regard for the consequences? Could they, after bombarding Osaka, simply turn around and run? Yet, that made sense. That was a very real possibility. Anyone who wasn't an idiot would probably do the same. The old man thought so, believing that after bombarding Osaka, the Song people would likely leave quickly. The reason was simple. Even a fool knew that bombarding Osaka would provoke a violent reaction from the Japanese shogun. If they didn't leave, they would inevitably face the threat of the Japanese army. After all, a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. Moreover, the Song people were far from home, so they weren't really a force to be reckoned with. With only 52 warships, it was unrealistic to oppose the shogunate's army. Many people shared the old man's thoughts, and this was generally their common assumption. I told you, the Song people are known for their ruthlessness. If we hadn't left the commercial town, we'd be in trouble now, the Portuguese merchant said, a lingering fear in his heart. It wasn't just him, every one of those who had followed his advice and fled was terrified. If they hadn't trusted this guy and stubbornly stayed in the commercial town, they would now be facing a barrage of over 2,000 artillery shells. Thinking of this, the people on the small hillock each had a look of relief on their faces. Haha, look, those Japanese down there are running around. I don't know what they're thinking, they should be running outside now, not still scurrying around in the commercial town, a Ming Dynasty merchant shouted to the crowd, pointing at the commercial town in the distance. The small hillock they were on was quite a distance from the commercial town. Because Zhao Hongai's target was Osaka commercial town, he had no interest in this area with no buildings nearby. It was precisely because of this that these people felt quite safe on the small hillock. Furthermore, the hillock offered a good view of the situation in the commercial town. Following the direction of the Ming Dynasty merchant's finger, everyone looked over. Oh. Indeed, the commercial town was in chaos. Those Japanese were truly running around. These guys were running around aimlessly, with no purpose at all. How could they possibly avoid the relentless barrage of artillery fire? Just from the eyes of the crowd on the hilltop, they saw many people being killed by the artillery fire. The scene was truly bloody. The Song Empire's warships are very powerful. Unlike ordinary warships, their warships have cannons on both sides. This means that if a warship is turned sideways, anyone will face a barrage of artillery fire. I saw one last year when I left America. There were at least 40 cannons on one side of the warship, the Portuguese merchant boasted deliberately. Of all these people, he was the only one who knew the Song Empire best. After all, he had traded with the Americas for a period of time. And that was during the time when Zhao Hongai was expanding. The development in Manhattan could be described as rapid. Many groundbreaking products also emerged from the Americas. Did you know that those goods I brought here a while ago were actually made in America? Finally, the Portuguese merchant revealed a secret that wasn't really a secret. Wow. Is everything you say true? That's no white sugar and fine salt. The old man, who was clearly the leader of the group among the Ming merchants, asked hurriedly with a look of shock. The Portuguese merchant nodded repeatedly. Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you about this. White sugar, refined salt, chicken essence, or guo tao, and even 13 spices are all produced in America. And I don't think you know that there are many more good things in Manhattan, America. It's just that my merchant ship is too small to carry so much cargo. In fact, American goods are already widely circulated in Europe. Moreover, the mere mention of a product's American origin makes it more popular. It's obvious that American goods have become a brand name. With their excellent workmanship and reasonable prices, Europeans, from the common people to the nobility, and even the royal family, love American goods. Even those church leaders who constantly complain about American people are secretly using a lot of American goods. Shampoo, shower gel, various iron cookware, and other daily necessities, the most profitable and most consumed commodities, are now monopolized by America. When this Portuguese merchant left America for the East, he brought with him a wealth of interesting goods. When they were sold in Osaka, they quickly sold out. The main buyers were merchants from the Ming dynasty. Especially the astonished old man. He had originally purchased a large amount of sugar, refined salt, chicken essence, shampoo, and shower gel from this Portuguese. He had his men transport them back to the Ming dynasty for his master, and word came back that the nobleman was delighted with the goods. Indeed, white sugar was unavailable in that era. Refined salt was also scarce, not to mention chicken essence, which enhances the flavor of dishes. Furthermore, the nobleman's wives and concubines noticed a noticeable improvement in their fragrance after using the shampoo and shower gel. This transformation astounded him. The nobleman even took his wives and concubines with him, showing off his purchases everywhere, sparking widespread interest. When other nobles learned that these goods were purchased in Japan, they also sent their men to Japan, intending to buy some to show off. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the Portuguese merchants had already sold out. When others asked the Portuguese where they got the goods, they would say America. Upon closer inquiry, they were surprised to learn that the voyage alone would take 8 months, and most people would immediately lose interest. This Portuguese man was wearing a sailor's shirt from the American Song Empire, green military shorts, and green rubber-soled military shoes. This kind of clothing was actually quite common in the Americas. People of Chinese descent living there generally didn't wear it. However, Native Americans and Europeans were drawn to it. They found it comfortable and convenient, and it quickly became popular. It was already the end of May, and the weather was gradually getting warmer. This Portuguese, who had spent time in Manhattan, naturally had a few sets of Manhattan clothing. You know, in the eyes of these merchants, if you didn't have a few sets of Manhattan clothing, you were definitely a symbol of backwardness and old-fashionedness. Even the sailors on the Portuguese merchant's ship wore shorts and t-shirts sold in Manhattan. The elderly man, seemingly the leader of the Ming merchants, turned his gaze away from the Portuguese merchants and fixed it on the warships bombarding the Osaka commercial district. From the front, the elderly man's eyes flickered, and it was unclear what he was thinking. These goods were only available in these people's countries. If I could establish a relationship with them, wouldn't I be able to control the supply in the future? The elderly man was well aware of the value of these goods. And if he could actually accomplish this, the owner behind them might reward him handsomely. But the question was, how could he establish such a relationship? The elderly man began to think. To be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 570. Who can tell me why this is happening? What's that noise? Inside Osaka Castle, not far from Osaka commercial town, Ishida Gadachi, a local daimyo and a member of the shogun's clan, bleary-eyed, emerged from his bedroom and shouted. He'd just spent the night making love with 2 women the previous night, and now he was incredibly sleepy. He'd been hoping for a good night's sleep, but just as he was soundly asleep, a rumbling noise outside awoke, wiping out his sleep. He felt quite uncomfortable when he didn't get enough sleep. This, in turn, made him easily irritable. Ishida Gadachi wondered who was causing such a noise that even he couldn't sleep. Dang dang dang, a samurai in light red armor ran over and knelt on one knee before him. Sir, there are dozens of foreign ships outside Osaka harbor, bombarding Osaka commercial town. Duh. Ishida Gadachi, who was yawning and stretching, paused abruptly. What? Bombard Osaka commercial town? Ishida Gadachi had thought of everything, but nothing like this. He'd assumed the merchants had discovered a mineral vein nearby, and were blasting the mountain to mine. But that wasn't the case. It was dozens of foreign ships bombarding Osaka commercial town. Oh my god, This was a big deal. Ever since the Ishida family, along with other daimyo, defeated the Tokugawa coalition, Japan had largely returned to stability, ending the century-long turbulent warring states period. Wars were rare at that time. While members of the Tokugawa family and their subordinate daimyo would occasionally appear, they were hardly any threat. But how could foreign ships bombard Osaka commercial town out of nowhere? Could a new war have broken out? At the thought, Ishida Godamichi's heart fluttered. Take me to see it. At that moment, Ishida Godamichi's voice became a little distorted. Honestly, despite the Ishida family's current position in the shogunate, their descendants may have inherited their ancestors' business genes, but not their martial prowess. They possess a natural talent and interest in business, but they fear war and combat above all else. This is completely different from the historical Tokugawa clan. Whether it's due to sheer luck or the influence of Zhao Hongyu, history has shifted course. The Tokugawa clan, originally destined for the shogunate of this era, no longer exists. Ishida Mitsunari, a historical failure, succeeded, establishing the Ishida shogunate. As a member of the Ishida shogunate, Ishida Gamachi exemplified this. If Ishida Mitsunari hadn't founded the shogunate, perhaps he would have been a successful small businessman. Unfortunately, as a member of the Ishida clan, he's now limited to becoming a daimyo. Business is out of the question. After all, he's now a daimyo and needs to maintain his image. Therefore, he now lives a life of debauchery. He left all the management of his territory to his subordinates. Perhaps because the warring states period had just ended, the people longed for stability. The military commanders were tired of war, so he lived a relatively comfortable life. No one wanted to stir up unrest like the warring states period, with the lower classes rising up against their superiors. Therefore, Ishida Gadachi prayed daily, hoping for world peace and no unrest in his land. But what he feared came true. Today, foreign ships were bombarding the Osaka commercial district. So, how could Ishida Gadachi not be nervous? Although he was a daimyo, he, like the rest of the Ishida family, was a completely different person. Unlike the other daimyo, he was timid, lacked martial prowess, and his dream wasn't to be a daimyo, but a merchant. Perhaps this was because Ishida Mitsunari, the founder of the Ishida shogunate, was a businessman, and his descendants inherited his merchant genes. It was a pity that Ishida Mitsunari started out as a businessman and then rose to become a great daimyo. He still possessed a wealth of martial prowess. However, his descendants seemed to have inherited only his business talent, not his courage. This, admittedly, was quite comical. Regardless, Ishida Mitsunari defeated Tokugawa Ieyasu, becoming the ultimate victor of the warring states period and establishing the Ishida shogunate. At this moment, Ishida Mitsunari's descendants, anxiously led by a samurai, were heading towards the tower's balcony. As they walked, Ishida Godamichi, with a troubled expression, kept asking the samurai, "What's going on? Why bombard Osaka commercial town for no reason?" Do you know what's going on? In Ishida Godamichi's opinion, that so-called foreigner wouldn't bombard Osaka commercial town for no reason. There must be something else behind this. Perhaps the lingering remnants of the Tokugawa clan were behind this. The thought of these Tokugawa remnants made Ishida Godamichi shudder. Yes, Tokugawa Ieyasu was defeated by Ishida Mitsunari. He and his relatives were beheaded. However, not all Tokugawa clan members perished. Many were rescued by Hattori Hanzo, the ninja leader under Ieyasu at the time. Hattori Hanzo was a formidable figure. He and Fuma Kajiro, another ninja leader under Ishida Mitsunari, were two of the most famous ninjas of the warring states period. Ninjas, masters of disguise, used them to spy on military intelligence and assassinate opponents. Their ruthless tactics were practically impossible to defend against. When a ninja sought to kill someone, their target's survival was highly unlikely. After rescuing a close relative of the Tokugawa clan, Hattori Hanzo vanished from the scene. However, waves of assassinations followed. Despite Fuma Kajiro's repeated resistance, many of Ishida Mitsunari's allies were still killed during that wave of assassinations. Even many of Ishida Mitsunari's generals were killed. Of course, Hattori Hanzo also suffered heavy losses. After all, his opponent was Fuma Kajiro. At the time, Ishida Gamachi was old enough to remember things, and he was already in his teens when this incident occurred. He remembers the events of that time vividly, and every time he thinks of them, he shudders. It was a terrifying period, so terrifying that he often dreams about it. After the wave of assassinations during that period, Hattori Hanzo once again went into hiding. While assassinations still occurred from time to time, the scale of the attacks were not as large as they had been. This was likely related not only to Hattori Hanzo's heavy losses, but also to the gradual stabilization of the domestic situation. Ninjas no longer had much of a market. The reason was simple: ninjas rose to prominence during the Warring States period. Without the Warring States period, they were no longer of much use. And without use, they had no income. It was a simple problem. Of course, there were still people who would go looking for ninjas, but the tasks they were asked to perform were generally trivial. This also showed that the shogunate under Ishida Mitsunari was relatively unstable. At least they could control the situation, and with time, the rebels would be powerless. But even a rat will bite a cat when it's cornered, right? Ishida Gamachi was worried that the bombardment of Osaka commercial town was caused by the presence and influence of Tokugawa remnants. If everything was as he imagined, then this would be a serious matter. Baka. How did I get into this trouble? There are so many cities in the world, why did you come to me? Even if you want to cause trouble, can't you go somewhere else? This is really ridiculous. Ishida Gamachi thought, feeling angry and aggrieved. Soon, Ishida Gamachi and the samurai arrived on the balcony and immediately looked in the direction of Osaka commercial town. Osaka Castle, square and towering, lacked any architectural beauty. But given the level of Japanese artistry, that was all there was to it. Their greatest strength, in fact, was their folk art. From the balconies within Osaka Castle, one could easily survey the surroundings. After all, Osaka Castle was built with surveillance in mind. Sir, as Ishida Gamachi arrived at the balcony, the samurai slowly gathered around him. One of the samurai handed him a monocular. Ishida Gamachi took the telescope, unscrewed it, and placed it against his eye socket. Hiss. Through the telescope, Ishida Gamachi took in the devastating scene of Osaka's commercial district. He gasped. The once bustling commercial district was now filled with billowing smoke, and many houses had been thrown down, reduced to rubble. Even as Ishida Gamachi watched, several buildings slowly crumbled into ruin. People on the streets were running around like flies. People kept opening their mouths and shouting at the top of their lungs. Because the distance was too far, Ishida Gamachi certainly couldn't hear it. At that moment, he didn't dare to neglect it and immediately turned the telescope to the sea surface of Osaka port. Boom, boom, boom. Under his gaze, those foreign warships were still firing. Every time the artillery fired, the warship would pause, and then generate circles of waves to spread around. And those warships fired artillery. Each time there would be more than 40 guns, firing one after another. This was the first time that Ishida Gamachi had seen such a sharp warship. My God, which country's navy is this, and how can it be so powerful? Who can tell me why these strangers are shelling us? Novel Network. Chapter 571, Calling the Soldiers. Ishida Gamachi wasn't a scholar, not a qualified daimyo, but he wasn't an idiot. The foreign warships were clearly formidable. This alone indicated that these foreign nations were incredibly powerful. If they weren't, they couldn't possibly have built such formidable warships. Ishida Gamachi knew full well that Japan's own ironclad ships would be utterly defeated against those warships. Despite the Japanese boasting about the power of their ironclad ships, Ishida Gamachi knew it was all just empty boasting. Beyond anything else, the sheer number of artillery pieces alone gave the foreign warships an advantage. Isn't naval combat all about artillery? While ironclads could carry many soldiers, boarding engagements were difficult. The Japanese had suffered losses at the hands of the Ming Navy in this regard. Speed and artillery were crucial factors in boarding engagements. A single salvo from these foreign warships would likely sink the ironclads. No matter how hard he thought, Ishida Gamachi couldn't understand why these strangers were bombarding Osaka. Judging from the flags on their ships, they weren't from the Ming dynasty, nor were they from any of the Southeast Asian countries. They weren't even southern barbarians. So, where did these people come from? And why were they bombarding Osaka? There were simply too many perplexing questions. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and the more angry he became. Could it be that this was really some unexpected enemy? With that, Ishida Gamachi dropped his telescope and shouted angrily. Seeing Ishida Gamachi's anger, the gathered samurai bent their knees and fell to the ground. Sir, calm down, can someone tell me what's going on? Faced with Ishida Gamachi's barking, the samurai really didn't know how to respond. Honestly, They were completely confused. Send someone to the commercial town immediately. Ask someone who knows the truth. I need to know the truth. Go. Oh. Several samurai arose and hurried away. Soon, several fleets of swift horses rushed out of Osaka Castle and headed towards the commercial town. Sir, now is not the time to delve into the cause of this incident. We must consider how to deal with the situation below. These strangers are bombarding Osaka. Osaka is your territory, sir. As a lord, you must react. A kneeling samurai, about 50 years old and also wearing black armor, looked up and warned Ishida Gadachi. How should I react? Should I even muster an army to fight these strangers? Ishida Gadachi said to the samurai in a sullen tone. Yes, sir. Ishida Gadachi rolled his eyes, a look of resignation on his face. Hate it. I hate the idea of war, Ishida Gadachi thought to himself. However, he kept silent. He knew that as a daimyo, he couldn't entertain such thoughts. Such thoughts would make people think he was weak and vulnerable. If he revealed them, he would no longer be able to control these unruly samurai. Therefore, even if he had such an idea, he could only think about it in his mind. He must not say it out loud. Besides, there was nothing wrong with the samurai's proposal, it was very correct. Alice, why does there have to be a war? Ishida Gadachi turned around, not letting the samurai see his tangled face, and sighed in his heart. Even if we call up the army, we can't fight those strangers. They are on the sea. We can only be on land, and we don't have a navy here, Ishida Gadachi said loudly with his back turned. All the samurai, including the samurai who proposed to call up the army, were all stunned. Then everyone showed an annoyed expression. Thinking, that's right, those strangers who bombarded Osaka commercial town were all on the sea. Therefore, even if they called up the army, there was no way to go to the sea to fight the other side. Could they swim over? Obviously, this is impossible. Sir, even so, we must muster the troops. We must guard against the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, who might seize the opportunity to launch an attack, the elderly samurai warned again. Good. This time, Ishida Gadachi was convinced. Yes, that was exactly what he was worried about most. Tokugawa remnants. Who knows if these strangers bombarding the Osaka commercial district are actually Tokugawa remnants? If these strangers were sent by Tokugawa remnants, that would be extremely troublesome. This was what Ishida Gadachi was most worried about and terrified of. The wave of assassinations perpetrated by Tokugawa remnants during his childhood had truly impacted him. Yes, that's right. Apart from anything else, we must be on guard against the remnants of the Tokugawa clan, Ishida Gadachi nodded, addressing the samurai with a serious expression. Alright, then. Immediately pass on my order to muster all soldiers and have them assemble outside Osaka Castle. In the end, Ishida Gadachi had done the right thing. Oh. After receiving the order, the samurai rose and left. Only the samurai belonging to Ishida Gadachi's personal guards remained. Let us go too. Now that the call had been issued, it was impossible for the lord to hide in the city. Accompanied by his personal guards, Ishida Gadachi changed into armor and headed outside the city. At that moment, on a small plain outside the city, no fewer than 1,500 foot soldiers had gathered. Meanwhile, from the surrounding villages and towns, many foot soldiers and militia were gathering in this direction. It seemed that this would take some time. Sir, the nearby troops are gathering here. We must wait a while, a general said to Ishida Gadachi, who was wearing bright red armor and riding a tall horse. Ishida Gadachi nodded. Then we'll wait and see. Ishida Gadachi wore a red helmet with a large Shun character atop it. The Japanese are truly a unique breed. They're home to a wealth of exceptional talent. During the Warring States period, daimyo, great names, enjoyed inlaying characters on their helmets as symbols, like, or something similar. This was typical of Japan. In the Ming Dynasty, it would have been laughable. But the Japanese don't see it that way. They consider themselves powerful and superior. If it were Zhao Honggao, he probably wouldn't laugh at them, but he would certainly offer them the kindly suggestion of inlaying the characters, silk, on their helmets. Well, Zhao Honggao could definitely pull off something like that. In fact, there was an even more unusual Warring States era general who inlaid a large bronze coin on his helmet. I wonder if this guy was a money grubber, otherwise why would he have such an item on his helmet? Fortunately, sanitary napkins didn't exist in Japan during that era. Otherwise, I wonder if the female warriors of the Warring States period would have worn one on their helmets, a super thin one with wings. If that were the case, they'd be a force to be reckoned with. Wherever sanitary napkins go, the gods would retreat. But then again, sanitary napkins are already being sold in Manhattan, and even in Europe and the Arab world. Upon their release, they quickly became popular among aristocratic women, earning them a reputation as a women's best friend. Even nuns would buy some for those few days of the month. After all, this thing was truly revolutionary. Furthermore, in this era, men around the world showed little concern for women's issues. It was a male-dominated era. Therefore, women were left to fend for themselves. But what was most important to women? Of course, those few days of the month. Sanitary napkins are currently only sold in America and Europe and haven't spread to Japan or the East. However, it's foreseeable that once this product reaches Europe, it will quickly capture a vast market. The reason is simple: this business is unique and lacks competition. Zhao Hongayu's business is currently a monopoly. As a time traveler with a cheat, if he can't even do this, he's truly a disgrace to the world of time travel. Sarah and Emma are currently using these sanitary napkins, and they are deeply touched by Zhao Hongayu's concern. Who else in this era would care so much about their women's physiological needs? Perhaps only the American song empire. Therefore, sanitary napkins have not only become popular in Europe and America, but have also garnered the favor and gratitude of many women. However, because sanitary napkins are currently only circulated among aristocratic women, ordinary women in Europe are reluctant to buy them. But with time, I imagine they will gradually accept them. There's no need to rush this matter. The situation in the American song empire was much better. Women there could earn money through labor, so when they had more money, they didn't care about small sums. Especially with the allure of advertising slogans like "Women, be kind to yourself," they quickly adopted sanitary napkins. As sanitary napkins spread to the East, especially Japan, who knows if someone would actually use them as a symbol, in laying them onto helmets? Given the Japanese's usual quirks, it wasn't impossible. Ishida Gadachi, waiting for his soldiers to gather outside Osaka Castle, pondered whether he should send someone to contact the strangers. Just in case there was a misunderstanding, explaining the situation would avoid a fight. With this thought in mind, Ishida Gadachi beckoned to a samurai. "Come here, I have a mission for you," to be continued. If you like this work, please vote or subscribe to Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please read here. Chapter 572. Your Highness, let's retreat. Sir, what's the matter? Seeing Ishida Kagamochi beckon him over, the black-armored, 40-year-old general rode up to him, bewildered. Tanaka, find a way to approach those strangers from the sea. I'd like to send you to make contact. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding regarding their bombardment of Osaka, so if possible, I'd like to avoid a direct confrontation. After all, they're at sea, and we have no ships. A real battle would be very disadvantageous for us. To be frank, Ishida Kagamochi didn't want to fight, but he wouldn't say so. Everyone knows how to make nice things, so he devised an excuse, and it sounded pretty good. The general named Tanaka nodded and left. As Japanese generals of that era, they couldn't argue with orders from their superiors. Even if the orders were utterly unreasonable, they had to carry them out. After Tanaka left, he began to mutter to himself. Really? They actually asked me to find a boat to approach those strangers from the sea. Aren't they worried that I'll be mistaken for an attacker and killed? Tanaka's tone was a little frustrated. Ever since the bombardment of Osaka commercial town, these generals had been paying close attention to Zhao Hongyu and his men. The power and spectacle of the warship's artillery salvos had already shocked them. They couldn't imagine how they could defeat such a fleet at sea. Apart from anything else, the dense barrage of artillery alone was enough to put them in a state of panic. Only 10 minutes had passed since the bombardment began, but the bustling Osaka commercial town had been transformed into a living hell under the ravages of the artillery fire. Japanese buildings in this era were largely wooden structures, making them extremely susceptible to ignition under the intense bombardment. Consequently, several plumes of black smoke were already rising from Osaka commercial town, indicating that it had already caught fire. However, due to the long delay, the flames had not yet ignited to any significant extent. But any discerning person could see that, as time passed, Osaka commercial town would undoubtedly be engulfed in flames. It would be a lie to say Ishida Kagamochi wasn't distressed. After all, a large portion of his food and drink, as a lord, depended on Osaka Commercial Town. Even some of his novelties were purchased and delivered to him from Osaka Commercial Town. If Osaka Commercial Town was destroyed, wouldn't he be deprived of his enjoyment for a short period of time? But the problem was, Ishida Gadamichi had witnessed the might of Zhao Hongayu's fleet's bombardment from a high tower within Osaka Castle, so he didn't have the courage to challenge Zhao Hongayu and his men. He had summoned the soldiers simply to put on a show in front of his subordinates. This was the only way to prove that he was a qualified lord. Otherwise, they would see him remain unmoved even with his territory bombed to such an extent. How would they view him then? It was logical for him to stand up and shout some slogans at this time. But in fact, Ishida didn't want to clash with those strangers. So, he found Tanaka and asked him to find a way to contact those strangers. Everyone sat down and solved all the problems. Of course, Tanaka still had one thing to do, which was to find out whether the other party was instigated by the remnants of the Tokugawa clan. If there were no Tokugawa remnants, then everything would be easy to handle. This was the truest thought in Ishida's heart. Tanaka knew this very well. However, Tanaka was also very distressed. Because in the current situation, the other party had already started shelling Osaka. So, there must be something irreconcilable. In this unclear situation, could he complete the task assigned to him by Ishida? Alice, it was really a great hardship. But no matter what, the order had been given to him. And he accepted it. So, he would do his best to complete it. Although the Japanese have various shortcomings, and they are even very despicable. But it must be admitted that the Japanese also have their strengths. They are known for their high degree of adherence to orders. Even at the risk of death, they will strive to complete the tasks assigned by their superiors. This mindset only began to see some change later, after the impact of Western culture. However, the change was minimal, at least within major Japanese companies. This mindset persisted. Tanaka, with his 50 men, rode swiftly towards the Osaka commercial district. Along the way, they encountered numerous civilians lured from the commercial district. Listen, seeing these fleeing people, Tanaka wondered if he could elicit any useful information from them. With this thought, he pulled the reins and shouted loudly. The panicked civilians, seeing the samurai master on his majestic horse blocking their way and demanding they stop, obediently stopped and looked at Tanaka with a bewildered look. They had no idea what the samurai master was going to do by stopping them. In that era, samurai held absolute superiority over commoners, so the ordered halt caused a flurry of panic and anxiety. Their faces were covered in dust, bewilderment, and fear. What had happened in the commercial town was so sudden that they were completely unprepared. The cannons rained down like jade, and those around them cried out incessantly. The once bustling commercial town had suddenly transformed into a world of hell. Did you escape from the commercial town? Tanaka asked loudly from his horse, looking down at the crowd from above. The people lowered their heads and knelt on either side of the road, not daring to even look up at Tanaka. Remember, in 17th century Japan, until the end of the shogunate, commoners were prohibited from looking directly at samurai and nobles. If anyone dared to look up at a samurai or noble, it would be considered disrespectful. Then, the samurai and nobles could draw their swords and kill them on the spot without breaking the law. It was precisely because of this law that, after being ordered to stop by Tanaka, the people knelt obediently on either side of the street, awaiting the samurai master's questioning. Yes, samurai master, we all escaped from the commercial town, Tanaka asked. An elderly man in the crowd, head bowed, answered. Even as he spoke, he kept his head down, not raising it. He didn't want to die for no reason. Who knew what the samurai master would do? Perhaps he was angry and wanted to vent his anger. Well, such bad luck was unacceptable. Does anyone know what happened in the commercial town? Tanaka continued, his horse inquiring. The warhorse beneath him snorted continuously, its front legs scratching the ground. In reply to samurai master, we don't know either, the old man answered Tanaka's question. We were in the shop, discussing business, when, for some reason, the foreign warships at sea opened fire. Then, the commercial town was engulfed in a hail of artillery fire. Everything was destroyed, including my shop, and many people lost their families. As the old man spoke these words, the people kneeling on the sides of the road began to sob softly. Tanaka had no sympathy for these people. In his eyes, they were nothing more than lowly people whose lives had nothing to do with him. His priority was to quickly understand the situation and complete the mission assigned to him by Lord Ishida. Stop crying. I want to know why those foreigners opened fire, Tanaka, a little annoyed by the sobs, snapped. Ugh. The sobs of the people, instantly silenced by Tanaka's rebuke, were practically silent. You have to admit, Japanese people have a deep sense of meanness in their bones. Otherwise, the Japanese wouldn't have elevated a certain art form to a global scale. These people were completely clueless as to why the foreigners were firing their cannons. After all, how could they possibly know that Takuchi-jin was demanding a bribe and hurling harsh words at the foreigners? Furthermore, the foreigners had given Takuchi an opportunity, and he hadn't seized it. Hence, the current situation. Beyond Takuchi and those close to him, this matter remained unknown to the outside world. Therefore, Tanaka was destined to gain no useful information from these people. Even if Tanaka knew the full story, he'd undoubtedly be mortified. He'd just been accused of a minor bribery, yet the foreigners had made such a fuss. Clearly, they were a difficult people to deal with. If Tanaka truly knew all this, he'd likely have no intention of approaching Zhao Hongyu and his men. This incident clearly showed how easy it was to deal with a foreigner who, enraged by a bribery demand, bombarded Osaka and made a fuss about nothing. Unbeknownst to everyone, Zhao Hongyu was doing this on purpose. He was determined to make a big deal out of nothing, to cause trouble for the Japanese. Even without Takuchi-jin, Zhao Hongyu would have found a way to stir up some trouble after arriving in Japan. Tanaka, having failed to obtain the information he hoped for, led his men onward, towards Osaka commercial town. The further they advanced, the more miserable the civilians appeared. Gradually, even wounded troops began to appear. However, Tanaka couldn't care less. Watanabe, seeing the outline of the commercial town in sight, and having already reached its vicinity, Tanaka had no choice but to stop. At his shout, a cavalryman in Hatamoto armor approached him. Take your men and search the area. We need a boat. And don't forget to find a large white cloth, okay? The Hatamoto warrior named Watanabe took his orders and left, bringing his 5 companions with him. Tanaka, along with the remaining Hatamoto soldiers, found a place to dismount and rest. He was truly infuriated. After asking so many people, he still hadn't gotten any useful information. Could it be that those foreigners bombarded the Osaka commercial district on purpose? Tanaka thought bitterly. He absolutely didn't believe it, because no one would do such a thing for a reason. He figured the foreigners must have suffered some kind of injustice in Osaka, angering them and firing their cannons. Actually, Tanaka didn't care much about the foreigners. In his view, their actions had already provoked the shogunate. It wouldn't be long before word of what happened in Osaka reached Edo, and eventually the shogun would know. The shogun would surely be enraged by the challenge to the Japanese government by bombarding Osaka. And the consequences of the shogun's anger were obvious: the army would gather and deal with these foreigners. While the foreigners' warships were powerful, this was still Japan, their territory. No matter how powerful you foreigners were, you wouldn't have the upper hand here. When the army arrived, they would be able to deal with these foreigners. However, his lord, unwilling to engage these foreigners, had ordered him to engage them, giving Tanaka a headache. While he internally resented this order, as a samurai, he couldn't refuse it and could only grit his teeth and do his best to carry it out, dividing line. Your Highness, we've been shelling Osaka commercial town for 10 minutes now. A quarter of the buildings have been destroyed, and flames are already rising from within. It won't be long before the town is engulfed in flames. Unlike the troubled Japanese, Zhao Hongyu, on the deck of the Sea King, relaxed in a recliner. Wang Fuzi, Liu Dabur, Emma, and Sarah all gathered around him. At this point, Wang Fuzi had nothing to say. The situation was already like this. Liu Dabur, on the other hand, was filled with excitement, constantly picking up his binoculars to survey the situation within the town. Emma would clap and shout with a smile every time a cannon was fired, appearing very excited. On the other hand, Master Wang and Sarah looked worried, as if they were deeply concerned about something. Finally, Master Wang couldn't help but speak again. My crown prince, it's not too late to leave now. By the time the Japanese realize their army has gathered, we'll be in trouble. It turned out that Master Wang was worried about what would happen after the bombardment, and he persuaded Zhao Hongyu to lead the fleet away now. Master Wang knew the speed of the fleet, so he believed that as long as they left now, the Japanese wouldn't catch up. That way, they wouldn't be in any danger. But the question was, would Zhao Hongyu leave, To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote or vote on kittyn.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 573, a funny explanation. Evacuate Osaka? No. Why should we leave? Are we leaving just because we bombarded the Osaka commercial district? Obviously, that's impossible. What's there to fear from Japan right now? With the warships under our command, if there's a problem, we can just run away. I suppose the speed of Japanese warships of this era can't compare to mine. After all, they have propellers and engines underneath, don't they? Even if the engines are old and nearing their end of life, and the propellers are rusty, they're still epic-making gadgets. They're definitely not something anyone of this era can surpass. Furthermore, his naval armaments include disposable, knockoff bazookas and flintlock rifles. Coupled with the fact that the warships themselves are equipped with artillery far superior to those of today's warships, Zhao Hongyu believes that even if the Japanese Navy launches a massive attack, he can handle it with ease. Besides, how could the Japanese find so many warships in such a hurry? Even if they could muster a fleet and form a fighting force, it would take time. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu believed that his safety was completely safe for at least 3 days. With 3 days, Zhao Hongyu could accomplish many things. Therefore, Zhao Hongyu felt confident. However, while he was confident, Master Wang and Sura didn't see it that way. They didn't know Zhao Hongyu's true trump card, so they inevitably wanted to persuade him to leave. After all, Zhao Hongyu's incredible cheat couldn't be revealed to them. It was a secret that could never be shared. While Wang Shan and the others knew about it, they were genetic people. Furthermore, these genetic people were suppressed by the space-time trader to keep the secret. If they felt the urge to reveal it, the space-time trader would generate a shockwave, killing them. Under such suppression, Zhao Hongyu didn't need to worry about the genetic people, as they would never reveal the secret, and Master Wang and Sura didn't know this secret. So, their concern was understandable. Liu Dabur and Emma were different. One was heartless, the other completely oblivious to the dangers of the consequences. Why should I evacuate? Zhao Hongyu picked up a grape from the side and put it in his mouth, tilting his head slightly to look at Master Wang, who looked worried. Your Highness, now that you've bombarded the Osaka commercial district, you've already declared war on the Japanese. I think it won't be long before they send troops to encircle and annihilate us, Master Wang quickly analyzed. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, that's right. My actions are actually no different from the founding war. After all, the Japanese are still a sovereign nation. What we're doing now is, strictly speaking, declaring war on them. Zhao Hongyu agreed with Master Wang's warning. Oh, doesn't your Highness understand everything? But why can't he listen to advice? After hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Master Wang sighed inwardly. You say that a person who knows everything clearly would do such a foolish and unintelligent thing. It's really hard to understand. Master Wang shook his head slightly. Your Highness, you actually understand everything. We must evacuate this place now, otherwise we will have to face the military strength of the Japanese nation, which is not something we can resist. If it were in America, I would not persuade your Highness in this way. But your Highness, please remember that we are not in America now, Master Wang reminded Zhao Hongyu while weighing his words. You have to know that Zhao Hongyu is the crown prince of the Song Empire, no matter what. His status alone is extremely noble. Moreover, Master Wang has now joined the Song Empire's household registration and has become a citizen of the Song Empire. So, in this situation, he must consider the problem from Zhao Hongyu's perspective. But what made Master Wang depressed was that the Crown Prince, who had seemed quite reasonable after their time together, had become somewhat unreasonable since arriving in Japan. Faced with this situation, Master Wang was perplexed. However, Master Wang couldn't ask, knowing that asking such a question would be extremely disrespectful to the Crown Prince. After all, his status and the Crown Prince's status differed, which meant that there were certain matters Master Wang couldn't interfere with. So, he could only constantly persuade Zhao Hongyu. Master, do you think I'm not only making a big deal out of nothing, but also being unreasonable and unreasonable? Zhao Hongyu was now thinking that he should have a proper talk with Master Wang. Otherwise, he would be in his eyes. Furthermore, Master Wang and his men had just joined the Song Empire. If this incident made him think he was nothing special and, in turn, had a bad impression of the Song Empire, that would be disastrous. While he couldn't explain the cheating to Master Wang, He could find other excuses. Being a complete liar was Zhao Hongayu's forte. Since arriving in this era, Zhao Hongayu has deceived the Mohicans, the British, the Quebecers, and finally the French. It's safe to say his deception skills have greatly improved. Coupled with his insights from another time and space, he always manages to deceive people without losing out. Now, Zhao Hongayu intends to use this skill once again, using it on Master Wang. Master Wang remains silent, simply cupping his fists and bowing to Zhao Hongayu. This gesture fully confirmed Zhao Hongayu's previous words. Master Wang was thinking the same thing, though he hadn't said it out loud. Zhao Hongayu gave a helpless smile and turned to Sarah. You think so too, right? Sarah was different from Master Wang. After all, Master Wang had his concerns, so he couldn't express his thoughts directly, so he had to use more subtle methods to express his feelings to Zhao Hongayu. But Sarah was Zhao Hongayu's crown princess, a concubine below Emma. She was Zhao Hongayu's bedmate. Therefore, her status was much higher than Master Wang's. There were things Master Wang didn't dare to say, that Sarah could say, without having to worry about anything. So, when Zhao Hongayu turned to ask her, Sarah nodded and replied, yes, I think you've become very strange since coming here. And you seem to be a little reluctant to listen to other people's advice. This is completely different from you before, and it feels very unfamiliar to me, which makes me a little uneasy. Sarah raised her right hand and touched her chest, looking at Zhao Hongayu with a very soft and weak look. After hearing Sarah's answer, Zhao Hongayu shrugged and stood up. Sarah and Master Wang followed. You don't understand. I did this because I had already made a plan before I left America. We learned about the Wa people on the American coast from some Europeans who had been to the east. Therefore, I needed to test their military strength and make a judgment, so that when our American army invaded them later, we would have a better understanding of ourselves and the enemy. Zhao Hongayu used this excuse to deceive Master Wang and Sarah. But what he said was part truth and part falsehood. It could be said that it was a mixture of truth and falsehood. Professor Liu and his colleagues had advised Zhao Hongayu to find trouble and provoke the Japanese after arriving in Japan, and then start a war. Besides, with their advanced warships, the Japanese would have no chance of harming Zhao Hongayu at sea. Therefore, there was no need to worry about his safety. Furthermore, even in a landing operation, the Japanese had nothing to worry about. Despite the Japanese exaggerations in history books, real history was far from the truth. The Japanese of this era were still largely equipped with cold weapons. The Japanese primarily used a katana and a long bamboo spear. While the Japanese katana was excellent, it broke easily. The bamboo spear was long and powerful, but it was a complete dregs against a flintlock rifle. The musket, known in Japan as a tuppo, was essentially a matchlock rifle, imported by the Spanish or Dutch. It was vastly inferior to the flintlock rifles used by the Song Empire. While the Japanese had a so-called three-stage musket, the problem was that their tuppo was vastly inferior to the Song Empire's flintlock rifles in terms of number of personnel, range, and power. If the two armies met on land, the Song Empire's five-stage musket would undoubtedly cripple the Japanese. Furthermore, with a range twice that of their muskets, and the added bonus of time, the Japanese were no match. Zhao Hongayu's subordinates were undoubtedly more proficient in the use of firearms than any other nation of the time. With Zhao Hongayu's 800 imperial guards, there would be absolutely no problem fighting against a 5,000 Japanese. Moreover, there was no need to worry about gunpowder, lead, and supplies. The plugin could solve this vexing problem very well. In this way, provoking Japan would not be such a dangerous thing. You have to know that during this era, the Ishida shogunate in Japan did not yet have a formal musketry unit. However, the Song Empire had already popularized muskets. To be honest with you, one of the reasons I came to the East was to find trouble and annoy Japan. So it's not surprising that everything I'm doing now is a little confusing to you. Zhao Hongayu's words made Master Wang and Sarah laugh and cry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to it to read. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574: The Nature of the Japanese. In fact, Everything I'm doing now is intentional. I'm doing this deliberately to provoke Japan into sending troops to attack. That way, I can assess their combat capabilities and prepare for a future imperial invasion." Zhao Hongayu's words shocked Master Wang and Sarah. So, this was all planned long ago? They had no idea about this and thought the crown prince had gone insane. This is truly embarrassing. Master Wang felt a little embarrassed. Sarah didn't mind, but quietly complained to Zhao Hongyu about such a thing, not even warning her beforehand. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, secretly chuckled inwardly. Alice, they're so easy to fool. They believed such a lame excuse. Regardless, Zhao Hongayu's words did allay Master Wang and Sarah's concerns. Master Wang, now aware of Zhao Hongayu's plan, changed his mind and began offering him advice. In reality, Master Wang, with his status, wasn't in a position to offer advice on such matters. But now, he stood by Zhao Hongyu, so how could he not seize this opportunity to impress Zhao Hongyu? After all, he had already joined the Song Empire and become a citizen. Could he really remain a farmer and landlord for the rest of his life? No. Master Wang had his own dreams. If he could perform well and gain the crown prince's favor, perhaps he could even secure a position of power in the future. Although Zhao Hongyu had previously said in San Francisco that after he brought his family back, he could seek a position as a minor official with General Wang Shan, Master Wang considered himself a scholar and aspired to achieve greater things. Because he hadn't known Zhao Hongayu's plans, he had made a mistake. He felt a little embarrassed. Now that he knew the crown prince's plans, he decided to make plans for him. This could be considered a way to make amends for the previous mistake. Your Highness, are you planning to wait for a Japanese counterattack? Master Wang asked tentatively. Zhao Hongyu nodded. Yes, now all we have to do is wait for their navy. If we defeat their navy, the Japanese will know our strength and won't dare to provoke us again. And our empire's plan to establish a concession here will be possible. At the same time, I can also assess the Japanese's combat effectiveness. Zhao Hongayu's answer gave Master Wang a clue. Your Highness, if that's the case, then I suggest either not fighting or striking hard enough to frighten the Japanese. Only then will they fear you, and things will become much easier. Master Wang, a pirate from the East, knew the Japanese character all too well. However, what Master Wang didn't know was that the young prince before him actually knew even more about the Japanese than he did, and even more comprehensively. After all, Zhao Hongyu came from another time and space, where the internet was highly developed and all kinds of information could be easily obtained. On this point, Master Wang couldn't compare to Zhao Hongyu. However, Master Wang's assessment of the Japanese was very pertinent and correct. Therefore, after listening to Master Wang's words, Zhao Hongyu nodded and said, well, the Japanese are arrogant and proud, but deep down they worship the strong. If you behave politely, they will definitely not be polite to you. If you behave a little arrogantly, they will respond with a coquettish smile, which shows that they are just bitches at heart. Of course, if we want them to be as mean as a mangy dog, then we have to make them feel pain and fear, bitches. Master Wang agreed with Zhao Hongayu's assessment of the Japanese. Moreover, Master Wang felt that Zhao Hongayu's assessment was much better than his own. However, Master Wang was also very puzzled. Wasn't this the first time that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had come to the East, to Japan? Why did he know so much? And how could he understand the Japanese character so well? It was really hard to understand. Could it be that they really are born knowing? What a monster, Your Highness, how do you know so much about the Japanese? I'm truly baffled. It seems like this is your first time in the East, among the Japanese. Unable to contain his doubts, Master Wang boldly asked. Zhao Hongyu smiled and replied, many Europeans have visited the East, such as the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the Spanish. Upon returning to Europe, they would report back what they saw and heard in the East. And although my place is far from Europe, I still have many European merchants doing business there, and they would also pass on their experiences in the East. That's how I understand the Japanese. Master Wang accepted Zhao Hongayu's explanation. After all, it made some sense. Oh, I see. To be able to make such an accurate assessment based on just a few rumors, Your Highness's intelligence is truly unmatched. Master Wang bowed and offered a compliment. Just as Your Highness has said, the Japanese are truly like this. They have always shown genuine reverence for the strong, even enjoying slavery and taking pride in it. However, they treat the weak as mere ants, Devoid of any sympathy, Master Wang then shared his understanding of the Japanese. Zhao Hongai was genuinely pleased with Master Wang's insights. Remember, this was the 17th century, not his original, information-rich time and space. Therefore, for a native of this time and space to possess such an understanding of the Japanese was truly remarkable. Zhao Hongai's understanding of the Japanese was due to his origins in another time and space. Master Wang, however, was different. He was a native of this time and space. Therefore, his insight was evidently a man of considerable ability. What was particularly striking was that Master Wang's judgment and understanding of the Japanese mirrored those of later generations. Such insight was not something that ordinary people possessed. Master Wang is right. The Japanese are indeed like that. Therefore, before I came to the East, I had already discussed this with my ministers back home. Everyone agreed that the Japanese would definitely not agree to concession here. So, why not find some excuse to fight the Japanese and hurt them, so they know how powerful we are? That way, negotiating the concession will be much easier. Zhao Hongaiyu still didn't tell Master Wang the truth. However, Master Wang completely believed this half-truth. Your Highness, I don't quite understand. What is this concession? Master Wang now understood Zhao Hongaiyu's plan. Therefore, he was no longer worried about Zhao Hongaiyu's bombardment of the Japanese and his subsequent refusal to retreat. After all, the crown prince of the Ren family knew the situation, so why should he say anything? He had been worried at first, because he feared the crown prince was acting on impulse. But now, it was clear that was not the case. The prince has a big plan in his mind. Sarah, who was standing by, also heard Zhao Hongaiyu's explanation and knew that the strategy was formulated when he was in the empire. Therefore, Sarah was no longer worried about Zhao Hongaiyu's next arrangements. As long as she knew the reasons and plans, what else did Sarah have to worry about? However, unlike Master Wang, Sarah was still worried about the next counterattack by the Japanese. Because it was Sarah's first time in the East and her first time in Japan. She was not clear about the form of the Japanese military power. Therefore, what she was worried about was whether her little husband could cope with the next counterattack by the Japanese. However, she had not expressed her worries yet. Zhao Hongaiyu began to answer Master Wang's questions about the concession. Oh, a concession? It means we'll spend money to rent a large piece of land in Japan. Just a few ounces of silver a year is enough. After all, we're planning to travel to the Ming Dynasty to worship our ancestors and recruit some Ming Dynasty immigrants to America to open up new land. So, Japan is a good transit point. Zhao Hongaiyu explained the concession to Master Wang in detail. He explained the independent judicial power within the concession, the independent garrison rights, the independence from Japanese government control, the right for Japanese troops to enter the concession, and so on. Master Wang understood immediately. Concession was just a nice name. In reality, it was just a Chinese stakeout within the enemy's territory. The Japanese would undoubtedly disagree with such a move. And if they refused, and we still wanted authorization for the concession, then force would become the inevitable solution. No wonder the Crown Prince's ministers all suggested that upon reaching the Japanese side in the east, he should stir up some major incident. So that was the plan. As long as the Japanese are beaten hard and scared, then they will probably agree to any conditions proposed in the future. When the concession is established, the Japanese will be in trouble. Wang Fuzi is actually very smart. He thought about it for a while and understood the problem. It seems that the concepts of Easterners and Westerners are really different. Zhao Hongaiyu didn't have such trouble setting up a concession in Europe. As long as he talked about trade, everything would be easy. But in the East, this is obviously impossible. Because the difference in concepts between the East and the West will definitely lead to different styles of doing things. In particular, Easterners attach great importance to land, not money like Europeans. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote and vote on Kidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users please read. Chapter 575 Sarah's Confusion. After Zhao Hongaiyu's explanation, Master Wang had a clear understanding of the cause of the incident. Meanwhile, the bombardment of Osaka commercial town continued. The once bustling commercial town was now engulfed in flames and completely enveloped in thick smoke. Half of the buildings within had collapsed and been destroyed. The remaining structures were either dilapidated or crumbling. It was only a matter of time before the entire commercial town was reduced to ruins. The bombardment had lasted for half an hour, and the cannons on the warships were almost exhausted. Therefore, the bombardment had begun to become sparse. Zhao Hongyu had long been prepared for such an eventuality. He had already stored a large number of cannons in the hold of the Sea King. Once the other warships had exhausted their cannons, a ship would be dispatched to remove them. He already had a Haken, so he didn't need to buy any more. This cannon was very cheap, it was just a large iron ball. This thing is truly cheap compared to later-day cannons. Just as Zhao Hongyu and Master Wang finished their conversation, Sarah interrupted. My dear, although you've already shared your plan and the cause of this incident, I still suggest that we temporarily withdraw from this area. We only have 52 warships, a military force far too few to attack a single nation. Sarah's considerations weren't wrong. Zhao Hongyu had to acknowledge that. She was doing this for her own good, wasn't she? However, Zhao Hongyu had someone to rely on, but he couldn't reveal that to Sarah. So, Zhao Hongyu gave Sarah a wry smile and replied, I understand your concerns, and I know your thoughts are legitimate. But I hope you can trust me. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's right. Nor am I someone who doesn't know how high the sky is, but I am absolutely confident that the Japanese are no match for us. Speaking of the Japanese counterattack, Zhao Hongyu exuded a powerful confidence. Sarah couldn't understand where her husband's confidence came from. We have 52 warships, but you know the range and speed of our artillery. Therefore, even if we face a fleet of 300 ships, we can still defeat them within 2 weeks. As for a land battle, don't worry. I wouldn't be so foolish as to launch a landing operation. Zhao Hongyu then turned to Master Wang and asked, you know the Japanese well. Do you know how many warships their navy has? It was a remarkable question. Master Wang and Liu Dabi, before being captured by the Dutch, had infiltrated the waters of Macau through Japan. Their leader, Li Xiang, had his base in Japan. It was clear that he had a pretty good understanding of the situation in Japan. Therefore, when Zhao Hongyu asked him about this, Master Wang thought for a moment before replying, the Japanese navy isn't very strong. I understand there are approximately 600 warships nationwide, of which only 20 are ironclad warships they claim to be their enemy. The rest are medium-sized ships, each with at most 4 guns. Zhao Hongyu couldn't help but laugh at this. Even Sarah's expression became strange. 4 guns? You know, European warships generally had more than 10. The Song Empire's warships were even more impressive. The smallest was a modified copy of a Dutch warship, but it also had 92 guns. As for massive ships like the battleship Sea King, it boasted 108 guns. Master Wang continued, the Japanese ships are smaller than the Imperial warships. If a naval engagement breaks out, we'll have an advantage, as our ships are significantly taller than theirs. Therefore, a boarding engagement wouldn't be easy for them. Master Wang, drawing on his own pirate perspective, began to analyze the situation. At this point, Zhao Hongyu chimed in reality, they don't stand a chance of a boarding engagement. Our ships are fast, allowing us to maintain a reasonable distance from them, keeping them within range of our artillery while preventing the Japanese from catching us. Furthermore, our artillery has a long range, allowing us to suppress them without any danger. Zhao Hongyu also analyzed the configuration and firepower of his own ships. Master Wang wasn't familiar with the Imperial warships, he'd only heard from time to time that they were fast and powerful. We've heard about Japan's naval power from merchants who visited Europe, so we have a very detailed understanding. Zhao Hongyu withdrew the banner again as an excuse. What Master Wang said is consistent with the intelligence we've obtained. Japan's navy isn't very strong, and its warships aren't very good. And Master Wang hasn't mentioned one more thing, which is most advantageous to us. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Sarah blinked curiously and asked, what's the situation? After hearing Master Wang and Zhao Hongyu analyze Japan's naval power, Sarah's worries were put to rest. Yes, if Japan's naval power was like this, then she really didn't have to worry about anything. With warships like these, how could they possibly be a match for the Imperial warships? Think about it, a warship with only 4 guns? Is it a fishing boat? Sarah hadn't imagined that Japan's navy would be this powerful. It wasn't Sarah's fault, though, because the situations in the east and west were different. The European age of exploration was underway, and pirates were rampant, jeopardizing the interests of various nations. Therefore, Europeans needed powerful warships to safeguard their maritime interests. However, The situation in the East was different. Both the Ming Dynasty and Japan adopted a policy of isolation. This led to a significant decline in Eastern naval technology, which not only stagnated but also regressed. This mentality made it natural that Eastern warships lacked artillery. Furthermore, Eastern naval warfare began to lag behind that of Europe. Eastern naval warfare at this time still relied on boarding. In fact, if it weren't for the long and arduous voyages, and the Europeans' lack of strength in the East would have long since faced their prowess. After all, Europeans of this era were truly ahead of the East in naval technology. Of course, if the blueprints of Zhang He's treasure ships and frigates hadn't been destroyed, European warships would have been useless. However, the destruction of the blueprints by Liu Daxia, the great sinner of China, had caused a technological regression in China. In fact, throughout Eastern history, events and individuals who, driven by selfish ambition, caused entire civilizations to regress have always appeared. Liu Daxia wasn't the first. But he wasn't the last either. Europe was full of eccentricities, Japan was full of eccentricities, and China was no exception. Zhao Hongyu turned and looked at Sarah, whose face was filled with curiosity. She stared at him with a glint in her eyes, awaiting his answer. Sarah's eyes were watery and twinkling. Although she was almost 30, her mature body concealed a pure soul. This was what Zhao Hongyu loved most about her. Japan has 500 or 600 warships, but these aren't controlled by the shogunate. It's the warships controlled by all the daimyo combined, and the warships controlled by the shogunate, that number. After hearing Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Sarah shook her head in confusion. She knew nothing about the shogunate, the daimyo, or anything like that. Therefore, she had no idea what Zhao Hongyu meant. But Sarah couldn't be blamed. After all, this was her first time in the East, her first time in Japan, and she hadn't even landed yet. So, how could she possibly have such a detailed understanding of the domestic situation in Japan, one of the Eastern nations? She didn't understand, and rightly so. Wang Fuzi's eyes lit up after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, and he stroked his goatee, nodding silently. Yes, although the Ishida shogunate ruled Japan, many daimyo still existed. These daimyo nominally obeyed the shogunate and the imperial family, but in reality, they had a high degree of autonomy. Otherwise, the Warring States period wouldn't have occurred. Furthermore, Ishida had allied with other daimyo to fight the Tokugawa lords. Those daimyo with entangled interests with Ishida might have received promises from him. Therefore, after defeating the Tokugawa lords, they reaped numerous benefits. In reality, in Japan today, smaller lords obeyed larger lords, who, through their power and territorial control, controlled the Japanese imperial family. The smaller lords, or daimyo, also commanded considerable forces. This was considered a privilege. While the entire Japanese navy was nominally under the control of the Ishida shogunate, it only truly controlled a small portion, fewer than 100 warships. The remaining warships were dispersed among the other daimyo. While 500 or 600 warships might sound like a large fleet, in reality, Japan's naval power was extremely weak. The reason was simple: it was too dispersed. While the shogunate could issue orders to summon these warships in times of danger, this presented a significant problem. To maintain control of the navy and prevent the shogunate from weakening them, the smaller lords would personally lead their forces, rather than handing over control to the shogunate. This, however, led to incoherent orders. As a pirate with extensive knowledge of Japan, Master Wang was well aware of these matters. It was precisely for this reason that, after hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, he nodded in agreement. This matter would be impossible to understand unless one was intimately familiar with Japan. Yet, this crown prince, hailing from the distant Song Empire in America, was able to accurately assess the situation in Japan through information relayed back by Europeans. This crown prince truly possessed a remarkable talent. This suggests that the Zhao Song Empire's defeat by the Mongols, its subsequent voyage across the ocean to America, and its subsequent resurgence centuries later, was no accident. The ancestors of the Zhao Song royal family must have been blessing them. Master Wang understood, but that didn't mean Sarah did. While Europe had its own lords, they were certainly not as troubled as Japan. Furthermore, there were also vassal states in Europe. However, Sarah didn't understand the situation in the East, so even after Zhao Hongyu's explanation, she was still completely bewildered. Seeing Sarah's brow furrowed slightly, as if she were lost in thought, unable to grasp the truth. Finally, A look of distress appeared on her face. Zhao Hongyu smiled wryly, shook his head, and began to explain in detail. To prevent Sarah from thinking he was a fool, Zhao Hongyu explained, well, the daimyo is like a European lord, and the shogunate is like a prince. While this country has an imperial family, it's in decline and lacks military power. The prince holds the most military power, making him the most powerful. The other lesser lords must obey his orders. Zhao Hongyu explained the situation in Japan in a way that Sarah could easily understand. Indeed, his approach made it easier for Sarah to accept. As for this country's navy, the shogunate, like a prince, controls only a small portion. The remaining warships are in the hands of other lesser lords. While the shogunate, like a prince, can issue orders to mobilize and requisition warships, assembling them for battle, the other lesser lords, to prevent the shogunate from usurping their power, personally lead their fleets. Zhao Hongyu explained this in great detail, and his approach was remarkably clever. This way, Sarah completely understood. After Zhao Hongyu's explanation, Sarah let out a long sigh. Oh, so that's how it is. Things in the East are truly troublesome, but hearing you put my mind at ease. With inconsistent government orders, I think it would be truly difficult for them to fight us. Sarah was very intelligent, the kind of person who understood things quickly. Moreover, before meeting Zhao Hongyu, she had been a European noble. Therefore, she was well aware of the circumstances and the intricacies involved. Zhao Hongyu smiled and said to Sarah, now you don't have to worry. I told you we don't have to retreat at all. These Japanese are no match for us. Wang Fuzi and Sarah had been persuaded by Zhao Hongyu and they never mentioned retreating again. Meanwhile, the bombardment had stopped and the nearby warships began to send small transport boats to approach the Sea King to carry supplies. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.